Crystal Rose Series. Book 3. Crystal Rose. Author, Onur Diler. Juka. Smoke billowed from the floor in the middle of the modern building. Canada's famous cold was even more deadly due to the conditions caused by the cataclysm. The flaky snow had increased its intensity so much that the building almost disappeared under the snowfall. Despite all that happened inside the hall, where the smoke rose, he had his share of the cold of winter. Most of the bodies inside were already frozen. The angry wind entering from one side carried large snowflakes inside as it came out from the other side, the snow hiding under a soft whiteness what was left of the violent combat inside. In this mess, there was someone who took careful steps. The man, who had a gray blanket on him, was holding an EBR-14 wrapped in cloth over his left arm. The man advancing through the ashes and smoke was named Juka. The man named Juka, who covered his mouth and nose with a thick cloth, was undoubtedly born with another name. The burly man's face was covered in a mixture of soot, mud and blood. He was holding his silenced pistol in his right hand. He looked around quietly when he saw someone moaning and moving, the man infected by the virus in the disaster and had gone mad. His eyes and pupils were parched, his white eyes are creating a contrast with his dark face in the hall. He leaned slowly and put his pistol next to the man, whose body was torn apart by shrapnel in the explosion, grabbed his windpipe with his free hand and smashed his windpipe in a sharp, strong motion. As the man fluttered weakly where he was, Juka checked his perimeter and took his pistol back. He kept moving forward when he made sure there wasn't anyone else. He found what he was looking for next to a shattered window and a half-burned grand piano. Jack Winter, who breathed heavily. Jack's right hand was shattered to his elbow, smoke billowing from his right kneecap. His right eye was gone, and the right part of his face was torn apart. He had a lot of holes in his chest, leg and shoulder. His left eye turned to Juka, but the heavy shock wave at close range have affected his left eye as well. Juka knew Jack didn't see him. He could not see or hear anything. "Damn you, you don't even know when you should die." Juka grumbled in a cold expression, free of pity and disgust. He spoke more fluently and properly by himself than speaking to other people. "As it should be?" Juka opened a foot-wide tear in the middle of a gray blanket he found, and used it as a poncho, wearing it over his head. After checking around again, he knelt down next to Jack. He pulled out a small package at waist level, tied to the bottom of the backpack under his blanket. It was a first aid kit. He hurriedly opened the bag. Jack had lost a lot of blood. He had enough plasma to keep him alive for a short time, but in the long run it would be useless. He had to quickly take him down the street to the vet that he saw while coming here. After healing Jack with the first aid kit, he wrapped him in a blanket, lifted him and put him on his back. Jack groaned unconsciously, then vomited blood. Juka gritted his teeth. "Hang in there, Howl, hang in there, you son of a bitch. Don't leave me here. I'm about to die of fear," he whispered. His eyes controlled almost everywhere he could see. His unarmed left hand went to the swelling in his pants pocket, whether he wanted to or not. Then he pulled his hand back, controlling his nerves. The man in white had clearly told Juka when to use it, and it wasn't time yet. He left the building in quiet and careful steps. Jack occasionally mumbled, often snarling and heavily breathing. Juka knew he had to move as fast as possible. The air temperature was quickly dropping. Jack had lost a lot of blood, and each of his wounds could have killed a person. Just like he said. Juka sweared. It was impossible for a person to know exactly what happened. But he knew. 3 years ago. Jordan, known as Juka, was sitting on his balcony sipping his last beer from a six-pack. He had no one to interfere with him about this. Although it's one of the cool days of autumn, he's just a boxer on a deck chair on a balcony watching the moonlight touch the ocean. And he was listening B.B. King. Life was perfect. But every perfect and enjoyable moment has a tactless person that ruin it in the middle. At least that's what Juka thought when the door knocked. Like every wolf that knocked on the door in the middle of the night, he took his gun and set it up and went to the door. When he looked through the door, he couldn't believe what he saw. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. When he was sure of what he saw, he opened the door. When he saw Otto von Lonzenrader in his white coat and white suit, he looked at the old man in surprise. "Oh, dear Jorinheim," Lonzenrader said, as if to greet a sincere friend he had been together for years. Juka just squinted and able to said, "You." Otto entered, accepting it as an invitation. Juka looked down the hallway of the apartment and quietly closed the door. His house consisted of only a small hall and a smaller room. Most of the items were second-hand, and it had been years since they had expired. But a careful eye would understand that none of them were personal. Juka had just decorated it, but he had never considered it as his home. "You remember me?" Otto said. Juka throws his gun on the couch. "Of course. You're the reason they sent me here. You're the boss," he grumbled. He went to the little fridge and bought another six-pack of beer. He took one of the cold beers and opened it, and threw the other one at Otto. Strangely, Otto grabbed the beer in midair and opened it. This was one of those rare moments where you could see Otto drinking an ordinary beer. Looking at his beer after taking a big sip of it, Otto said, "Yes, that's partly true. Anyway, Jorinheim Stalsberg, I want something special from you," he said. "Walking to the balcony?" Juka asked, "like joining the wolves?" Otto nodded. "Yes, it's like joining the wolves. Things will go wrong in a few years," he said, watching Juka. Juka leans against the balcony railings, looking curiously at Otto. "How wrong?" he asked. "Beyond your dreams. This part isn't important. The important thing is that you will there right on time and right on the spot." "Are you giving me a second task for years to come?" Juka said, raising his eyebrows. "Yes," Otto said, smiling. "Yeah," Juka repeated as the steam coming out through his teeth under the fabric mask formed a long tiny cloud, and the cold winds of Canada buzzed, dragging his breath into oblivion. The snowfall had increased its effect. When two soulless came out of the direction he was going, the young man cursed his luck. The snowfall was combined with the wind and turned into a brutal blizzard. The soulless began to run to the other side without noticing Juka and Jack, and they soon disappeared. As Juka let go of the breath he was holding, he put his gun down. As I mentioned earlier, he didn't have much time, and Juka reached the vet's door as Jack's growling breath turned into a whisper. It only took 2 minutes to open the vet's door without breaking it down. Although the wind crushed all the sounds around with its own hum, Juka could not get rid of the fear that people affected by the disease could hear him. He wasn't beware or afraid to kill them, but he didn't like killing anyone. The young man, who pointed his gun at the darkness inside the store, used a hand light and checked inside. It was a long shop, with leashes for pets on the left side and food on the right side. Ahead of him, he saw a glass compartment. Jack, who had been leaned against the doorstep behind him, moaned about Beatrice. His voice was a wet wheeze. Juka, who spent summers working with Mr. Turnip at the island's hospital, knew that voice. Jack's lungs were closing, and they were about to shut down. Juka, realizing he had no more time, grabbed the blanket he had wrapped Jack in and dragged him across the smooth, wooden floor. There's a thick trail of blood behind them. When Juka saw that there was a vet's examination behind the glass compartment, he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a silver, shackled watch from there. He brought the watch near his mouth and whispered something to it. As some letter-like icons on the silver watch, that was covered in complex patterns, began to shine and vibrate, the young man, ignoring this, dropped the watch to the floor, where he walked, and continued to move forward. Juka was different from the others. It was always like this. First of all, he wasn't born on the island like the others, he had found it in an alley in San Diego. The person who found him left him to a private institution called the Ferguson Foundation. It has been told that the guy wearing white suit, Panama hat, and with the cane used to go to the foundation from time to time. He was trained at the foundation as good as wolves, and was eventually asked to join the wolves. That's why Juka wasn't a real wolf, and that's why Juka believed in magic. Ignoring the bright lights behind him, the sizzling from the energy field, He put Jack on the metal table in the room that he entered. As he collected tools, antiseptics and bandages around the table and pulled out the cabinet where the drugs were, the light that was as bright as flash started to dim down, and an energy door opened in the middle of the vet store. Meanwhile, Juka ripped out Jack's shredded Kevlar vest and threw it to the ground. He turned him on his side, hurriedly wiped his blood-soaked body, and stuck a large injector in his lungs through the ribs, and Jack didn't even notice. Wet, pink bubbles began to emerge from the open end of the injector. Through the gate, 4 soldiers, armed with pieces of armor, entered, ready for a combat with M4 infantry rifles in their hands, and began to check the perimeter. First, someone pointed a gun at Juka. He was going to bring him to his knees, but when he realized what the young man had done, he gave it up. Meanwhile, Otto and 4 other men entered. The second 4 men were carrying light weapons and large bags. Otto had wearing a white, fleece coat. He pointed the cane in his hand at the vet's open door and cast a spell. The silver tip of his cane shone with a blue light, and the entire front facade was closed with a blue energy shield. The 4 men who came to Juka's side were military doctors. As 2 of them applying tourniquets on Jack's right arm and leg, someone raised his head and said, "It's bad, boss, we can't get him through the gate." Otto nodded solemnly. He pulled a satellite phone out of his jacket and waited for the phone he was calling to answer. When the phone answered, he said, "I'll give you the coordinates. We need urgent medical attention and protection." Then turned off his phone and came to Jack's side. After looking at him with a sour face, holding his idle hand over the young man, he muttered something far ahead of Juka's comprehension. As the blue-green light particles in his hand scatter over Jack's body, Juka nervously asked, "What are you doing? What are these?" After Otto waited for the spell to end, he said solemnly, "I have stopped his body in time. I kind of put it in the freezer. This will hold him to the Turk's castle." Juka didn't understand what the old man was saying, but when he saw that Jack was no longer moving, his blood was not flowing, he accepted the situation like the others. He had never seen Otto cast a spell. He didn't know he was so powerful. Otto looked at him from head to toe and asked, "The others?" "They must have returned to the island," Juka said with a shrug. "They survived." Otto looked at Jack and sighed with a pessimistic expression. "I wouldn't bet." Otto grumbled. Juka looked at him with confusion in his eyes. He didn't know what he meant, but he was sure something important was going on. His stomach contracted. It was like drowning, but now was not the time. Whatever was going on the islands had to wait his return. All he could do now was save Jack. Dark world. Beatrice woke up startled. The first thing she felt was cold. She was shaking, her fingers began to go numb, as if needles were stuck in her nail roots. She looked around, trying to remember where she was. He remembered a lot of things when he saw it surrounded by gray concrete walls. Right in front of her was a metal door in the middle of the wall, and a ventilation window on the upper side of the wall opposite to the door. And up there was a lamp that gave a white, cold light embedded in the ceiling. Above the metal bed was a tarp-covered mattress, and in the other corner was a sink and toilet seat. She could hear the screams coming behind the iron door, albeit from afar. She wanted to cover her ears so as not to hear the sounds that coming from the other rooms and echoed in the corridors, but she couldn't raise her arms. She tried to get up, but she was so dizzy. Her clothes were still wet. Steam coming out of her mouth was dispersing into the air after hitting the ground. She looked at her hands, her pinky swollen, her middle finger bent backwards. Her eyes were also swollen, her nose was broken, the arch section at the top of her nose and her lips were split. As she crawled to the bed, her ribs and kidneys were in pain. She barely managed to go to the bed and shrank like a baby in her mother's belly. She couldn't stop her trembling, but she was grateful for the cold. If the room had been a little warmer, she would have felt all her wounds completely and would have no chance of dying. Beatrice only wanted to die in peace at that moment. She wanted her suffering to end. She had the same scene in her mind all the time. She was falling from a skyscraper and the floor where she was thrown out of the window was blown up. The metal door of the room opened with the sound of several locks and sliders. The man behind the door was a mercenary. The bearded man was dressed in cold climate clothes suitable for winter. Over his fur-collared coat he was wearing a Kevlar assault vest, and on the vest a M4 was hanged with Hall equipment on it. The man stepped to the side after looking at the room and Beatrice. A man in a navy blue coat and suit entered through the gap that opened when the mercenary was stepped to the side. The man, in his 40s, had combed his black bushy hair from right to left, wearing bone glasses. When the man with a wide and angular face, clean-shaven, walked in, Beatrice looked at him in fear and tried to slide back in helpless squalor. Her movements were the same as the desperate moves of a weak animal caught by the throat of and began to choke. The man sat in a chair brought by one of the guards. Looking around him as if he were studying the decoration, he said, "We were halfway through our conversation, Mrs. Halburn. Unfortunately, I had to take care of your friends." "Yes, they are our guests too." In Beatrice's eyes, which were behind her hair spilled on her face, there was still a glimmer of fear far beyond logic. The man sighed and shook his head. "Don't waste my time, Miss Halburn. Where are Jack Winter and Carolyn? What was your mission on the mainland? How many people joined the mission?" As Beatrice hysterically shook her head, the man sighed and raised his hand and signaled to his men. The two mercenaries who entered quickly grabbed Beatrice and pulled her towards them. One carried thick, plastic construction clamps with him. They tied her to the bed with these handcuffs. Beatrice tried to resist them, screaming and begging in her now muted voice, but none of this could stop them. As Beatrice cried, one of the men covered Beatrice's face with a towel he pulled out of his side pocket of his cargo pants. It reminded Beatrice that she needed air, even if it didn't do anything else. As the wet, cold towel had formed a large gray gap in her mouth, revealing the shape of the face. As with any case of drowning, Beatrice opened her mouth desperately to get air. Her rib cage went down and up, swelled and went out like a bellows. She was shaking her head but she couldn't throw the wet and heavy towel over her face. When she heard footsteps approaching, she realized that the other soldier was coming with water. She tried to scream, but suddenly the cold water from the wet towel paralyzed her entire mind. One of the soldiers pulled the towel and slapped her as she struggled with her entire body to get air. As the man in the chair threw his leg over his leg, he said, "Mrs. Halburn, I don't think you understand your situation. There are no more countries or states. And there's no system left to prevent your interrogation here or what's going to happen here. So we are in a dark world beyond the borders of civilization. It's just you and us here. I mean, me and these two gentlemen who thrilled for doing this to you. And one also enjoys raping." The man with the black beard tore the shirt off Beatrice in one motion, as if he were waiting for this signal. As Beatrice tried to scream in a hoarse voice, the other man slapped her again. Meanwhile, the other looked with appetite at the details of Beatrice's body, which appeared within her soaked-up shit that wrapped to her body, especially her black bra and breasts, which looked as if they were going to erupt from her bra. His hand was on his pants. He stroked his dick through his pants, laughing. "I don't know," Beatrice said. "Sorry? Carolyn sent us to the mainland, but I don't know where she is. I swear," the young woman said helplessly. "And Jack Winter? He's dead," Beatrice said, crying. "Where?" he said, getting up from where he was sitting. Beatrice was shaking her head crying. The other man slapped her again and in a baritone voice, "Answer." He snarled. "Canada. He died in Canada. To protect me." "What were you looking for in Canada?" "The cure." "Is there a cure?" "Yeah." "Where?" "I don't know, I swear I don't know." "I understand," the man in the suit said as he left the room. He kept walking down the aisle without looking back. He got what he wanted, so he had to let his men get what they wanted. Beatrice was able to scream for the last time when her t-shirt was torn. The two men looked at each other and laughed, and one closed the metal door of the cell. When the brunette man came to the head of the long stairs, he slowly climbed the stairs and gave a vague nod to the two guards waiting for him. The men opened the thick door between them. The man slowly go out into the open air. It was so cold, it hurt. He used the satellite phone in his pocket. When the other side answered the phone, he said, "I am Vasily. Mrs. Halburn is broken," he said. He got into a black Mercedes waiting for him as he listened to the other one. "No," he said, welcoming the heat that the already running heaters provided. "She doesn't know where they are." He said Jack Winter was dead. "They went to Canada for treatment," he said, pointing to his drivers to drive. As his one-eyed driver drove the car towards the city center, Vasily said, "She didn't know if they could brought the cure. We'll know everything soon," he said. Vasily Antonov was an interrogation expert. He rented his skills to anyone who gave a high price. The highest price in the world in this age was a good life on the islands, and he gladly accepted that price. The man, who understood human psychology and anatomy well, had only one flaw: his overconfidence in himself. So sometimes he didn't pay attention to his employees. Just like his one-eyed driver. If only he'd been careful, he could recognize Robert Redcourt, a.k.a. Crow, despite his eye patch and shortened hair. Turk's Castle. Ocelot was an armored personnel carrier. The base of four-wheel drive vehicle was high above the ground. Its thick armor, powerful engine, speed, flexibility and mobility at almost all terrain types made it very popular. But the main reason for preference was the strength in the appearance of the large vehicle. The Ocelots looked strong with their small, thick windows and rough images. The two Ocelots, which advanced rapidly within the blizzard, were specially reinforced. They had spare tires and metal protectors on their front panels, and cross-country motorcycles on their rear. On top of both vehicles were spare materials and fuel. Long radio antennas were attached to the vehicle as to form an arc from the rear to the front. Despite the intensity of the blizzard, they were constantly moving forward. They were smashing everything that they had faced, cars, soulless whatever, but they weren't slowing down. When two Ocelot APC vehicles eventually arrived in front of the vet, Otto lifted the magical barrier. The doors of the Ocelots opened, and 4 men descended from them. Each carried AK-47s with bomb throwers, lasers and LED lamps attached. They were dressed for Arctic conditions. They all wore snow and gas masks that covered their faces. They were joined by the men who came out of the vet for securing the perimeter. 4 paramedics were out with Jack, who they carried on an aluminium folding stretcher. As Otto and Juka followed them, a large man descended from the first Ocelot. He had pulled his ski mask up to his temple and his gas mask down under his chin. Thick eyebrows frowned, burnt skin man had an arched nose, resembling a hawk's beak. He reached out to Otto with his military-type protective gloved hand and said, "Welcome to Canada, sir." His voice was thick and bossy. He had a dominant Middle Eastern accent in his speech. As Otto shook the extended hand, "You came just in time, Turk. We were going to freeze here," as he shouted a little for his voice to be heard. The man's green eyes were glowing. His almost bronze skin color exposed his eyes like emeralds. "I guess that's not all you're worried about," he grumbled, his eyes turned on Jack, who was put on a stretcher in the second car. Otto simply nodded in response. "Turk, meet Jorinheim," he just said, pointing to the young man behind him. The green-eyed man glanced at Juka from head to toe. The young man was covered in blood and marks of the battle. This image invoked respect in Turk. He reached out his hand and just said, "Turk." It was a style Juka was used to, even loved. So he just said, "Juka." In response, the Turk nodded to express his understanding, then pressed the button on the internal radio transmitter around his neck and said, "Gather, we're leaving." When Juka climbed into the second car and entered, he saw that the inside of the vehicles was prepared for all kinds of conditions, just like their outside. The second vehicle was prepared for medical needs. Its walls had bunk panels on which stretchers, like carrying Jack, could be attached. So it could carry 4 wounded. It contained equipment placed for long-term missions, but the young man was not interested in any of them. He kept his eye on Jack and the doctors in charge. The Ocelots moved as fast as they came. As they moved, a man who took off his ski mask leaned over to Jack and said, "What is this?" Said, "Protective magic." replied one of those who had come with Otto. The man, who had taken off the ski mask, raised one eyebrow and said, "Are you serious? I've never heard of such a spell. They didn't teach us. Because we're not that good." Juka sighed. Almost all of them look at him. Children taken by the Foundation are carefully selected. The common feature of all of them is that they can be open enough to accept magic. But that doesn't mean they're skilled at magic, he said. Juka, like the others, was raised at the Ferguson Foundation. The Ferguson Foundation was established as a second chance for children who had lost their families in almost every country in the world. At least that was what people said. But the truth was very different. The Ferguson Foundation establishers knew a fact that the world wouldn't have wanted to accept, and were raising a new generations because of this fact. Magic really existed in the world, and one day it would come back as it was forgotten. It was a prophecy, and the Ferguson Foundation has been training its members for that prophecy for 200 years. According to the prophecy, the spell that once caused the destruction of the world will come back as it has disappeared. The gates of Tamandar, which would increase its power, would be opened. In this way, humanity's connections to the multiverse would be restored. But this process would also brought great disturbance and destruction. Foundation members were preparing for these bad times. Outside, there were only snow and gray gaps covered by snow. Every once in a while, they go over something, hit some things hard, but Juka wasn't interested in any of it. About 10 minutes later, the ocelots entered an underground garage. When the doors of the vehicles opened, Juka saw that he was in a large underground parking lot. It was more than 50 feet from wall to wall. Inside were trucks, 6 ocelots and as many Humvees. As they lowered the stretcher, the Turk came to them. "Welcome to the castle," he said in a uniform tone. "There are 3 floors upstairs and 4 more floors downstairs. We have 1.5-meter thick walls, reinforced concrete, our own wind and solar panels, fuel, water supply and food storage." Otto nodded. It was worth all that money. "I didn't know you were checking us, boss." The Turk raised a single eyebrow. "I check you all the time, my child, all the time," Otto said, smiling and waving his finger, and went after the men carrying the stretcher. The white room wasn't too big. Everything was prepared for emergency response, everything was painted white. The light from the hidden lighting on the wall was strong, but it didn't tire the eye. As the paramedics who put Jack on the first of the 3 tables in the room told the surgeon who met them about Jack's condition, the surgeon looked at the young man's condition. "How did he made it?" he asked. The doctor was a tall, dark and thin man. He looked pretty tired and sleepless. He was wearing blue clothes that doctors used in the hospital. He hung his stethoscope around his neck. Behind his bone glasses, he had blue eyes that noticed everything, but had a calm look. He blew up a floor full of Solus with a grenade to complete his mission. Juka said in an unemotional statement, "It's hard to tell you that you are not immortal." The doctor grumbled as he shook his head. He knew he wasn't immortal. Juka said only with a shrug. As the doctor examined Jack, he addressed Otto. "How long can you keep him in this situation?" he asked. Otto said in a relaxed manner, "How much time do you need?" "Depends on what you want from me. There are some prosthetics in the bags. They'll be attached and connected to the nervous system." Juka and the Turk looked at Otto in surprise. The Turk pointed his finger at Jack and said, "Did you know that?" "From 3 years ago." Juka said, without looking at him. Without looking at either, Otto said, "I knew 15 years ago. But you can't affect and change everything." The Turk looked at Juka and then Jack and said, "The boy lying there may not agree with you." As Juka was gone out shaking his head, a doctor of the first medical team brought the 2 bags they had brought with them. They put the bags on the table and opened them. The bag contained copper-colored prosthetic pairs of arms and legs. Metal pipes, small wheels and pistons was covered over the prosthetics. They were not new. Juka looks at them and said, "What are these?" "Once upon a time, an old friend of mine had done this for another friend who had survived the war." Otto came to the prosthetics and said with a smile. Juka caught an unusual timbre of sadness in the old man's voice. But the antiquity of the vehicles attracted much more attention. Looking at them closely, do they run on steam? He asked. Otto laughed. Oh yeah, they do look like they are, don't they? But no, my dear boy. It converts bioelectricity in the body and activates hydraulic systems. Heavier than normal ones, but as ingenious and durable as in them. Who did such a thing back then? The Turk asked. He leaned over like Juka and looked closely at the prosthetics in the bag. Most of them looked handmade. Some had small dates and numbers. When he saw the 1920 inscription in one, the big man's eyes grew, grumbling and stripping his beret from his head. He was buzz-cutting his hair regularly. Only in the middle of his head was a line 3 fingers wide and descending towards his neck. He looked like a native warrior. Otto put his hand over the metal arm. Nikola. Whispered as if to wake a friend, Nikola Tesla. He still won't be able to feel. Juka said, standing up and joining his arms in front of his chest. Yes, he won't be able to feel. But he will be able to shoot. Otto said, pulling his hand and placing his fingers in his vest under his jacket. Juka squinted and looked at Otto and said, that's what's important to you, too. He was angry that he was going to use Jack as a soldier. The young man had suffered enough, but they weren't leaving him alone. He didn't understand why they hadn't put an end to his suffering. Juka had joined the wolves due to his mission, but over time he loved Jack. Just like he loves the others. Somehow they were walking the same path. They were all good people and, above all, brothers. None of them questioned Juka's past, doubted him, accepted him as a family member. So Juka could put an end to Jack's suffering. He could have easily shot him. He loved him that much. Otto studied Juka. A deep sigh. No. He said sadly. That's what matters to him. Hal is a guardian, that's why he exists in this universe, to protect his love. So he hangs on the edge of an bottomless cliff called death by a scrawny thread of cotton. That's why he prefers to endure all this pain and live. Because Jack Winter is in love with that girl as a mortal or a god could be. He said as he walked out of the room. Juka looked at Otto first and then Jack. There was nothing that could be said. Otto was right. The Turk put his fist on his shoulder and said, I would say come with me and let's find something clean for you. But I know you won't let him go. I wouldn't leave too. I'll send something for you. He left the room after. Jack and Juka waited quietly in the room for their fate as the surgery team prepared. What if it was your daughter? Alan Howard, mad with anger, threw the smartphone in his hand, shouted, You idiot. James bent it in at the last moment and got rid of the phone before it could explode in his face. I swear it has nothing to do with me. James was able to say as the phone broke down. 4 minutes ago Alan Howard had watched videos recorded by a smartphone of Beatrice Halburn being raped. James couldn't understand why his father was so mad about it. Since taking control of the islands, Alan Howard's mercenaries have done much more. Alan furiously looked for something else to throw away, but everything on his desk was worth a lot more than his son's brainless head. James opened his arms. What's so special about this bitch? He asked. Taking a deep breath, he threw the half-capped file at James. James bent over and took the file that fell in front of him. The first thing he saw was a crime scene photo of a dead man. He was an oil worker of Hispanic descent. He was shot by the police in the morning. Spray paint was standing next to his body. According to the police report, he was shot while writing a slogan on the wall. James said, Well, so what? As he opened the last page and cursed. In the last photo there was a sentence written by the worker named Carlos Ortagena on the side wall of the police department. Carlos wrote a single sentence on the wall in 10-foot letters, What if it was your daughter? This sentence, which James did not care about, was written the next day on the stairs at William Overpass. Everyone was talking about it in public, and Howard's men were subjected to angry looks, if nothing. The same sentence was seen on the garden wall of Edinburgh First School on the afternoon of that day. And at night, at the Square of Freedom. A week later, Alan Howard announced that it would not be acceptable for the security forces to treat a criminal in this way, even if she was a terrorist, and that responsibles would be immediately punished. After that, although only worked on the islands, internet access was transferred to state control, and all radio and TV channels were appointed managers chosen by Alan Howard himself. Alan Howard didn't like two things: being defeated and apologizing. Foundation Warrior. Juka was dressed in cold climate clothes. A snow pants with knee pads, a thick, gray camouflaged hoodie with fur, tinselate gloves, a beanie, a ski mask and a gas mask. He had a Kevlar vest under his hoodie. He was running almost as fast as a sprint with his thick-soled snow boots. A bag with materials in that will keep them alive outside just in case, a long, automatic sniper rifle on his chest, the EBR-14. And a pistol in its holster on his chest. A kukri was worn at the back of her waist, with knives on the bag strap and leg holster. Despite all these weights, he was quick and agile like an athlete. He was on the 16th floor of a plaza near downtown. He was in the office of an insurance company that had completely covered the floor. It was covered with frosted windows on both sides of the corridor that he ran. Behind Juka, who ran between glass offices, were 6 soulless. Juka quickly turned the corner, stepping on the frame in front of him at the intersection of the glass wall with the floor as he turned. One of the soulless ones who came after him reached out his hand to the glass. That's all the soulless brains could comprehend. Soulless fell through an exploding glass wall. And the next one, who couldn't stop in time, rolled over his friend, but the others were quick enough to turn the corner. Juka jumped on the desk in front of him in the corridor where he turned and slided on the table and landed on the other side. He turned around without reducing his speed, his body still wanted to go on the running route in accordance with the rules of physics. He had casted one of the last spells he learned before graduating from the Foundation while doing a backward somersault. Now he was allowed to cast spells. Don't underestimate it, what I'm talking about is the same as having a Ferrari in your garage and you're not allowed to drive it. Blue glitter appeared from his both hands as Juka got up from his tumble. The young man quickly hurled his hands as if throwing daggers, and one of the discs of blue light buried in the chest a soulless, and the other disc buried next to the nose of another soulless. Both had died before falling to the ground by the brutal blow of the magical attack. Juka continued to run without hesitation. He could hear footsteps coming from other sides of the office. If he couldn't move fast enough, he'd soon fall into a crowd he couldn't get out of. This was a plaza just a block from the Turk's castle. Turk's men said they received a call for help from here. Juka, tired of waiting in the infirmary room, joined them. They didn't come across anything until the plaza. They rescued a group of 10 in the plaza. The group had told them that there were other survivors on the upper floors. Indeed, there were survivors upstairs, but somehow they got sick afterwards. Juka volunteered to distract the soulless while Turk's men drove the first group out of the building. That was the short story of the whole mess. Juka was heading for the fire escape, which was supposed to be at the end of this corridor. But he was not fixed-minded about it. He learned on the island that being fixed-minded when running away from someone was a bad choice. He noticed the man to his left at the last moment. There was glass between them, but the soulless didn't mind. Catching Juka as the glass exploded, soulless shoved him into the frosted glass wall behind a cross. As they rolled together, the man's mouth opened towards Juka, who wanted to bite, but Juka wasn't in a mood for games. He put his knee under the guy, into his stomach, and threw him back. He was holding him tight, using the man's as momentum who had took off from ground and tumbled backwards. Juka, who had on him now, grabbed his face with his wide hand and created another spell and scorched what was left of the soulless brain with the lightning coming out of his hand. But he had wasted a lot of time. 2 soulless appeared at the door of the office, where he entered through the glass wall. Others came from the direction of the soulless who jumped out of the glass wall. Juka quickly leapt to his feet and stuck his foot under the chair in front of him and threw the chair at the soulless who ran to him. As the soulless hit the chair with his hands, Juka quickly leapt towards him, spinning in the air, hit a kick that would rip the man from where he was. As the soulless hurtled back, he hit those behind him. Juka started running fast again. The soulless ones from his side were about to catch him. The young man could tell by the sounds of nails rubbing against his coat that he had barely escaped from the hands reaching out for him. The fire door in the direction he was running opened and the soulless began to fill in. Juka barely saw the movement from his side at the last moment as he was cursing. Another soulless was jumping on him again, but this time Juka was prepared. A magic shield consisting of blue hexagons appeared between the soulless and Juka. It was like a flood of people, and the combined force they formed pushed him back despite the magic shield. One of the soulless was still punching the magical energy shield as the young man flew through the exploding glass of the plaza into the void. Others were pouring down from behind like a herd. Behind the shield, Juka winked and smiled at the soulless and opened his arm to the side and created another spell, which is used to make energy ropes. The energy vines coming out of his fingers quickly reached out and grabbed the plaza's wall. Juka suddenly swung to the side like the damn Spider-Man, getting rid of the soulless falling on him. He swung through a wide arc, felt like a superhero and created another spell with the coin in his other hand while shouting with carelessness. He threw it as the money shone like an orange star. The money fell into a pile of snow and ice on the street, and as soon as it fell, Juka formed there. Particles resembling orange embers were formed around him, then dispersed into the air by his movements and became dim. Juka hit a car hard, doing somersaults on the ground due to the momentum of his movement. As the car door collapsed, its window exploded. The young man pulled his pistol from the chest holster as if the blow had never happened and looked around where he was sitting. All he could see was the soulless falling 40 yards away. Shaking his head he got up and started running towards the castle. Exactly like a Foundation warrior would do. Turk's Castle was a software company. The 4-story building was a square-shaped concrete structure, 50 yards wide and 50 yards long. All the windows and doors on the lower floor were shuttered with metal shutters. Juka proceeded through the fresh footsteps of those who had come before him and radioed the guards when he arrived at the door. The metal shutter was lifted up in a quick mechanical motion. Behind it, the metal, double doors opened from side to side at the same time. After the gate, 2 armed guards, ready to fight, came out and let Juka in, protecting him. It was as if the hot air was burning Juka. But while the young man gladly accepted it, he was checked whether he had been bitten. Soulless people in this area had a bad habit of biting. After being checked, went to his room and left his supplies. The small room was prepared as a home for its users. It was a 5 meters to 5 meters room, had a bunk bed, a desk, a closet and a small counter. A sliding closet door and shower and toilet were placed in a 2 meter by 1 meter area next to the door. After Juka took a shower, he took his book off the shelf and went downstairs. The concrete corridors were painted white. He greeted a nurse he encountered in this hallway and walked into the room he had always been. He looked at Jack, who was lying in bed as usual, sat on the seat next to the bed as usual, and resumed his book where he left off. Jack opened his eyes slowly. The first thing he saw was the gray wall and the Vincent van Gogh painting on it. He tiredly tried to look around. He's moving so hard, he can't really see anything. He tried to smile when he saw Juka sitting next to him reading a book, but he wasn't even able to do it. "I didn't know you could read," he whispered. "I was just looking at his pictures," Juka said, squinting and slowly looking at Jack. He had found the first print of Moby Dick, written by Herman Melville, printed in New York in 1851. He slowly closed the book, left it on the table next to it, and stood up and stood at Jack's head. Jack looks around and said, "How long have I been sleeping?" Juka made a rough calculation from his head, said, "It's been about 2 weeks, how do you feel?" "Feeling like done something stupid," Jack said wearily, trying to smile again. "Where are we?" "Canada," Juka only said. Then he leaned his head to the side, bent his lips, and said, "Don't be so hard on yourself. Any idiot in your place would do the same." Jack squinted, Juka just smirked. "Why the hell would you do that?" "If we had jumped into the water with them, Beatrice would not have had a chance. Even I wasn't sure if I would survive in the water with so much solace," he whispered. Then he frowned. It wasn't normal, Juka didn't speak so clearly. When his throat hurt, He tried to put his hand on his throat. His left eye grew in terror when he saw the bronze-colored mechanical hand, and the monitor controlling his heartbeat suddenly went crazy. Every stupidity comes at a price. Juka grumbled, putting his hand on Jack's chest. Jack opened and closed his hand, and as he turned, he hissed, "What is this shit? You were so shattered that we couldn't save you by normal means," Juka said. On the monitor, when he saw Jack starting to calm down, he relaxed and grinned. That's why he loved Jack the most. The young man rarely lost control. "So," he said, continuing his sentence, "we've rebuilt you from scrap boiler parts." Jack's look at him was pretty angry, but Juka, ignoring it, winked at him and said, "I'll go get the doctor." As he left the room, Jack called, and Juka paused at the door. "What about them?" Jack asked. Juka turned his head halfway over his shoulder and said, "They're gone, Jack. The plane has taken off." Jack closed his eyes as Juka walked away. He had a relieved look on his face. Prisoners and Hopes. A young man who mopped the floor behind bars, like most men, grew a beard, combed his greasy hair, which began to grow, as if glued to the side. His thick glass bone glasses were broken at one point, and the broken part was wrapped in with white electric tape. His old coat was covered in patches and stains. As the mercenaries passed him, they spat on the floor. The young man nervously looked at them and carefully cleaned the spats on the floor. As the mercenaries walked away, "I told you, he is crazy," someone said, and then laughed, pointed out the lame and hunched young man and poked the other. The young man said to them, "I'm not crazy, okay? I'm just meticulous," in a choppy and resentful voice. The prisoners behind bars looked at him and shook their heads. The young man hurriedly looked at them, the ground and the mercenaries in hasty movements, and continued to wipe the ground. The mercenaries arrived at the cell at the end of the corridor where two guards were waiting. One of the guards removed the keys from his waist and opened the door. After the mercenaries, he looked at them and the unfortunate young woman sitting on the side where they were walking, and sighed. Her gaze was blank, her hair was cut short, irregularly with a machine. She was wearing an old coat, boots that were about to fall apart, and used, old pants. She had her hands in her armpits, swinging back and forth. Beatrice had moved for the third time in a month. Her new prison was converted from an apartment building. Iron bars were added to the windows, and the rooms were converted into cells for 5 or 6 people. From the old park bench where Beatrice sat, she saw Barrow Hill, where her house was located. Mercenaries wasn't raping her anymore. Because Beatrice wasn't resisting them, yelling or screaming. She closed her mind to everything mentally, which was killing all the joy for the guards. There were 3 other people in her cell, an elderly teacher, a middle-aged lawyer, and a phone repairman the same age as them. The common feature of all 3 was their opposition to Alan Howard, who had declared himself president. The lawyer and teacher were expected to be executed next week. A week or 2 later, the phone repairman was going to be hanged. Since Alan Howard took over, many buildings have been converted into prisons, and many people have been executed. As 2 mercenaries approached the iron-barred door, the lawyer and the teacher crept into their corners in fear. Both were as tortured as Beatrice. The phone repairman was a little braver. As he stood, he stared at the 2 men, clenching his fists. 2 mercenaries came in front of Beatrice. One of them bent down and waved with his gloved hand in front of the girl's eyes. Beatrice didn't even know about them, she kept swinging. The other mercenary threw his foot on the bank and put his elbow on his leg and leaned towards the woman. "Hey," he said. "We have forgot to tell you. Mr. Howard found your father, in your fancy house. When you were trying to save the world, they released him in Freedom Square. You know, he was running around like a mad dog. They finally shot him like any mad dog. But he screamed and cried a lot. Some incompetent shot him in the stomach. You know, then they don't die easily," he said. Beatrice kept rocking. The other mercenary laughed and said, "You should have said that earlier. That's already gone. If she doesn't smell like that, I think she can still be used." The soldier who threw his foot at the bank looked at the young woman and muttered, "You're really a pervert, Harrison." The other said, rolling his eyes, and headed for the exit of the cell. His friend followed him, laughing. Neither of them had noticed the tears flowing from Beatrice's eyes as they left the cell. As the mercenaries returned, they laughed, elbowing each other again when they saw the mopping boy that could only advance a few meters. As they passed the young man, one of the mercenaries knocked over the mop bucket. And then they walked away, winking at the young man. The young man looked at the spreading dirty water and threw the mat on the floor. As the mercenaries laughed, he went out to the balcony to get some air, exhausted. He pulled out hand-wrapped cigarettes from his coat. As the mercenaries walked away from the corridor, he looked after them and shook his head. Leaning against the balcony railing and holding a cigarette between his lips, "Life is shit." He snorted. The thin cable that came out of the collar of his old coat lay in his ear. A sizzling voice from the earpiece in his ear, "Excuse me?" Quillen said. Scratching his beard, Calcifer looked at the cigarette between his lips and said, "I forgot my damn lighter." "Did you find Beatrice?" "On the 4th floor, in the north wing, at the end of the corridor," Calcifer said, flexing his back as he had been hunched over all morning. "How is she?" "I think we're late," he grumbled. "Don't be ridiculous, she's family." "I was afraid you'd say that," Calcifer said, sighing and holding his cigarette between his fingers, standing up from where he was standing and tilting his neck. The more he did it, the more sounds came from his neck. Seeing the hunched cleaner, the guards looked at each other. They had just seen what had happened. Calcifer, who had approached the guards with a pure smile that he had rehearsed in the mirror for a long time, rubbing his foot as usual. Showing the cigarette between his fingers, he said, "Do you have fire?" he asked. One of the guards pulled a lighter out of his pocket. They both hung their AK-47s on their chests. Calcifer entered between them, held the hand that the man had extended, as if he were gently holding it, and turned slightly towards the burning lighter. The guard felt his wrist tighten like steel. As his wrist was pulled forward, Calcifer's elbow exploded in the man's face as the guard leaned forward. In an instant, Calcifer turned on his axis, not letting go of the wrist he was holding. As the guard, whose wrist was spinning, leaned forward, the young man's kick exploded in the diaphragm of the other. As the second guard collapsed forward, he made the man he was holding his arm bend further and pulled his bayonet behind his waist. Before the guard could do anything, his own bayonet was buried in his spinal cord. The other guard threw his hand at his pistol, but he collapsed backwards when a kick exploded in his face. Before he could get himself together, Calcifer ripped the bayonet out of its place, turned it in his hand in one move and threw it at the man. The hapless sentry fluttered on the floor with the bayonet embedded in his chest. As his movement slowed down, Calcifer took the guard's guns and keys, ignoring the prisoners who looked at him with enlarged eyes. Listening to him through his headphones, he told Quillen, "Bring the car." "I engaged," he said. Alan Howard sat at his desk, looking at incoming reports. "Give me a bourbon," he said to his housekeeper, who entered. His voice was pensive but harsh. The housekeeper first looked at his watch, and when he saw that it was morning, he raised his eyebrows and filled the bourbon in the crystal glass and presented it to Alan. Alan waved his hand and signaled to the man to went out. The man left the room with a half-smile on his face. He had placed the microphone under Alan Howard's desk, which had been given to him. If he had been caught, he would have been shot in front of a wall or shot in the neck on the side of a road. But it was worth it. He owed it to his own daughter. There are people in your life that you never value, those that you never see, those that you ignore, those that are invisible. These no ones actually form the greatest power. When you ignore the values they believe in, you encounter resistance from that power. The resistance you encounter is the power of a flood. Alan Howard was beginning to understand that right now. According to the reports, mercenaries raided a house in the Port neighborhood last night and detained 3 university students. But street residents objected. Eventually the controversy grew, and the mercenaries were forced to leave the students and flee because of items thrown from the windows. The mercenary district officer asked for permission to go back to that street in the morning and tear up the entire neighborhood. Alan took a big sip of bourbon from his glass and got up from his table, grumbling, "Idiots." He headed to his window, looking at the view of the island. This was his kingdom, and he would not give up his kingdom. The only problem is he hasn't figured out how to do it yet. He looked at the bazaar ahead. What was his name? Wimbledon Street? Yes, that was it. Wimbledon Street had been chosen by the council 5 years earlier as a street market. Two sides of the long, flat, wide street, close to the city center, the subway and the bus station, were filled with old, 3-4-story buildings. Gloria Johnson was 73 years old. He was selling surplus items in his house at his counter at the end of Wimbledon Street. Examining one of the blankets before buying it, the woman of her own age whispered to Mrs. Johnson, "You know, they smuggled her," as she straightened her large bone-framed glasses, after reading the "What if it was your daughter?" sentence on the wall behind the shop. Ms. Johnson curiously asked, "Which girl?" "Beatrice," said the bespectacled woman, looking around with suspicion and timidity, showing the graffiti behind Ms. Johnson. And Mrs. Johnson looked around and leaned over to the woman and said, "Really?" with joy. "Who done this?" "The resistance, of course," said the woman with glasses, talking as if she were talking about a secret that no one knows. For the first time since the invasion of the oil company, the resistance of the islands began to be referred to as this, with whispers and hope. Wishes and facts. New Kusi was the second of the Berghoff Islands. When Berghoff was the urbanized brother of the islands, New Kusi was like the sister who fed them. Fertile farmland had been the experimental site of the Department of Agriculture of the University of Washington. The main reason they can farm in greenhouses right now were because of these experiments. Carolyn was in a 2-story house in the town of Lafayette, which was New Kusi's central town with views of the ocean and Berghoff. Turning the wheels of her wheelchair, she said, "What's her condition, doctor?" The man in front of her was short. He was thin, his hair was falling out, the part that didn't was completely white. He was wearing sand-colored fabric pants and a sweater of the same color. His goatee beard was long and sparse. His round glasses were thick, and the eyes behind it were small. The man with a troubled attitude, after heating and wringing his hands in front of the fireplace, told his ex-lover's father is a dictator, his men raped her repeatedly, recorded it and spread it through the internet, tortured her with different methods, some of them I had for the first time. Her fingers are broken, her fingernails are pulled out. Her real lover blew himself up to save her life, her best friend tried to kill her, her father was shot in the square, and he looked at Carolyn. He had a daunted look on his face. Carolyn shook her head. "We've tried to save her before," she said, guessing what Dr. Volonsky was thinking. Volonsky sighed, shaking his head. "I recommend strong medication so that she doesn't commit suicide, Carolyn. Each of the events she had been through would create traumas that are difficult for a normal person to recover from." Carolyn raised one eyebrow and said, "Bullshit. She is a strong woman. I've seen those in Russia who have outcome worse," he said. Volonsky shrugged. "You asked, I told. Not everyone has the same mental power. Beatrice has it," Carolyn said sternly. Volonsky looked at her as an expert, in addition as a friend. The old woman had suffered great losses during this crisis. She had lost her grandson, her daughter, and her governing power on the islands had been taken away. Tired and angry, Volonsky couldn't expect a healthy observation and decision-making ability from Carolyn. Carolyn turned her chair and looked at the ocean. "It's been a month since Beatrice was smuggled from prison." The young woman was neither talking nor communicating in any other way, completely closed to herself. Carolyn knew Jack was the only one who could get her out of this. But Jack sacrificed himself for Beatrice. Carolyn thought no. He sacrificed himself because I ordered him to. The key to the doors that Beatrice closed was lost on the mainland behind the ocean. Carolyn clenched her fist. "Those drugs," she said through her teeth. "Can you write down their names?" Drugs. The dark, narrow corridor belonged to a pharmaceutical warehouse. 2 people stood guard at the entrance and exit. 1 or 2 people worked in the long shelf corridors. Jack reached to the shelf covered with ice and wiped the ice. He had a gas mask and a ski mask on his face. A Petzl brand LED lamp was lit on the beret on his head, illuminating the direction of his gaze with cold white light. The little name tag on the shelf lit by the white light said antibiotics. Jack pulled the shelf cover to himself with his right hand. The shelf was frozen, and when it didn't open, he pulled hard. This time, both the shelf was dismantled, and the chipboard exploded under the influence of excessive force. As the sound from the shelves echoed in the warehouse, Jack grumbled and looked at his right hand with his left eye. It's been about 6 months since the mechanical hand was attached. However, Jack still hadn't quite gotten used to his mechanical hand. He had a black leather band over his right eye, like in the old pirate movies. He turned towards the light from the end of the corridor. He raised his right hand to Juka, who came to check on him. "It's all right, my clumsiness," Juka said to his teammates over the internal radio, shaking his head from. Jack's been walking around with his prosthetics for almost a month, and he was bursting with boredom while the people around him were working. That's why he volunteered for this mission. Juka vouched for Jack so that Jack could join the group of Foundation warriors. Jack still hadn't gotten used to the presence of magic. He sighed softly, picked up the bags that had spilled on the floor and stuffed them into the duffel bag that he had brought with him. Places like drug depots, food and fuel depots were recent targets. Canada's weather conditions had almost reached polar conditions with the cataclysm. It had greatly reduced the number of soulless, but it was also difficult to live. The Turk had decided to fill the warehouses and protect them with magic. Jack, who was finished, joined the others. Most of them had bags full, but some came with empty bags. The plasmas burst because of the cold, grumbled the woman, named Stella. She used a mask covering her face. Masks were mandatory for those who went outside. Foundation members were protected from the virus. It was a gift from the Foundation's arduous and educational process. Students who reached puberty had protective magic symbols tattooed on their bodies. This has been the case since the Black Plague that scorched the Europe in Middle Ages. But just because they didn't get sick didn't mean they didn't carry the disease. So they used masks, went through strict checks at the entrance and exit. When the group got together and left the warehouse, there were 32 of them. Ice-covered buildings looked like strange ice giants in their empty, abandoned state. As the freezing winds roamed them, the gaps formed by broken windows buzzed, lamenting what had happened to their owners. Juka changed the internal radio channel on Jack's signal. "You were going to tell me about the magic thing," said Jack, who was still limping slightly. Juka was right in front of Jack. He carried a rifle as a guard, Jack a duffel bag as a carrier. "It all started before civilization," Juka said, checking his surroundings. "According to our written history, we came from another system. Our first colony was Atlantis." "Atlantis? The Atlantis as we know?" "Yes, that's Atlantis. The beginning of civilization, which remains above the sea thanks to magic. The first gate was there also," Juka said with frowned eyebrows. "What's a gate?" Jack asked curiously. "Tominder gates. Gates are the passages that serve to travel through space, even dimensions. Black holes that are controlled and harmless, at a level, but their main feature is to transfer magical energy from the dimension we first came to this dimension." "I don't understand. Couldn't you do magic in this world?" "Before the gates closed, magicians could cast spells with the power flowing through the gates. Pure, ready-to-use power they had. Of course, like every idiot who dominates power, after a while they became cruel and began to see themselves as gods. They named themselves as Zeus, Apollo, Ra. They enslaved others while they made those slaves to build giant temples and altars in their names. But something had happened on the other side, and the gates closed." Jack laughed. "And are these idiots locked here facing their slaves?" And Juka laughed and said, "That's exactly what happened. But cutting off the magic source did not completely cut off the sorcerer's power. Some freed themselves from the slaves who attacked them. But most of them died at the hands of the black men." "Black men?" Yes, a secret organization founded by those who want to take revenge on sorcerers. They're as old as the pyramids, and they can use magic. I don't understand? The crucial characteristics of black men are that they have equipped themselves with magic like their enemies. They couldn't handle a wizard any other way. Makes sense. And what happened to Atlantis? It was the power of magic that raised Atlantis from the waters. When the power of magic was cut off, Atlantis had buried in the waters. Juka said. Meanwhile they were approaching the castle. He turned and looked at Jack. The young man was getting more and more used to his prosthetics every day. He put a lot of effort into being able to move with them, he spent almost every minute for this. He'd be ready soon and he'd want to get on the road. The young man smiled afterwards. Actually, Juka wanted to go home, even though he didn't tell anyone. Emerald Dragon. One day, everyone goes back to where they belong, as they should be. His journey took a long time. Seas, rivers, valleys and mountains he passed by. Now he was alone, as he should have been. That he was going back home. He was tall, just like his mother, and with broad shoulders, like his father. Once upon a time he was cheerful, but then his own peers stole his joy. He's never been handsome, charming or sympathetic. And he didn't have a voice to make them listen to him when he spoke, even if he was mostly right in what he said. Despite the fact that people at school called him a loser, he never lost a fight he entered. His loneliness had upset him first, and then angered him. Being angry was already part of his nature. His father had told him the truth about himself a long time ago, and he wanted to prepare him for the curse in his blood. But he directed this anger correctly and took advantage of it. His curse had always kept him close to nature. It was Mother Nature's call to those like him. He was Mother Nature's child. For years he had done tracking, nature walks, Krav Maga and airsoft. All these choices have changed and strengthened him, but made him so lonely. His father also told him that this would happen. He was going to live alone until one day he found someone like himself. Or until he finds someone to accept his curse and love him with his curse. At the end of high school, he was in a car accident with his family and spent a month and a half in the hospital. Half his face was horribly burned, and his vocal cords were severely damaged. According to the doctors, it was a miracle that he lived, but he knew the truth. What kept him alive was his curse. Because he was still a minor, social services tried to put him in a dorm. But he just wanted to go home. He didn't know he was going to be involved in a big adventure when he ran away from the dorm at night. This adventure would take him far from home to Alaska. He worked at an oil station in Alaska for years. The only people who accepted him for who he was at the station. They had no interest in his appearance, his speech, or the scar on his face. Actually, they were never interested in him. That wanted exactly the same. There, far from civilization and everything, he was generally happy. He spent his holidays in the wilderness of Alaska. But no matter what he did, in the end, his eye always turned to the south, where his home was. Finally, when all this chaos began, he was on his way, just like the others. His journey was long and arduous, but so were his companions. Of the 40 oil workers, there were 11 left. The only reason was that the men left the group to go home. Neither the cold, nor the earthquakes, nor the solace could prevent them. They fought well and walked well. Eric Davenport, who was now watching 10 men walk away, raised his rifle in the air when the last man stopped and raised his rifle at him. That was the last time he saw them. Most of them insisted on him coming with them. In the south, it was hot, they would descend to the equator, find a habitable place. But Eric didn't want it. Was considering it for a long time. Life gave him every challenge it could give. There was no point in pushing any further. When the 10 men who left deep trails behind disappeared into the endless whiteness, Eric returned. From the sky again, the snow began to pour into large pieces. Snowflakes that descend round and round are poured by drawing helices all together in accordance to the wind, which begins with snowfall, and they were waltzing in the city by themselves. He wrapped his automatic rifle in fabric. In this cold, when the metal touched the skin, It glued the skin to itself, just like when it was hot. That would be the first thing the oil workers who went to Alaska learned. He had an assault vest over his long polar coat. His spare clips, flashlight, machete on his back and knife were on this vest. He lowered his thick wool ski mask after saying goodbye to his friends, and when it started snowing, he placed his glasses on his face. On one side of the long camper bag were his snowshoes, on the other side was a long sniper rifle. He tied his sled to the carbine at his waist with a climbing rope. His sled contained camping supplies, food and ammunition. Eric smiled after his mask as he arrived at the end of the road, where he calmly walked. From the toy store at the end of this street, his father always bought him model airplanes. When he got to the end of the street, he sighed when he saw the burnt toy store. As he continued to walk, he saw marks on the floor, one of which had come out of a bakery. There were a few packets of food around those tracks not far away. Other tracks followed the tracks centering the street by drawing arcs. Most had came from other shops, some from alleyways. Eric's seen a lot of this stuff where soulless people hunt. So he reached for his rifle, which he dangled next to his leg with. The wind blowing between the buildings created a hum that never stopped, as if unclaimed souls were wandering around. Under normal circumstances, Eric would dive into one of the alleyways and move through the alleyways until he found a safe way out of there. But now he was back home. He had an oil filter on the end of his rifle that he bought from a truck. He learned on YouTube how to make this filter a silencer, and a few months later he had the opportunity to try it firsthand with the Cataclysm. As he moved slowly, the wind intensified, the sounds of lamentations from buildings increased, and snowflakes rising from the ground began to form a layer of haze on the main street. Eric knew he had to hide now. Even the Arctic suit on him wouldn't protect him from the cold if the wind got stronger. But wasn't that Mrs. Mildred's bookstore? Next to it was Jan Kloss's coffee shop. As Eric was moving forward, he heard that strange sound in the wind. His eyes were squinted, he succumbed to his reflexes and turned his head to the side to hear better without even realizing it. Yeah, he knew that voice, his eyes grew. He quickly opened the carbine at his waist and started running, leaving his sled behind. The young man, that slowed down when he saw a large yellow body within his limited sight through the thick tulle curtain formed by snow, opened the safety of his rifle. The wind had slowed down, and the familiar density of the snow, which softened the sounds, had decreased. So that voice, echoing in the empty buildings on the street, began to be heard again, the cry of a baby. About 20 soulless had surrounded the vehicle. It was written Bennington Secondary School on the yellow bus. They were trying to get into the school bus, that's windows and doors were protected by cross wires. Inside the bus was a group almost as crowded as the soulless, consisting of 3 adults and the rest of the children. Eric was more interested in the guy who got on top of the cab that the bus crashed and controlling the soulless. His hair had fallen out, he was big soulless man, he had a big scar on his face. He gave orders to the men and women in front of him with his hands and strange screams, and they attacked the doors or windows on the orders of this strange man. He was dressed in a long, thick, fur coat with a collar, hanging a red fire axe with a belt on his back. When Eric began this journey, he encountered a French-speaking Native American. This man he met before the Cataclysm on holidays had taught her how to use a bow and arrow. The same man said he had seen someone rule the soulless in one of the towns seized by the disease, and his people called them Soul Tempter. That's why Eric's first goal was Soul Tempter. As the bald man pointed out the bus window to the crowd, he heard a muffled hiss and a metallic sound. At the same time, something hard hit him in the back of the head, and the images became blurred. He was falling forward as everything went dark. Eric wasn't a killer or a professional soldier. He only endured this situation because it was mandatory. When he got home, all he would do was open the aged whiskey in his father's old wooden closet, run his mother's gramophone, and put a bullet in the head after watching The View for a while through the glass. So he had no fear of death. This young man, who had already committed suicide, was not afraid of God or his wrath. Because he had seen children, babies who had been killed, frozen, sick and eaten. No conscience he knew would allow it. So there was no God, and if he existed and if he could take the gun he used with him when he died, he would devote a few bullets to God. Eric began to walk at a calm pace. As he learned at airsoft, he has shouldered his rifle and stooped. As he walked, his knees were bended so that the concussion of his gait would not affect his rifle. After seeing each target properly, he pressed the trigger once. He hit every target in the head and started it from the solace at the back of the group. Continued to shoot, walking towards them until the last 6 solace spotted him. Finally, 2 of the solace, who turned towards him, began to scream with a strange sound, looking at their master's body in the snow. The rest ran straight at Eric. Only then did Eric Davenport realize he had made a mistake. The young man was too close to his enemy. He shot the first man running at him with 2 bullets in the head and the other woman with 3 bullets in the chest. But it was the third one that caught the barrel of his rifle. Eric was not experienced on the battlefield, but he trained himself well, if not for these days. He opened the clasp of the chest strap, quickly slipped into the crosswise and smashed the face of the man with butt of the rifle who grabbed the barrel of his rifle. At this point, the fourth caught him. He was a young, strong man who ripped him from where he was and rolled him back. As he rolled on his soft snow, Eric put his right elbow under the man's chin and throat to avoid being bitten. Eric's left hand exploded in the man's face as the young man, fluttering with brutal force and ambition, pulled him towards himself. Hitting the man again with the palm of his hand, Eric pushed his elbow forward and took the soulless head under his right armpit in a circular motion, pulled the knife from the left strap of his bag with his left hand, and repeatedly buried and removed the knife in the soulless ribs and kidneys on the right side. The 2 soulless ones who were left behind began to run towards him. Eric placed his right knee in the stomach of the man he stabbed and lifted him up, and threw him completely back with his left foot. As soon as he got rid of the guy, he pulled a gun out of his chest and fired 3 shots into the faces of 2 soulless men who were only 2 yards away. As the gunfire echoed in the buildings, both men knocked to the ground, at Eric's feet. Eric quickly got up. As he put his pistol and knife back and replaced the almost empty clip of his rifle, he began to look for a spot suitable for a combat. He made the biggest mistake he could make, shooting inside the city. He quickly climbed onto the taxi that Soul Tempter had stood on and knelt down and began to wait for what was to come. He turned to the bus and put his index finger in his gloved hand where his lips should be, signaling that they should be quiet. There was a little movement inside the bus. The sound of the baby was no longer coming. The footsteps of people running in the snow began to be heard. Eric thought, "Here we go." He was looking out from the window on the 3rd floor of the Turk's castle. The big guy was wearing a black-throated sweater. He had a leather underarm holster on his sweater. The holster had a gun at the left side and spare clips at its right side. He had white snow camouflage pants and boots underneath. 2 long knives were worn on the wrist of his boot and on the back of his waist. In his left ear, he could see an earpiece coming from the walkie-talkie behind his waist. All morning, they were calculating how much their growing population, along with newly arrived asylum seekers, would affect their existing storage capacity. Their situation was not very pleasant, but still no one, including himself, wanted to close the doors to those who came. Turk's room was a large hall. At the end of the hall there was a table, several seats and a sofa. The room was heated very little. This was the Turk's wish, to save energy, and he did not like the heat very much. In the seat in front of the table on the back cross, Otto sat in a relaxed manner. On the coffee table in front of him, the coffee that Otto wanted was steaming, while the old man calmly reads the book in his hand. Turk sighed when he saw it starting to snow. As he returned to his desk, he said, "So the foundation building in New York has been completely emptied?" he asked. As Otto closed the book and put it on the table, "Both of them." He said in response, "The bomb that went off in New York was radioactive. The children there could have prevented the soulless without any problem, but radioactivity is a completely different issue." Turk nodded and sat in his chair, his old desk and chair creaking with his weight. "So how did you evacuate?" he asked. "Jack's grandmother, whom we operated on, is kind of the queen of the Berghoff Islands," Otto said, sipping his coffee. "In a submarine owned by her, the pupils in the foundation buildings and the gate there were transported to the islands." "Is that why Jack Winter was treated?" he asked. Otto said with a smile, "Isn't that the first possibility that comes to mind?" "No. Unfortunately, Carolyn doesn't even know Jack's alive. Jack's a good boy. He deserves to be saved many times for what he's done so far. But the main reason he is saved is because the world needs him in the future. You and your damn prophecies, grumbled Turk, shaking his head. When Otto raised his eyebrows innocently and said, "Not mine, the prophecies of the oracles." Turk's radio worked. Turk has put his hand on his ear, whether he wants to or not, and his thick brows frowned. "Speaking of the oracle," grumbled the frowned man, addressing Otto. "Gloria went out of the castle, Bran was after her," he said. Otto straightened up with frowned eyebrows for the first time in a long time. "Find her now," he said, sternly. Bran Thomas Wilford was a tall, well-built young man. He continued to run in the snow in a hurry as the cold burned his face. He had a coat, a Kevlar assault vest and a rifle that he quickly grabbed. He was already away from the castle when it started snowing. He was trying to catch up with Gloria, who he could see about a block away. The thin, athletic woman's body in white snow camouflages was appearing and disappearing in the gray-white city. Gloria fell into the snow for once, but before she knew it, she got up and kept running. The white-skinned girl's black lips were thick and shaped, her little nose was shaped and smooth. Her pupils were blue, in her darkened and dimpled eyes, that were almost disappeared under the dense eyelashes. She's been seeing, hearing and feeling the same things lately. The young woman, who could no longer tolerate this, threw herself out of the first floor semi-unconscious and started running after falling on a car. All she wanted was to save the Emerald Dragon. Gloria James, like Alexandra, had a natural gift. But unfortunately, while Alexandra had completely mastered these abilities, Gloria had become a body completely possessed by these abilities. For those at the castle, Gloria James was a predictor who described the future in parts with vague definitions. No matter how absurd, crazy, or hard to understand, the young woman's prophecies were coming true. So Turk gave Bran Thomas Wilford the task of protecting her. Bran would be his shadow. He was going to sleep with her, get up with her, eat with her, read with her. Bran was Gloria's guardian, and Gloria was running down the street like a madman. As Bran was putting on his coat, the wind started to come out. All Bran was praying for at the time was that Gloria was wearing her coat. Of course, he knew how hard it would be to see her when it started snowing, but he planned to catch her until that happened. As the young man put on his Kevlar vest, he quickly realized that the vest he had bought was not his, and cursed. Because the owner of the vest used an MP5 as a weapon, and all the equipment and ammunition on the vest was for this weapon. So Bran had only as much ammunition as the M4 infantry rifle clip could hold. And the owner of the vest took his radio with him. So Bran's damn radio was on the vest hanger in the castle. The young man thought, it can't be that bad. All I have to do is to catch this chick and take her back to the castle. He heard 6 shots echoing between the buildings, and he choked loudly. Juka stopped when he saw the group leader walking ahead raising his fist. He didn't understand what was going on. At that point he realized that his friend in front was showing him the internal radio. He swore because he was using the radio to talk to Jack. When he changed the radio line to the common line, he heard the leader's speech. Gloria and Bran have left castle. Half of the group will advance to find them. The other half will return to the castle with drugs. The first and the second guardian teams with me, team 3 and 4th with bearers. Jack was going to object to that and join the Seekers, but suddenly looked at his right hand and shut up. He still couldn't control his hand the way he wanted. In such cases, he would only be a burden to the search and rescue team. Juka must have understood what he was thinking, putting his hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "See you at the castle." Jack just nodded. At this point, between the buildings, somewhere fairly close, 6 shots were fired. The streets were not too crowded. In fact, Canadians did not take the events that began in America very seriously. The images they saw on the news were not the kind of events that could be believed. Canadians, who thought they were faced with some Orson Welles type advertising, tried to leave the cities through the ring roads when the pandemic reached them. So there were very few cars left in the city. Bran jumped onto a sedan in the middle of the road in front of him, sliding over it and crossing the vehicle. He closed the gap quite a bit. Although he called out to Gloria many times, she didn't seem to mind him at all. Brain had seen her become this way before. Gloria was in control of the images that captured her, moving in a kind of trance, or deep concentration. Most of what she saw were critically important visions. The more important her visions, the more effective and harsh this trance state was. But it was the first time she had seen something so long and effective. As they approached the square, Brain heard screams. They came from people, but they weren't human. Chris, that sounded as if someone who had never shouted before had discovered shouting echoed in buildings with broken windows. Bran saw the shadows watching them, but he didn't have time to stop and shoot, and he didn't have that much ammunition. When he turned a corner after Gloria, he saw the yellow school bus. It was surrounded by soulless people. The soulless who were circling the bus, which had crashed into a taxi just in front of it, were attacking the man on the taxi. The man, covered in blood and snow camouflage, killed everything he could see with his cloth-wrapped silenced rifle in his hand. Finally, when the clip of his rifle ran out, he shook the rifle and threw the clip and installed the new clip. Meanwhile, most of the soulless were catching up. At that moment, Bran was caught between supporting the man and reaching out and catching Gloria, whom he almost caught. It was the speed of the ski mask-wearing man at changing the clip on the taxi that helped him to make the choice. He did it so fast and natural that Bran realized that this guy didn't really need any help. In one move, he grabbed Gloria by the shoulder, and everything went wrong. Someone shouldered him from his back, Gloria and the young man rolled to the ground. Bran kneed to the soulless who climbed on him. A soulless had emerged from behind bus, ran towards the Bran. Bran raised his rifle like a pistol and fired 3 shots. As the man was shot in the chest and shoulder and rolled to the ground, another one came out behind him. He was also shot in the stomach and chest, while Bran's entire nervous system was stretched by a sudden shock. When he looked back, he saw a soulless man stab a long piece of glass in his leg. He put his M4 in his face and pulled the trigger one after the other. He saw Gloria behind as the soulless fell to the ground. There were 3 soulless on her. One bit her leg, another bit her hand, and the other bit her throat. Bran crawled towards Gloria, shouting in anger and shooting all 3 men. Bullets flying over him knocked down the soulless around him. The guy at the top of the cab took them under his protection. But this would not last. Bran reached next to the girl, whose face and chest were covered in blood. She was still in that deep trance. "Save the Emerald Dragon," she said hysterically, with eyes that didn't quite see Bran. "Save the dragon. Save the world." As she spoke, blood was scattered from her throat and mouth. Bran barely knew what she was saying. As her gaze became dull, someone pulled her out and ripped her off from the last thing she loved. He screamed as much as he could before the soulless swooped on him. So no one left that knew Gloria's last prophecy. Eric pressed the clip button again and shrugged off his gun. As his clip fell, he looked sadly at the soulless, who surrounded on the duo coming out of the corner. He clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles began to ache. He ignored the woman who climbed on top of the car as he put on his new clip. He set up his gun and bent down to get rid of the woman who leapt at him. The woman lost her balance because of the tall man leaning in front of her and rolled to the other side of the car. Eric continued to shoot other soulless who came at him. They almost looked like they were coming out of every building on the street. Eric had created a large circle of death within the area he could see. But the attackers seemed to have no end. There were 2 bumps of bodies on either side of the bus. Another soulless man who climbed this mound threw the pick in his hand at Eric. Eric was buried in combat concentration, and greeted the incoming pickaxe circling in the air with his rifle. There was a metallic ringing and sparks. In response, he fired 2 shots at the head of the man who was running towards him. At the same time, the taxi was shaken. Footsteps came from the cab. Eric turned around and shot the woman in the face, who attacked him with a large meat knife. At that moment, he pulled back hard. He didn't see the soulless reaching him from the other side. He hit the rear of the car hard and tumbled from the car to the ground. His backpack made it easier for him to flip, mostly protecting him. The soulless that had knocked him down jumped onto him from the top of a car. In response, Eric used his legs, yawning slightly and throwing them over the car on the other side. Now the time had come. Eric got to that place inside him. The secret, hidden, quiet and dark place his father taught him. He drew his pistol at the same time as he was about to release the monster inside, where the monster inside was waiting. Another Solus was running to him. A bullet, which was buzzing furiously in the air, grabbed him in the head. Eric quickly closed the door where his monster was imprisoned as the Solus hit the ground, which had already died before he fell. Gunfire covered the square. A group of 12 people from the street at the back of the bus began to secure the perimeter around the bus. Eric, like himself, looked at the military-armed team in snow camouflage and let go of the breath he held. The steam coming out of its mouth formed a long tiny cloud. Juka was looking at 10 children and 2 kindergarten teachers who got out of the bus in surprise. They were all scared to death. Women appeared to be in their late 20s at most. Women dressed in winter clothes and layers filled the back of the bus like a warehouse. The man who saved them quietly turned back and pulled his sleigh, which he had left on the road. As he put his unloaded clips on his sled, he placed the loaded ones in the empty vest pockets after hitting them to the edge of the sled and breaking the ice inside. "We owe you our lives, thank you very much," one of the women muttered, turning to her and lowering her forehead scarf. Then, looking at the bodies of Bran and Gloria in the corner, she said, "I'm so sorry about your friends." She was a red-haired, white-skinned woman. Eric had never seen such dark blue eyes before. He looked at the face covered in freckles, lifted his ski mask, shook his head. "I don't know them," he said in a muffled voice behind the ski mask. "They were with us," Juka said. While studying Eric Juka, he said, Eric Davenport." Eric said, "We have a sheltered castle and hot soup," Juka said, pointing to the back, seeing the man covered in blood and added, "and hot water." Eric also took down his ski mask. He expected others to be afraid, at least disgusted, when they saw his wounded and partially terrible face. Actually, he wanted it. So he could put them in the same bag as other people, hate them, despise them. So he could turn his back on them and continue his final journey. He was very used to it. He hated this world, he really hated this world in its old and new form, and he cared about them. He was really dangerous for every living thing around him. But he realized that neither Juka nor the red-haired girl were startled. It both comforted and bothered him. He could hear the monster inside him, in his dark prison, spinning with his shackles, pacing nervously, hearing his footsteps and chains. Even though he had nodded. The young woman smiled and held out her hand and said, "Jade von Drock." Eric smiled for the first time in a long time, holding the hand that was small even inside a glove. The boys, who were advancing with the search and rescue team, were quiet. Eric was walking with Jade in the middle of the group. Jade was briefly telling her stories in a soft and quiet voice. They also came from the north. The teachers who stayed in their schools in the harshest days of the cataclysm did not leave the orphans, that were younger than 7, behind. It had not yet begun to snow when they decided to go south with them. When it started snowing, everything became difficult. Jade and her friend Victoria had trouble finding supplies for the children. Jade was out in the shops looking for milk powder for the baby when their bus eventually crashed into the missing taxi. "What about you?" Jade said, to broke Eric's reticence. "I was just coming home," the young warrior said, looking at a long apartment block that was crossed by the road he was walking. "How lucky we are then," Jade said, smiling and entering Eric's arm. "I think I'm luckier," Eric muttered, looking at a curl of copper hair that escaped from the young woman's wool, pink and blue beret. In the strange cycle of life, there is a special place for everyone. A suitable place for a nut, a wheel or a winder within the gears of the clock. And one day everyone will find where they belong. Sometimes they realize. Sometimes they don't. Eric doesn't know if he found where he belonged. As he and Jade disappeared under the intensifying snowfall, another missing piece had settled in place. Author's note, Von Drock, dragon in Dutch. Tempting promises. The library hall was almost the total size of a few large houses. Frequently placed shelves divided the hall into equal rows. Inside the dark gray shelves were thousands of books. Long tables were placed vertically to the shelves to comfortably read these books. At these tables sat many of the asylum seekers, some of the castle staff. They were reading quietly and taking notes about what they were reading. Turk looked at Otto. The man in the white suit was sitting in the old and comfortable chair in front of the window of the library hall. The old man, who had been resident at the castle since he brought in Jack Winter, his man had brought these two old television seats. Between the seats stood an old coffee table. The square and large windows of the library hall dominated the gray and white view of the city. Otto, looking outside through the frozen windows, pulled his old, large, silver shackle watch out of his vest pocket and pressed the button that opened the lid and checked the time. Whatever he was waiting for, the time still hadn't come, so he raised his eyebrows and shook his head, closed the lid of the watch and put it in his pocket. Although there were many people in the library, there was almost no sound. Turk, who was watching Otto, leaned his elbows against the seat and joined his fingers in front of his face and kept to watch Otto. Otto had prepared something, a kind of game. He called it pool. His goal was obvious, to put the ball in the hole. But his bat and balls were quite different. He told Turk what he was going to do and what he was doing, but his whole plan was beyond the big man's understanding. He still had to understand. He had to be able to run the castle, and in it he had to learn the pool. Otto sighed and smiled at Turk and got up from his seat. Leaned on his cane, he pointed at the Turk to follow him as he walked towards the exit of the library. As the Turk watched him, "Why don't we use magic?" he asked. "We can easily influence the thoughts of non-wizards." "You can only change the thoughts of those whose will is weak, or those who don't realize it, my child," Otto von Lonsenrader said. "Sometimes this does not happen, sometimes people are strong-willed than they appeared, or they carry magical items to prevent this. At the same time, the thought-changing spells you do make those around you doubt you, trust you less. And sometimes the touch of magic is noticed." "Will this go unnoticed?" he asked as the burly man joined his hands behind his back. "We will not use magic," Otto said, shaking his head. Otto's first target was Larry Humbert. The burly, overweight technician was one of the castle guests. He was always in the cafeteria before noon and in the afternoon. For the rest of his time, he was assisting the castle staff. Otto has been stopping by the cafeteria every afternoon for a week, drinking a cup of coffee, talking to the staff there about the past good days. Of course, Larry was among those he talked to. The middle-aged technician was raised by his mother. Learning of this, Otto squinted. There was a movie that Cher played in 1985. Called The Mask. Did you watch it? He asked. Speaking of the film, Otto had fueled Larry's curiosity and maternal longing and left the subject there. Before noon, Turk and Otto entered the cafeteria. The cafeteria was livened up with strips drawn in vivid colors and paintings on the white walls. It had a design dating from 1960. Color choices were always warm. The oval tables were red, the seats orange. The big screen TVs on the wall were off. It only opened in the afternoons. It looked like they were going to sit at a table and talk, and Otto suddenly stopped and turned to Larry, who was sitting in the corner and sipping his coffee, and said, "Oh, young man. Look, I had a DVD of the movie we talked about yesterday," he said, giving Larry Humbert DVD box he pulled out of his jacket. Then he looked at his watch and said, "But I think you can only watch it in the afternoon," and returned to the table where Turk was waiting for him. Turk was curiously watching Otto and his game. Their next target was the refectory. The refectory was the same size as the library. The huge space was divided into a kitchen and a refectory. Normally the castle was designed for its own staff. However, when the number of asylum seekers was almost as high as the number of staff, 2 services were started in the mess hall. The huge area illuminated by the LED lights was cream and white. There were sterile and sound-absorbing coatings on the walls. So the buzzing of the general crowd was losing its power. Victoria was a tall, dark, wheat-skinned woman. The young woman sat in the mess hall with one of the Turk's warriors. Otto had been eating at their table for almost a week. Victoria and Jade formed a class of several children who took refuge in the castle together with the students they rescued. They alternated going to lunch. This time Jade was on duty. Otto looked at Jade, who was behind Victoria. After making sure that Victoria was looking at him, "Victoria, honey, can I ask you something?" said the old, with a lovely voice. Without waiting for Victoria to say anything, he asked, "Jade is your roommate, isn't she?" Victoria nodded, then Otto said with a face showing that he would tolerate whatever her answer was, "So are you fighting or something? I may have seen it wrong, but she seemed angry at you for a moment," he said. After giving Victoria the opportunity to look over her shoulder, he said, "Roommates are like the wife you married. If you don't fix the problems immediately, tomorrow they will come in giant waves." With a smile. "The last time a friend of mine looked at me like that, she had a big problem with her boyfriend. Pity. I still feel sad. She ignored all our advice to be with that boy. And then she realized he was a psychopath, but she couldn't tell any of us." He raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Victoria looked at Jade again, this time earnestly. Then she got up from the table, sincerely thanking Otto. The soldier who was about to pick her up was pretty upset. "I admire you the most, young man," Otto said as he sipped his coffee on his meal. "Your name is Taylor, right?" The tall, big, blond guy looks at Otto and said, "Yes, that's my name, but why?" As Otto sipped his coffee, pointing at Victoria and Jade with his head, "Victoria told me recently about this friend of Jade's. The one with half his face," he said, showing his own face. "That guy was hanging out with Jade and Victoria. And Victoria didn't know how to tell Jade," he said, and interrupted the subject. "But I really appreciate your patience and maturity in this," he said, getting up from the table after being confident in the impact of his words on the young man. Turk raised his eyebrows and drank his water before following Otto. Turk knew Taylor well. If the gods were not with Eric, the young man with Scarface, Eric would not see the morning. Turk left the dining room right after Otto. When he caught up with the old man, Otto, without looking at him, said, "We'll leave it to its natural flow. Meet me at 213C at 9 p.m. I'll read some books until then." As he walked away with his cane to the elevator, Turk watched Otto. The old man had ruined someone's life in half an hour, but why did he do it? He was wondering what he had to do with Eric Davenport. Eric was on his way to his room on the second floor. He rubbed his temple to soothe his aching head. It was a very strange day, in the cafeteria in the afternoon. He had watched an old movie from the 1980s. It was about the last days of a teenager with an ever-growing skull. People's approach to the teenager reminded Eric of himself, and he had a heartfelt connection to the film. At dinner, Jade treated him cold. Victoria looked almost hostile. Eric shook his head. Maybe it was a big mistake to come to the castle. People were looking at his face no matter what, and they saw a monster, or maybe he just needed sleep. A good sleep would fix everything. A sudden blow ripped Eric out of where he was and he hit the wall next door. Next to him was a black and white photo of New York skyscrapers. Eric's shoulder shattered this photo. Taylor, who had thrown him against the wall with a shoulder blow, punched the young man's kidneys hard before Eric landed on the ground. The young man, growling in pain, fell to his knees. Taylor wasn't the type to leave him like that. He hit with his knee to crush Eric's head. But he knew little about Eric. The young man, who quickly pulled his head back, put his fist in Taylor's balls as Taylor's knee passing in front of his face. As Taylor jumped in place, Eric quickly got up and threw him back into the hallway where Taylor ambushed Eric. At this time, Turk, who turned the corner looking at his watch, swore, "Hey!" he roared. Running between the two men, Turk said, "Break it up, you idiots." Then Taylor reached out his finger to him, "Stay away from the girls, freak. They don't want to talk to you. Do you get it?" he was screaming. Eric looked in disgust at Taylor and at the other people who got out from their rooms because of the noise, and began walking in the opposite direction of his room. Turk would not tolerate such things. "Go to my room and wait there for your punishment," he hissed through his teeth. looking over his shoulder at Taylor. He then cast a cold look to those in the corridor that made them immediately return to their rooms. He suddenly frowned as he looked at the glass shards on the floor. He remembered why he was here and raised his head. On the door in front of him was written 213C. Unable to believe what he had seen, he knocked on the door and walked in. Otto, sitting in the seat inside, left the book in his hand on the desk and looked at Turk with a vague smile. Squinting, Turk asked, "Now what?" Otto shrugged. "Eric will be angry with those who are here, and he will go after whatever he is doing before he comes here." Turk thought about all this and shook his head. Indeed, this would be the case. He was sure that the guards would notice in the morning that the young man was gone. But why? Otto bent his lip and poured tea from the teapot on his desk, said, "Because of need, of course, my dear young friend. I need a warrior like him. I need warriors in rage, warriors that will not hesitate, warrior that will not look back on the missions I am going to give them." "You're really terrible," Turk said, looking behind the walls as if he could see Eric, who was still walking away. Otto pulled his shackled watch out of his vest. "Finally," he muttered, looking at the clock and smiling gladly. Then he got up from his seat and walked towards Turk and said, "No. I'm not terrible, I'm experienced. The terrible ones haven't come yet. If we fail in our mission, then you will see what is terrible." Otto was walking towards a skyscraper near the castle. His coat was the length of a cape. A hoodie was draped over his head, holding his cane as usual. The cold didn't seem to affect him. The snowflakes that occasionally hit him unleashed a magenta surge of energy around the man. By midnight, the air temperature had dropped below -20 degrees Fahrenheit. Despite this, the uncanny movements of the soulless began to appear through the dark shadows of the buildings. Otto ignored them, not even looking at them as he raised his cane like a scepter towards the soulless running towards him from the streets between the buildings. As he continued to walk, lightning whips not thick than a finger wandered around the chests of the soulless and turned them into smoking shadows. Otto looked at the upper floors of the building he was standing in front of and squinted his eyes. The snowfall should have hidden the upper floors of the apartment from view, but whatever Otto saw there, he squinted his eyes. The entrance to the apartment was hit by a bus. The bus had completely blocked the entrance, smashed some of the walls. Otto raised his left hand and, with a simple hand gesture, pulled back the bus from the main entrance of the building. Shattered parts of the walls collapsed as the collapsing sound echoed in several surrounding buildings. The old man gradually walked into the dark entrance of this apartment building. The silvery light that shattered the darkness came from Otto's staff. If the door at the end of the corridor where he was going was not broken, it would have looked as if the cataclysm had never happened to this apartment. When Otto arrived at the broken door, he blew on his staff like a candle, and the silver had slowly lost its ability to give light. After waiting for his eyes to get used to the dim light, he entered the house. It was a simple house with simple furnitures. Photos of the host family hung on the wall at the entrance to the house. The old man, who took the frame from the wall, looked at the photo inside the frame as he walked down the hallway. This wasn't a picture of Eric and his family. The house should have changed owners over the years. He saw Eric in the hall, sitting backwards on a chair he pulled in front of the main facade, covered in floor-to-ceiling glass. He had his arms against the back of the chair. He had a backpack on one leg and a rifle on the other. He had a half-finished bottle of whiskey in his hand, which he held by the throat, and a gun on the bag. "It's going to sound strange to you, but that's how it was in my day," the old man said, leaving the frame in his hand on the table that he got next to. "People will always judge you by your looks," he said. "And they don't even know who you really are." Eric had heard the old man long before he came to his house. He had smelled it before. After taking a big sip by lifting a bottle of whiskey over his head, he asked, "Why are you here, old man?" His breath hit the glass in long tiny clouds, and briefly misted the glass that its edges frosted. "Because I saw what you could do," Otto said as he approached him. "And," he added, "I know what you can do." "I walked away," Eric said, laughing briefly with a sarcastic expression. "Before that, we're on the bus." Eric raises his eyebrows and looks at his bottle and said, "Oh, I'm here now. Would that change if I put you back in front of that bus again? If you knew they'd exclude you, would you leave those people on that bus to the soulless? He asked, softly. Eric frowned and said over his shoulder, You know the answer. I'm just an idiot. He said with an angry grunt. No, Eric Davenport, you look like a monster, but you're not a monster. Don't bet on that. What do you want from me? Otto pointed his finger to Lake Ontario. When Eric turned his gaze to the lake, first his eyes squinted, then his eyelids gradually grew. He dropped the bottle of whiskey in his hand, but the young man didn't even care. In shock, he pulled his sniper binoculars out of his bag next to him with his almost trembling hands and looked at the silhouette above the lake. This, he whispered. He knew what he was seeing, but he couldn't believe it. It's a dragon, said Otto, who came to Eric's side, looking at the black silhouette of the dragon passing over Lake Ontario. It's one of hundreds. The first of the dragons that found the gate. If we don't stop them, the soulless, and the long winter will be the least of our problems, Eric Davenport. Now you can end your life here. By the beautiful dreams of your father and mother, and undoubtedly by betraying their every belief. Or you can come with me, he said, walking toward the broken door of the house. A few steps later, he stopped, turned his head to look back over his shoulder, and said, Don't get me wrong. I'm not promising you life. I just promise a death that has a meaning. That was the real reason Eric got out of the coach. Golden Throne. A few months ago. The snowfall began to increase, and the aircraft's tremors were strangely reduced. It was still deadly cold. They had to yell at each other if they needed to talk. To warm up Beatrice, Alexandra had taken off her clothes and dressed her in spare clothes. She took her under the same blanket as her, patted her back, legs, and tried to warm her up. The young woman didn't seem to notice it. Her eyes and lips were swollen, and her cheekbone was bruised. Her face was pale, her eyes dimpled, her lips blackened, her hair frozen in the plain. Watching them from afar, Tina had a wild rage in her eyes. Walrus was wrapping the young woman's hand. Alexandra shot her in the hand before Tina could swing the knife down. Tina's pupils shrank in pain when Walrus pulled the last knot hard. When she looked angrily at the walrus, as trying to pull her badly hurt hand back, she saw the anger on the usually expressionless face of Walrus. If you act like that again, I'll pull the trigger and I won't aim at your hand, Walrus said. Tina is stunned, but if it wasn't for her, Jack would. Walrus grabbed Tina's hand and shook her, and the young woman's mouth opened in pain, but she couldn't scream. Walrus was back to expressionless again. Jack was a wolf, and if he had to die, then he dies. He didn't do it for you or that idiot over there. Now, thanks to his sacrifice, we are getting treatment and hope back. Thanks to Jack and Juka, someone's mother and father, son or sister will survive. If you risk it for stupid jealousy or revenge. After he said, he let go of Tina's hand. Tina held her wounded hand, which was again covered in blood, with her other hand. Walrus shook his head and passed aside to check on Nausicaa. The young woman had a large bandage on her face. She was lying unconscious with a serum injected to her arm. Calcifer looked at the old seaplane's radio with frowned eyebrows and pressed the internal radio button on his neck. I think something's wrong, he shouted. The fuselage of the aircraft was made as thin as possible to be light. They were lost in the noise of two giant propeller engines. Calcifer was very happy with that. All he understood from what Beatrice said was that Jack instilled the alpha sample in her and then blew up the hull with him inside. He understood why he did it. The limit of pain that the soulless could endure was much higher than themselves. They were acting by instincts like natural-born predators. So Jack and Beatrice could have caught by them in the water before they got to the plane. That's why Jack needed to buy time. Even so. That was Jack. Howl. A brother, a friend, a comrade, a confidant and a wolf. He shouldn't have died like this, it shouldn't ended like this. Calcifer was suddenly flinched, recognizing the dark shapes that appeared in the gray. They came to the islands. As he slowly reduced engine power, he suddenly saw the tiny glow on his left side. The young man curses and suddenly tilts the plane to the right, shouting, "Missile!" He shouted. Everyone was thrown to one side by the sudden turn of the plane. When a mechanical scream came through the increasing noise of the aircraft engine, Walru understood what was going on. Swearing, he put on a life jacket on Nausicaa, shouted, "Get ready for the impact." But there was a big bang before the last echo of his voice disappeared. The last thing Tina remembered was falling into the icy ocean. She was in the basement of an old house with a yellow wall painted when the lights and sounds came back. A stove next to her was burning with all its might, continuing as it had done since the day of the ancient war with the cold. She could hear someone talking, except for the muffled noise of the stove. Its hot reddened pipes reached the chimney. Carolyn's voice said, "What about the professor? Professor Stefan Selensky?" "He was killed," Nausicaa said wearily. "Saw that?" Carolyn asked. "No, ma'am," Nausicaa said in a single straight tone. "Beatrice?" Carolyn said. "She was taken by Boots." "Ours or them?" "They." "Others?" "Of those rescued from Medican Incorporated, 2 died and 1 was captured. We have 1. Alexandra is missing, others are ready to act," she said and then paused, Carolyn realizing that the young woman wanted to ask something. "What?" she said. "Well, ma'am, what's going on? Why are we shot?" After Carolyn stopped and thought, "Here, the islands, will be the golden throne of civilization." And now the struggle to sit on the throne began. Tina didn't listen to any more. She had got rid of Beatrice. It was important, that's all. Her lips slowly curled as her hand throbbed. Wishing whoever dropped them would make Beatrice suffer, and fall to sleep. A few months later. The red-haired man, ignoring her dull gaze, put Beatrice's blood from her arm into a glass tube. He was one of the scientists of the Medican Incorporated who survived. He lost his right eye when the plane was shot down. There was a white band on that side of his bone glasses. Waiting by the wheelchair where Beatrice was sitting, Tina bit her lower lip and asked, "Is she going to be okay?" She had a narrow, black, leather glove on her right hand that was shot by Alexandra. She was wearing black leather pants, black-heeled boots and a black leather coat. A black turtleneck sweater wrapped her up to her chin. "I don't know," the man said calmly. "I'm a blood specialist. And she needs a sigh." "She's not crazy," Tina said through her teeth. Then, putting her hand on Beatrice's head, she said, "She's just been through a lot of bad things." After the young man looked at Tina and Beatrice and vaguely swallowed, he asked, "Is she strong?" "Ever since Beatrice was rescued, they've been taking blood samples from her and examining them in the lab. Apart from that, what they knew about women were sad love legends that roamed the islands. Indeed, the stories of Jack Winter and Beatrice Halburn roamed from lip to lip, whisper to whisper. The main reason for this, of course, was Carolyn. She made the stories spread and become legendary. But in reality, stories gave them what people liked: love, pain and sadness. Apart from that, the man who knew nothing about the young woman had seen no change in her. "She's very strong," said Tina, stroking Beatrice's hair. The man straightened up, trying to smile, saying, "Then she'll be fine," then prepared to leave Carolyn's house. Tina, as usual, took Beatrice to the window where she could see the ocean. She's been looking after Beatrice ever since Carolyn called her. The young woman was able to do what told her, but it was all limited to that. She wasn't reacting to anything, she wasn't communicating with the outside in any way. Tina had calmed down over the past time, admitted that she had acted irrationally, and more importantly, was crushed day and day under the weight of her own conscience. Now she was doting on Beatrice every moment. She sat across from the young woman and continued to read from where she left off, opening the old book in front of her, as she did every day. "This is news, news from beyond. Neither bad nor good. If it was bad, why would it give me such hope?" As a large dry cargo ship with 6 large fishing boats approached the port, James hit the ground impatiently with his foot, asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Calm down, son," Alan said with a sincere smile. "All is well." The two were waiting in front of the Port Authority with their bodyguards. It was freezing cold. As the boats approached the port, school buses began to approach the wide field through the buildings, and police officers were disembarked from the buses. They weren't too crowded. Paramedics and mercenaries followed. Bridges were placed from boats to the port. James said, "This is ridiculous. We don't know any of them." He grumbled. At this time, refugees began to descend from the boats. Most of them were made up of people who could not go south. They were wrapped in blankets or dressed in layers. Most of them were armed from head to toe. After that, Alan, without stopping smiling, said, "Know them? Why do we need to know them? You don't need to, they need to know you. It is you who will rule them." Oblivious to James's bewildered gaze, Alan said, "The democracy nonsense is over. The strong will rule, but first we need someone to rule over." He said, "And the other islands? We're going to be more crowded than them soon," Alan said, waving his hand and showing those who got off the boats. "Carolyn's submarine is constantly on the run," said the young man. Alan fixes his scarf and said, "To hell with it. What can she do with that junk?" said. Neither Alan nor James paid attention to the man who got off the dry cargo ship. His bone glasses were broken from the nasal connection and sloppily tied. He had an old fisherman's beret on his head, a gray, worn coat on his back. He was carrying a large old soldier's bag. He was holding a 5-year-old boy in his arms. As he walked with the boy wrapped in a blanket, there was a woman who received support from the man. She was wrapped in a blanket. The man, who had at least a 2-week-old beard on his face, was lined up like the others. Before boarding the bus, like any migrant, he would give his name at the table, take a number and enter the tents in the back, undergo a health scan. A new epidemic war was not desired on the islands. "Name?" the police officer at the table said, referring to the child. The man gulped excitedly, Ma. Martin Whitaker." The woman, who looked at the man, cringed at her with his broken glasses, sighed, "Your name?" She snorted. Charles. But they always call me Charlie," said the man, shaking his head slightly forward and constantly smiling. The police officer shook her head, registered him as Charles Whitaker. The man who walked away from the tables with a lot of thanks and a smile waited for the woman next to him to finish registration. After registering herself, the woman came to them and took the child from him. "Thank you, Charlie," she said. "Martin and I have been such a burden to you," she added timidly. As the man steered them into the tents, It really nothing," he told, smiling to the boy. He was always hunched over, so it was not possible to say anything clear about his height. The man, who was separated from the boy and the woman and at the health check in the tents, allowed them to be diverted to buses without trying to find them. From here, they will be distributed to camps that are reserved for them. From there, they would be released to the city in time. But the man had no intention of being so patient. The police officer who lined up the migrants saw Charlie for a brief moment when the crowd began to line up, but he didn't see him again as the group lined up to board the buses. The officer was so tired that he didn't even notice it. Buses one by one moved from the port to the refugee camp in Golden Beach. As the last bus turned north down the 13th Street, he rolled under the last bus, and he got up and started walking like nothing weird was going on. It was not until a week later that refugee officers realized that Charles Whitaker was missing. The Devon Hotel was one of the 3 best hotels in the Berghoff Islands. At least according to magazines that do tourism reviews. The front of the 12-story building had a glorious appearance, of course, when it was in maintenance. Now the spotlights that illuminated the building from underneath to its roof were off. There was a blood stain of a soulless killed on one of the walls, "Resistance to the end and what if it was your daughter?" written on another one. The steps of the man who left the blanket on his back on the wall separating the hotel grounds and the sidewalk as he entered the hotel were energetic and determined. He had nothing to do with the kind but indecisive man who got off the ship. Entering through a glass door that turned inside the hotel, the man walked to the attendant at the reception who looked at him upside down. "We're not taking refugees," the receptionist said, dressed in a sweater and a coat. The man in the bone glasses raised his fingerless gloved hand. He had a piece of gold between his fingers. "They told me that if I paid, I could find a comfortable room," he said in a harsh and determined tone. Even if he didn't have a piece of gold in his hand, the receptionist wasn't stupid enough to argue with a man who gazed and talked like that. Whoever he wasn't what he seemed. Receptionist gulped. "Of course, sir. Welcome to the Devon Hotel," he said. They resorted to desperate measures in desperate times at the Devon Hotel, as every hotel did in bad times. The first sign of this was young women dressed in miniskirts and quite willing to show off their bodies, despite the cold in the hall next door. "I'd appreciate it if there was a room where I wouldn't be disturbed and could shower," the man who looked at them said coldly. Looking at the young women in the hall on duty, he said, "I understand, sir. But by law, I have to register your name." The man, who took off his bone glasses and threw them in the trash can next to the reception desk, wrote his name in the notebook and headed upstairs, taking the key of room 301 that the receptionist had given him. The receptionist who looked behind the man turned the notebook and read the name. Then, Michael Richardson. He muttered. That name sounded familiar to him from somewhere. When Michael opened the door to the room, the hot air hit him in the face. This surprised him. The hotel had the energy to heat the rooms. Then he remembered what the sailors said. The islands were surrounded by oil rigs, and a lot of the oil were left because the shipment stopped due to the cataclysm. The islands would have energy for about 1,000 years. Michael went to the windows of his luxury room. Behind the thick windows, the landscape was unique. Devon was looking directly at the ocean. In good and dry weather, the mainland could easily be seen. But now all he could see was the ocean, where ice masses passed. It was a really bad time to be at sea. The ocean's waters were unusually calm. Hermans and Icefang were on the tower of the former Nazi submarine U-47. Both wore hoodies with fur, parkas designed for Arctic conditions. It was his 6th time with Hermans. So he wasn't surprised by Herman's Spanish curses when the U-47 crashed into a half-submerged container in the ocean. "You're nervous today?" he said, looking at the container passing by. As Hermans grumbled, "How did you know I am nervous?" He grinned, "Your cursing time. Usually you send someone to the nose of the ship and swear after you check the boat," he said. Hermans opened the metal box in front of him and pulled the internal radio out of it and told the nose side technician to do damage control. Soon after, the deck hatch on the bow side of the submarine, whose hull was covered by a thin layer of ice, was opened. 2 men went to the tip of the nose and looked at the damage. Hermans kept hitting himself on the leg with his thick gloved hand until they said everything was fine. "Sneak a peek at him, what's wrong?" Icefang asked. The fumes coming out of its mouth formed long columns. "Getting someone off the ice," Hermans said. "First of all, they'll be on a boat, and second of all, this is our 6th time," Icefang said, looking at the GPS in his hand. Carolyn's messenger brought the coordinates, said someone important would be taken with his team. The captain looked more like a wolf as Hermans checked his surroundings. "Yes," he grumbled, "then we took someone from the beach or the pier. Even from the river. But ice is the problem." "Why?" "These things are not built to break the ice. Remember the Titanic? It hit the ice." The Icefang raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh." Hermans shaked his head and showed the pieces of ice passing by them. "You don't want to swim in that water, man," he said. "Believe me, you don't want to." The Icefang shook his head and pointed ahead with its head. "I hope that won't be necessary," he grumbled. Hermans, with slitted eyes, saw the boat ahead of the ship, waiting for them at the rendezvous point. Otto von Lonsenrader, in his white, furry coat, was waiting for them on the nose of the old fishing boat. Alan took another big sip of his bourbon as he read the reports. According to reports, they had lost control of the other two islands. Carolyn's submarine had moved again. This was the sixth time. Alan grumbled and threw the reports on his desk. The 2,577 people brought in the last few months have been of great importance to the area. The number of casualties on the islands was almost 4 times that, but again, the refugees who were grateful for their lives, brought from desperate lands outside, were very important both from the point of view of propaganda and from the point of view of the labor force. Alan wasn't trying to improve his image in the eyes of the people by taking refugees onto the island. Alan was after a much more effective message. He wanted the refugees to carry that message to the people of the island. There was nowhere to go outside. They would either stay on the island or die on the outside world. Alan was about to build his own empire of fear. He believed in the power of the oil company's mercenaries, their workers and, most importantly, the energy that kept the island alive. That he was not interested in Carolyn's poor submarine. He was going to take those islands soon. Then he would wipe out the nonsense called resistance. And Carolyn would only be a memory. Then he could leave everything to James. He would be a king and his son an emperor. If people would get hurt because of this, then so be it. None of it mattered. It was the time of civilization when such things were important. No more civilization, no more news channels. He owned the courts, the prosecutors and the cops. It didn't matter who died. That's how kingdoms were always built. With blood. To hell with the rest. He mused. Go to hell. The young man said. He was once tall, handsome and carefree. Now one of his eyes was gone, his nails were ripped out, one of his legs, all his finger bones, his nose and teeth, and his foot was broken. He was on the edge of a cliff about 200 meters from a concentration camp in the north of the island. He was on his knees, staring from the cliff into the infinity of the ocean. The man right behind him pulled a Glock out of the leather sheath at the waist of his long coat with his black glove. He set up the gun and pointed it at the young man's head. Startled by the sound of single shot of the gun, the young man quietly fell off the cliff. Next. The man in the long coat said, looking back, in a simple straight tone. The guards looked at each other. He was the last one, sir, said the sergeant in charge of them. He looked down the cliff and mumbled something. His name was Zigor Durnov, a Bulgarian, and he never wavered. That's why he was working as an executioner in a concentration camp that Alan opened. The Bulgarian watched 110 people fall off the cliff. He shot each of them himself. Zigor Durnov sighed and dismissed the truck and his men with a hand gesture. The soldiers, quite pleased with the situation, eagerly jumped into the back of the truck. The truck immediately returned to the camp. Zigor pulled his black leather gloves and began walking down the small path to the camp. As always. As usual, when Tina brought Beatrice to the window in a wheelchair, she saw this old truck. The red, rusty, almost crumbling van stopped in front of the house. Naturally, the guards came out of their places. And Tina had opened her coat and reached out to her pistol in the leg holster. In shock, she looked down. Next to her, Beatrice was holding his hand. It was her first reaction in months except the one she gave to the commands. Her eyes grew with joy, and then when the door was knocked, she looked at the car. When she saw the man in the long pole coat, she closed her mouth with her free hand. Jack was coming. Otto finally came to his hotel room. Hotels on the second island were not as luxurious and gaudy as on the central island, but they were certainly comfortable. Otto, as always, had the key to the loft with the ocean view. He got off the elevator with 4 guards. 2 of the guards settled in the hallway, the other 2 in the room entrance. 2 other guards were already in the room and checked the room. "Hello, number 1," said a calm, cold voice. Otto von Lonsenrader looked into the darkness. First he noticed his 2 bodyguards lying on the floor, then a figure sitting on the sofa. The figure moved in the dark and pressed the button on the lampshade next to the seat, and the yellow old light bulb lit. The old man, squinting in the light, smiled as if he had seen an old friend and said, "Hello, Michael, Does the Vatican still call me that? Number 1, he said. Michael Richardson was sitting in the room with a furry pole coat on it. He was holding a silenced Colt 1911 with his fingerless white gloves. Although the barrel of the gun was facing Otto, it was placed on Michael's leg. Yeah, I think they made a very wrong assessment when they analyzed you, Michael said, bending his lip. As Otto walked into the middle of the hall, yeah. Why? He asked. You're too smart to be number 1. Michael said, shrugging his shoulder. Is that so? Otto said with a half-smile. Michael slowly pulled back the hammer of the Colt 1911 on his lap when Otto handed on his cane from left to right with a casual move. Because although the old man seemed comfortable, he held his cane more like a wand than a cane. I even read a dissertation that a young priest wrote about you, Michael said, shaking his head slowly on both sides. He believed you were Ra. You've heard of the sun god in Egypt. But you didn't believe it. Otto said, squinting. Michael shook his head again, said, I think your name was Azar back then. Rulemaker, protector, judge of the dead, son of Neb and Nut, judge of the underworld, god of resurrection of immortal life. And the name the Greeks gave you? Osiris. Otto said calmly. He seemed to have forgotten that word for many years and remembered it again. Coming back from the seas and deserts where thoughts or memories dragged him, the old man looked up and waved at Michael and the gun in his lap. How did you get here? He asked. The experienced hunter shrugged. Like you, I watch my targets closely. Habits, desires, plans, and goals are as important as weaknesses. At first, for a long time, I thought I was chasing wizards and their apprentices, hunting them. And then I realized that the ones I caught couldn't cast spells as much as us the hunters. So there were no old and experienced wizards among them. That's when I became suspicious. It was our black man's job to hunt you down, and I never thought you were actually running us. This is very clever. Otto nodded, a very admirable attitude. Now that you've shown yourself to your target, I think we've come to the scene where you're going to kill me, he said with strange cheer. Michael grumbled, come on. As if he was offended by unnecessary criticism. I know you're stronger than me, you have to be killed something like poison, which I don't like to poison anyone. Anyway, that's not gonna happen. Also, considering the situation that civilization is in right now, there is only you and your wizards between extinction and humanity. That was your plan all along, wasn't it? Make your wizards indispensable saviors. Actually, believe me, the roles we take in developing events are completely natural responses. Otto sighed, sitting in the seat opposite Michael. I didn't tell anyone to save the world, but I tried to stop those who tried to destroy it. He opened his hands helplessly. There are bad wizards as well as good wizards. Unfortunately, you can't prevent the ambition to rule in people. No matter how smart and well-trained they are, the flexibility between their concepts of right and wrong draws them into a chasm. Michael said, so what are you going to do now? He asked. The gate opened as in the prophecies. But there's a small problem that the oracles can't see. Otto said as he lifted his wrinkled fingers into the air and hooked his fingers. Like what? Michael Richardson asked. Michael Richardson was an inquisitor working for the Vatican. Known throughout history as the Black Man, this secret organization fought to hunt down and destroy the sorcerers who enslaved humanity. Michael was one of the best in this group. So Otto kept talking and telling him without scorching him with a thunderstorm. The gates. Otto said. Without opening gates only transfers the power of magic. Power flows like a river, but the opening allow us to pass through it and reach the other side. The problem is, all the gates are open, and you don't want to meet some of the things that will pass through in your lifetime. He said, smiling, adding, but first we have to fix things on the islands. His smile had the joyful twinkle of a carefree, young man. Or the comfort of a crook who has set up his game. Michael couldn't decide which one. Deep down, it bothered him. Moi dorogi rebonik. Russian, mean of, my dear child. Jack had just walked in the door when Beatrice stood up slowly and hardly, as if she had been sitting in that chair for hundreds of years. Tina held her breath when she saw him up close. Beatrice, on the other hand, didn't even care about the man's appearance, walked sluggishly and hugged Jack wearily. When they hugged, she felt the void inside her filled. She was no longer half. She was no longer an orphan. The couple hugged each other for almost 5 minutes. Finally, Beatrice stood up and looked into Jack's only remaining eye and said, "Why did it take so long?" With a sad look, Jack reached out with his intact hand, and moved his fingers on Beatrice's face, scars and lips. The young man had grown a beard for several months, with one side of his face completely shattered. He had a black leather band over his eye on that side. Under those beards, he smiled, "It took them a long time to fix me with the office supplies. And we got lost on the road." He grumbled, showing his back. Tina came towards him. As Jack smiled at Tina, the young woman reached out to him and kissed Jack on the lips. "Jack Winter," she said, as Jack stared at her, bewildered. "I love you, I want you. You can have me whenever you want, but I know that you love Beatrice Halburn as much as I love you, and that you belong to her. I betrayed her and tried to kill her because I was jealous of you. So I will bow to any punishment you see as fair," she said. Jack and Beatrice looked at each other with grown eyes, while Tina knelt and bowed her head in front of the two of them. Jack hadn't been so surprised since Juka showed him the spells. In fact, he wasn't this surprised even to the spells. But it was Beatrice's reaction that surprised him more. Beatrice put her hand on Tina's head and said, "I forgive you. Jack can have both of us if he wants to. We both belong to him." Jack began to think that they or he were under some kind of drug influence. As if waiting for this sign, Otto walked in, as Tina stood up with curious glances waiting for an answer. He smiled, looking at the 3 teenagers in the hall, and took off his hat, asked, "Is Carolyn in her room?" Jack points to Otto with his hand, "Otto von Lonsenrader. My savior, the sorcerer and the wise," he said. Tina and Beatrice, frankly, didn't take the sorcerer and the wise part too seriously. They both greeted the old man in white with their heads. "Mr. Lonsenrader, let me show you the way." Jack looked at the 2 beautiful women who were left behind, abstaining. The man walking up the stairs was limping, even though he was walking slowly. "You fucking bastard!" The guard, who was waiting at the end of the staircase with an MP5K in his hand, said in a quiet voice, grinning at the Jack, as the stairs of the old house creaked with the duo's weights. "The boss will be so happy to see you." He was also dressed in a Kevlar combat vest, like the others, wearing shoulder pads, arm and leg guards. He carried a shotgun in his back and a pistol in his leg holster. Jack responded to the big guy with just a smile. It was then that the man realized how much damage Jack had taken, and his grin was slightly overshadowed. When they passed the guard, they entered a dim corridor. There were 2 more guards at the end of the wide corridor. As Otto looked at them, "Did I misunderstand, or did you run away from these 2 beautiful women?" he asked. "A little," Jack said in response, looking in fear as if both women were behind him, but his voice was not loud than a whisper. Otto found it amusing. "In my day, usually women ran away from men." Jack shrugged, grumbling, "So I learned, but I'm afraid that era is gone." With a giggle that Otto couldn't hold, he asked, "Isn't it exciting?" As they came to the door. After Jack knocked on the door, he looked at Otto and said, "Absolutely not." Carolyn had barely gathered herself, seeing the blonde young woman staring at Jack as Tina brought her and her mystery guest tea. There was something wild in her gaze that an old woman might remember from her teenage days. And Jack just smiled in response to her. If Carolyn didn't know Jack, she'd think the young man was afraid of Tina or running away from her. But it was ridiculous. Why would it be like this? It didn't matter, none of it mattered. Jack came back. His grandmother, who looked after the young man, turned to Otto with a sad smile and said, "Thank you." For a brief moment, Otto turned his gaze to Jack and smiled, "I have 2 grandchildren who I don't know where they are, my dear. I sent them both to the damned hell where they were. Ian and Sean Hopestein are the last of my family." But their place in this mess was not to be underestimated. If we can avoid our emotional egos, we can save more people from the mouth of this monster called cataclysm. He said. Carolyn knew Otto wasn't just here to bring Jack. He did not move, talk or even breathe in vain. Shaking her head, she allowed Otto to keep talking. After that, Otto said, "We have come this far with great sacrifices. Now we must move forward by making greater sacrifices and get the world up that has fallen to the ground." Carolyn, in her spacious study room, looked at Jack, who has his back against the wall, and asked, "What more sacrifice do you want from me?" Although the young man appeared to be watching the two from where he was sitting quietly, his attention was at the door facing the corridor. That wasn't always the case. A cheerful, friendly and kind boy who once enjoying his childhood was now a warrior ready to die and, more importantly, kill. No, he wasn't a simple warrior. He's seen people like him before. A long time ago, in places far away from here. He saw them when her name wasn't Carolyn yet. In Stalingrad. They called them Odinoki Volk. Lone wolf. He was a wolf. But he wasn't belong to the pack. If Carolyn told him to die for a good reason, Jack Winter would do it without hesitation. Carolyn knew that well. She could see it in Jack's only remaining eye, and worse, she would say it again. Otto, looking at where Carolyn was looking, said, "Him." Referring to Jack, "And your submarine with your 20 elite warriors." Carolyn raised one eyebrow and said, "And in return?" She asked, controlling her voice. Otto shook his head. "Mój drogi rybonek, my dear child, there is no reward for this. The gates I told you about have opened, and they will connect the worlds. But some of them open up to very old, very deep, very dark places. If we can't close those doors and arrange the gates, no one will survive. And of course there's no point in saving a world where everyone in it dies." Carolyn said, taking a sip of her tea and looking at the steam rising from her cup. As Otto nodded with a smile, Carolyn looked at the view outside her window. "And who will lead the warriors you want?" she asked. Otto looked out, and it was starting to snow again. The cold, dry air had dragged the whole place into a strange, unreal clarity. The waves in the ocean can be seen easily, even from where they were. The main continent was visible. "Michael Richardson," he said calmly. As Carolyn frowned and looked at Otto, Otto shrugged helplessly. "He's the best hunter I've got. Also, there is no distinction anymore, my dear. Wizards, warriors, Foundation, and black men will stand together. Or we die alone." At another place. A few years ago. June was much cooler and wetter than New York was used to. The tall man who crossed the main street was carrying a tall umbrella like himself as a lightning bolt lit up the streets and rattled the shop windows with thunder. The entrance and exit of the street they passed was blocked by makeshift barricades. The barricades consisted of wooden panels, barrels, garbage containers and cars that did not work. There were burning barrels next to the barricade and several demonstrators trying to warm up from the fire in the barrels. The economic crisis that began last year had left people unemployed. The protests that followed were suddenly sparked when the New York governor underestimated the crowd on the street and told the police to disperse them using violence. The demonstrations suddenly turned into riots. Police were no longer sufficient for the riot, which quickly spread throughout the city. As the young man passed by, the demonstrators greeted him with smiles. "Mike, I don't see you on Sundays," the priest said, pointing his index finger to one of them. "I was standing guard at the barricade," Mike Delgado said, smiling. "That's not an excuse," the young man in the black suit and his black long raincoat said in response. A 14-year-old boy walking right in front of him pointed to him to hurry, and said, "This way, Father." The sympathetic and handsome cleric stopped by every building in his district, called them to the church, listened to their problems. This effort was not without consequences. Octavio Venicoxia, known as the most recognizable person in the neighborhood, had increased attendance at the church by almost 100% since he was appointed to St. John's 3 years ago. The young priest combed his black shiny hair as neatly as ever. The thick-browed man continued to follow the boy, shaking his blunt-haired head vaguely. A block later, Father Venicoxia met the waiting police, drinking coffee under the bookstore's awning. "We're going to move to this neighborhood because of you," one of the police officers said, raising his cardboard cup. "This is the only neighborhood where there is no combat with the demonstrators." As he said, other policemen nodded in approval. "We can live without throwing gas bombs and Molotov cocktails at each other." The priest smiled and greeted the police. As another lightning bolt lit up the street, darkness fell on the city. The boy took him directly under the overpass that led to the ring road. It was the border of the neighborhood. For those who lived in the neighborhood, this was the border of civilization. Abandoned buildings around it and under the bridge were occupied by homeless people. This area that was not safe for many was as safe as his home for the priest, whom the homeless knew very well. When the young man looked around, he couldn't see anyone. It was normal in this kind of weather. Meteorology said the storm was going to get worse. The priest looked at his watch as he walked. Today the inspector who would oversee his church from the Vatican was coming. That's why he told Sister Mary that he was leaving on urgent business, that he would be back in an hour. The boy turned to Father Venicoxia, looking nervously around him. "Take me to them, son," the father said with frowned eyebrows, pointing at the child with his head and sighing, and wishing that whatever problem he would face would last less than an hour. His professional life was always spent with unexpected problems changing his daily plans. However, it was still bothering this young priest. There were barrels between cardboard shelters placed between the shadows of the long and thick abutment of the Williamsburg Bridge that crossed the East River. The fires inside the barrels were still burning. Father Venicoxia was quite agitated when he saw no one here. The boy he was following slowed down like a priest. The priest shook his head when he saw the old man lying in gap lit by lightning. Old Frank never went to social services shelters. The old alcoholic, that passed out inside the cardboard shelters, was hugging a pitchfork. New York was not near to any farmland. Father Venicoxia wondered where the old man got that pitchfork. As Father walked towards drunk with the pitchfork, he felt stepping on something slippery. When he looked at the floor, he saw a pool of blood that was about to clot. He turned. Wanted to warn William, who called him, but the boy was not there. The priest looked back, where the buildings were, and the cops were no more than a block away. But a scream made the priest to give up this idea. The scream should have belonged to a child. Or a woman. He thought, as the priest ran between the dark shadows of huge reinforced concrete columns. Glooming yellow light from the barrels lengthened and shortened the shadows, and the fume burned the throat. The priest noticed a crowd about 10 feet away. As if they had formed a ring, they were all muttering something. The priest heard the crowd chanting, "Kahalami Tohen, Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Hir Mir Ta No Kaltamander Du. Kahalami Tohen, Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Hir Mir Ta No Kaltamander Du Azap. Kahalami Tohen, Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Hir Mir Ta No Kaltamander Du Azap." They kept gasping and repeating these. The priest thought something was bothering him through the smoke, distracting him. It scared him as if he was a child. Still, he kept moving forward. William called him, saying there were people in need of help. The priest now thought the boy was really right, so he became a priest. He was going to dedicate himself to the Almighty God and help people. He would create a difference. Kahalami Tohen, Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Hir Mir Ta No Kaltamander Du Azap. Kahalami Tohen, Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Hir Mir Ta No Kaltamander Du Azap. Approaching the crowd, the priest saw that the crowd was formed of the homeless under the passageway. He put his hand on his shoulder, recognizing Martin Kane. Old Kane was a Marine. He went to the third invasion of Iraq for 3 tours, and then lost his mental balance. "Martin, is everything okay?" the priest moaned in fear when the old man turned his back. The old man's eyes were pure white, his white beard coming to his chest, and his hands were covered in blood. Staggering backwards, the priest collapsed to the ground, losing his balance on the slippery ground. He didn't realize that the floor was covered in blood, and that's why he slipped and fell. Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. The crowd turned slowly towards him, among them the little William. They all had white eyes. Their pupils were gone. Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. A man taller than the others emerged from the crowd as the group marched towards him. Dressed in a long black coat, the African man had normal eyes. He had a heart in his hand with blood still dripping. The big man pointing at the priest said in a louder voice than the others, Kahalami Tohen. And the crowd surrounding the priest seized him. As the priest tried to get rid of the filthy hands that had caught him, he saw where the crowd were dragging him to, and screamed. He saw the body of a woman lying on top of 2 overturned dumpsters and being bitten to pieces. No matter how hard the poor priest struggled, he could not get rid of those who held him, he could not delay his inevitable end. As if the sound that surrounded him was more compelling than the hands that caught him, Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. Kahalami Tohen Bayat Araha. Araha Gm Mir Ta no Kultamandar Duazap. The priest saw the African grinning at him. "It's no use resisting, brother," said the young and big man, grinning with long, very long canine teeth, in a calming tone. "Maybe it's better not to resist. You will be rewarded with an eternal life that your old God cannot give you," he said as he slowly approached the priest. As the priest struggled like a madman, William grabbed him by the hair and pulled his head back. Before the African's long canine teeth reached the priest's neck, a harsh light illuminated everything. Father Venocoxia heard a noise coming from the African's face that sounded like the sizzle that the meat made when it touched the hot pan. As the screaming big man pushed himself back, he saw the man rising over the crowd. A man in black, like himself, crossed the crowd with a single leap, pressing his left knee on the African's left chest and knocking him down. The priest noticed that the fast man was a young man with long brown hair, just like the other man. He was wearing a long coat, but it was all images that flowed in his excitement. The long hood of his coat was coming down to his elbows. The young man was carrying a pistol in his left hand and a katana in his right hand. He fired, holding his pistol to the man's face, without letting the African man move. It was a move made without hesitation. As soon as the two touched the ground, the young man continued his movement, somersaulting on the ground. The young man stood up as the African fluttered on the floor. Standing right in front of him, he put his sword in Mrs. Shiloh's mouth, which was opened with a silent scream. The elderly homeless woman collapsed to the ground, while those around her were leapt towards the young man. At this time, William, who had called the priest under the bridge, climbed on top of the young priest, who was still desperately struggling. The young man looked at the long canine teeth in the boy's mouth with eyes grown in terror. As the boy approached the priest's throat, he rolled to the side with a whooshing sound. For a moment, the priest saw a long dagger stuck in the boy's throat. He looked in the direction the dagger was coming from. The man in black turned clockwise with his gun in his hand and fired 3 more shots. It was all dark now. Only the flames coming out of the barrels and the instant lights coming out of the barrel of the gun, which was firing nonstop, allowed him to see his surroundings. The priest had seen a lot of guns lately, listened to their voices when they were fired many times. The sound of this gun sounded less than the others. The gun was also strange. Bullets did not come out of those shot with the gun, but a bright yellow light that looked like daylight was emitted in the holes that the bullets drilled. The ones that shot dried up and fell to the ground, turning to dust like dried clay pots as they fell. The clip of the young man's gun was longer than normal clips. As this long clip fell to the ground with the young man's one move, the man reached for his sword. His sword was left on Mr. Garrison's chest. The homeless man in the late 40s was hung by a sword on the foot of a bridge, but he wasn't dead. He was trying to pull the sword out of his chest by hissing in an animal voice from his throat. If he could, he would tear apart the owner of the sword. But the owner of the sword was too experienced to allow it. As he turned around again, he attached a spare clip to his gun from behind his waist. As soon as he finished his work, he ripped off his sword from the man, just like the continuation of the movement. The sword flashed silver lights in the air twice before Mr. Garrison could leap. His left arm and head separated from his torso as Garrison fell forward. The torso slowly turned to ash together with the severed pieces. As the man in the black suit set up his weapon, he was surrounded by corpses that turned to ashes. The lightning-fast man came to the priest after killing those who were holding the priest with single shots. Father Octavio Venicoxia, the young man, who was holding the priest by his collar and arm, said as he lifted the priest from where he was lying. "Sister Mary said you'd be late. I hope I didn't interrupt a private meeting," he said in an affectionate tone. To make sure the trembling young man didn't hear it wrong with his buzzing ears, he said, "Sorry?" The man in black smiled, "I'm from the church. When you couldn't attend our meeting, Sister Mary had to tell me why you weren't supervising," he said. The young man, with brown eyes like his hair, had a deep wound on the left side of his face that stretched from his nose to his left cheekbone. This wound curled slowly when he smiled. Looking around in fear, the priest looked at the man in black who took his dagger on the floor and said, Are you an inspector?" he asked. The man in black leaned slightly and, in a flashy move, turned his dagger on his finger, and then the dagger disappeared into his coat. "I don't look like an inspector, do I?" he asked in a warm tone. "You must have learned that nothing at the Vatican is what it seems, Father," he said, pulling a large ring from the ashes of the African he first killed. Looking at the icon on the ring, the young man's smile was erased from his face and he said, "Whatever, Father. Let's go back to St. John's. If the police find us with this torn apart poor woman, we'll both have an unpleasant life." 2nd of May 1519 France, Amboise. The Blind Oracle. The Loire River was the longest river in southeastern France. There was unusual activity in the small house in the town of Amboise, south of the river, whose source was Mount Gerbier de Jaune. This house was a gift from King Francis of France. A car pulled by 4 horses stopped in front of the house and a middle-aged man hurriedly got out of the car. "This way, Dr. Charmendio," said a young man who greeted him with respect and haste. Dr. Charmendio walked as fast as the young man in front of him, turning over his shoulder, the young man telling the doctor, "He was very uncomfortable last night, sir. He was delirious. He spoke Italian sometimes, French sometimes, Latin sometimes." The doctor squinted. "What was he talking about, young man?" The young butler, who climbed the stairs, bent his lips, said, "Mostly from the old days. I don't think he even knew he was in his room, or even in his bed," opening the large wooden door in front of him and letting the doctor in. By the big bed were 2 priests. Both men were quietly praying. Candles from last night were still lit, illuminating the room darkened by curtains. Daylight seeping through the maroon drapery formed thin curtains of light on the smoke of the candles. Before Dr. Charmendio entered the room, he saw other servants waiting in the corridor with curiosity and anxiety. After entering the room and greeting the priests with his head, he came to the side of the bed and put his hand on the temple of the old, white-bearded man lying in the bed and said, "Come stai il mio vecchio amico?" "How are you, old friend?" In Italian. "Ego cogitare. Hodie in ultimum risorenture." "I think, I have reached the last point," he responded Latin, lifting his eyelids full of wrinkles. The smiling doctor sat by the bed, saying in French, "Dear Da Vinci. We'll all get to that point," he muttered. When the old man pointed to the priests with a vague head sign, the doctor sighed, "Dear priests, would you give us a moment?" he asked. When the priests came out shaking their heads, the doctor turned his blue eyes to Leonardo da Vinci, saying, "Which one is Francis, man?" he asked, referring to the King of France. Leonardo bent his lip and shrugged off his weak shoulders in a vague gesture, said, I think both. But what does it matter? I'm starting to mix reality with dreams, my friend. We need to prevent that. He muttered. He sounded tired and exhausted. Charmendio had known Leonardo for years. The master, known to everyone for his harsh temperament, was actually just someone who didn't tolerate stupidity. Veritatem abscondita est, the truth must be kept. The smiling old doctor said in Latin, shaking his head and handing Leonardo the little bottle he had pulled out of his jacket pocket. Leonardo, who had barely drank the milk-colored liquid in the small bottle, slowly closed his eyes. 2nd of May 1519 Italy, Vatican City. The old woman suddenly opened her white eyes, which had no pupils, and took a deep breath. The sound she made as she breathed was like a growling scream made by someone with a blocked throat. With this voice, the young priest's assistant, who was responsible for caring for her, leapt in fear on the spot. A young assistant priest named Lorenzo Portelli looked at the old woman with hatred as he gathered. The woman and the young man were staying in a small room in the north-facing section of the Vatican. No one knew they were here except Pope Leo X and a few archbishops. As the old woman began to speak in a strange language, Lorenzo, who sighed at her, rushed into the hallway as ordered. The young man, who ran down the corridor where daylight filled in through long window openings with an oval roof, entered a corridor in the east wing of the same floor. Noticing the sounds he was making on the varnished wooden floor, 2 sentries turned towards him. Both sentries were wearing clothes designed by Leonardo da Vinci. One held his sword and the other pointed his crossbow at Lorenzo. Lorenzo slowed down as the swordsman who recognized the young priest informed the other. She wants to see her son, he said in Italian. Every morning for 2 years, he came quietly to this small room, waiting to meet any needs of the old woman lying in bed. The guard nodded and opened the thick wooden door behind him, saying he understood the young man. In the small room inside, the guard who looked at the man in his 30s who was performing salat, "Hey, infidel. Your mother is calling you?" he said. Karim ibn Fallas, who had already completed his worship, shook his head with his palms rubbed on his face. Shorter and thinner than the guards, Karim was in his mid-30s, but his beard, which reached his chest, was full of whites. Karim began to listen to his mother, kneeling next to her, whom he went to her room. The Persian-speaking old woman's name was Zara ibn Fallas. This old, blind woman was a soothsayer who caused Vatican to break rules. Oracles were always women. Oracles born blind firmly understood the web of fate between the past and the future, and stated divine prophecies with unshakable certainty. Blind oracles had their own natural laws. For example, there could only be one seer in each generation. It was not known where and when she would be born. Even if the oracles predicted this, they would keep this secret firmly. So many women, thought to have gone mad because of their blindness, disappeared with their precious prophecies, and those who discovered the soothsayers could not hold on to the vague power of knowing the future. The old woman spoke him in a way that only her son would understand. In this way, Karim had survived until now. Karim listened carefully to what her mother said, and turned to the guard waiting for him behind, said, "I need to meet the messenger of God." Pope Leo X came down in the cellars under the Vatican with his 4 guards. Karim ibn Fallas was waiting for him. Seeing the Pope illuminated by torches carried by his 4 guards in the dark, damp and cold cellar, Karim knelt as he had been taught before. Pope Leo was an old and careful man. He had relentlessly advanced on the long and painful path to the papacy, showing no weakness against his opponents. Leo calmly, "What is so important, heretic?" he asked in a soft voice. "Messenger of God," Karim said in excellent Italian. "My mother sincerely wished you a long life. She wants you to know that Leonardo of the Vinci's no longer lives in this world." "I didn't know if I should be sad or happy about it," the Pope said, reaching out his hand to his beard. Leonardo da Vinci had always managed to escape from the hands of the Vatican, from the tip of his fingers. It was well known that he personally directed many research that was forbidden by religion. The punishment for such anti-religious studies was death in pain. In order to get rid of this, the heretics who worshipped science founded the Illuminati. The members of this secret organization were always dreamers engaged in science and art. But the Pope knew their real purpose. They were trying to reduce the power of the Church and discredit it with the nonsense they called science. That's why Leonardo's death was important. Still, the old cleric said, "But you didn't just call for it, did you?" "No, Your Excellency," said Karim, who dared to point his green eyes at the Pope for the first time in years. The blind oracle said, "The time has come for your hunter. You're supposed to send him to find Black Beauty." Leo squinted and looked at Karim. That was really important. Especially if the blind oracle said so, the most important moment in 100 years has come. Blind oracles were very important. Leo signaled his guards to send messengers. The guard who walked away would send a pigeon the hunter to come out from his sleeper cell. 2nd of May 1519 England, London. Lady Milouet looked nervously at the young man opposite her, and the young man, who arrived just after dark, was sitting on the sofa in the hall as an aristocrat had received his education. The hall in which they sat was warmed by a burning fireplace in this cold May evening. About 24 candles lit the hall only vaguely. Milouet thought he was born out of his comfort, as if he were born for this attitude. The brown long-haired man was all black. His high-stocking boots, trousers resembling tights, the leather jacket he wore over him with a long leather tunic were black. He didn't look like a nobleman who wandered around the palace chasing young girls. Unlike them, he came without a guard. He wore a pair of swords around his waist that Lady Milouet had never seen before. One of the curved swords was long and the other was short. Both had long hilts so that they could be used with two hands. The sword guards were designed oval. Before the young man sat down, he took them out of the belt around his waist and took them on his lap. "I was hoping this conversation would be private, my lady," the young man said, taking his hand to the wound on the left side of his face after taking a look at the henchmen watching them. Lady Milouet smiled and looked at her husband, who was sleeping by the fireplace. Lord Milouet was almost 60 years old. The man with long white hair was sleeping by the fireplace, wrapped in an old blanket. "As you can see, I can only speak so privately to a young man I never knew and who came to my mansion without my invitation, even though you came to us with the greetings of Surrey from my very remembered friends," the young woman in her 25 said in a measured tone. The young man appeared to be 19 at most, smiling. "I understand. You're right," he said. "But my employer is concerned for your safety. So I continue to speak in Latin," he said, turning fluently to Latin. "Let me get right to the point, Lady Milouet. The people I represent promise to pay you enough gold to wipe out your debts in exchange for a favor." The old man moved comfortably in his seat and grumbled. The oval-faced, curly-haired woman, who squinted her blue eyes in an instant, "What kind of favor?" the woman asked in Latin. She wore her wide gray-colored and embroidered outfit. She had little pieces of silver flowers hanging on his clothes. The neck of the dress was rectangular, in keeping with the woman's age, and had a generous cleavage. But at the moment, this comfortable clothing also addressed her tension. The muscles in her neck and shoulder were clearly visible. The young man, in a relaxed manner unlike the woman, said, "The reputation of your invitations in the city has spread. My employer heard that you would no longer make the invitations that you make every spring and fall, and he was very upset. According to him, these invitations are one of the best ways to meet the elite people of London. He does not want to make these invitations, because, as you will agree, some things, no matter how well imitated, will not even be a shadow of the real. He'll give you 10,000 gold coins for this. Of course, so much gold attracts the attention of many, and the situation is misunderstood. So in return for this, a few acres of your land in Yorkshire would be bought," he said, looking at the old man and smiling. The old man started snoring. Milouet, in a hasty manner, signaled to his henchman and bodyguard. When she made sure everyone was out of the room, she said, "So what exactly do you want?" the white-skinned woman asked. "We will prepare your guest list," the young man said with a calm demeanor, opening both hands to the sides. Raising one eyebrow, the young woman asked, "Why?" "We are giving 10,000 gold to a place that is worth 1,000 gold so that you do not ask this question," the young man said with an attractive smile. Looking behind the young man as he walked away from the mansion, Lady Milouette said, "What do you think, my love?" She murmured. As the old man stood by the fireplace and poured wine for his young wife and himself, he said, "A well-bred mercenary, those swords he carried didn't look familiar to me. I've traveled most of the known world for the king." That means he had visited even beyond Ottoman territory. That makes him dangerous. The woman shrugged her thin shoulders, said, "It doesn't matter where he had been. He's giving all that money to our land for an invitation. What's he planning? Killing the king?" Curiously gnawing at his lips. The old nobleman shrugged his shoulder, showing that he didn't care, and said, "I think it might be. But I don't really care. Henry Tudor has lived a long time with his stupidity." 20th of May 1519 England, London. A few dogs could be heard barking in the silence of James Street. The big guy who looked around nervously was named Benjamin Backer. Benjamin pulled out his long beard and put his hand on his sword and looked again at both exits of the street. The fog began to overwhelm, and everything became ambiguous. The voice from the darkness was full of self-confidence. "A cool evening, Mr. Backer." Backer, startled, turned back and simultaneously pulled his broadsword from its sheath halfway through. Emerging from the shadows, the man in the black cape raised his gloved hands and said, "I'm the one who called you here." Smiling. He had a deep wound on the left side of his face, above his cheekbone. Backer put it harshly, "What do you want?" he asked. "Your service, Mr. Backer," the man in black said softly, throwing the pouch in his left hand at Backer. "There's a lot of money here," grumbled the big man, who grabbed the bag in the air, shoving his sword back into its scabbard. "We're going to need 10 people for the job," the young man said, with his hands clasped in front of him. The man calmly asked, "Murder?" Death was part of the mercenary's life. A lot of rich people like this one, well-dressed and afraid of getting his hands dirty, rent his sword. "Of course," the young man said with a calmness that surprised Backer. Backer looked at the man more carefully. Nothing could be seen from his cloak, but when he opened his hands, he was sure he saw a strange pair of sword hilts. Backer engraved on his mind that he should not underestimate the young man. "How many?" the mercenary asked. 4, the young man said, raising his hand. "It's too much, even for 4 people," Backer said, weighing the pouch in his hand and squinting. Backer makes his living as a mercenary, working for loan sharks when the army didn't give him a job. He was experienced enough to suspect that if someone overpaid for no reason, because there are some conditions to the job, the young man said, smiling. The big guy looks around again and asked, "Like what?" "Your targets must be killed in a certain order, in a certain place and at a certain time. If it's not in the courtyard of the palace, it's fine," said a confident Backer. "No," the young man said, shaking his head. "They will not be in the palace courtyard. You'll do it on Rosewood Street. They should be attacked and killed as they cross the street. A few witnesses who were there accidentally, just like them, will see this. You will wear a mask so? They'll be wearing masks. The man in the red mask must be left to the end." Weighing the pouch, Backer said, "When?" "Said." The man in the black cloak withdrew into the shadows, smiling, and said, "Soon." In the passageway at the far end of Rosewood Street to Main Street, the sound of swords echoed on the walls. Flintlock guns were quite expensive and scarce. Even if not, his mysterious clients had ordered Backer and his men to do the job only with swords. 6 people were lying lifeless on the floor, everyone was masked, but Backer knew exactly which ones were his own. Just as he was told, they left the man in the red mask to the end and headed for their third goal, the man in the blue mask. Actually, if Backer hadn't taken the money, he might have shown these guys mercy. They were really worthy of their swords. Nobles would be knighted all over Europe. Because they were well fed and armed with good weapons and armor. Nobles didn't have to plow fields, herd. So they spent the rest of their time learning to use swords, ride horses, and use weapons. A good soldier, if he was lucky and didn't get killed, acquired the skills in a few years they acquired in 10 years. They became famous knights with high-quality armor and weapons. The two masked noblemen, who resisted the vagrants from both ends of the street, were fighting as well as the knights. The man in the blue mask was doing everything he could to protect the man in the red mask. Only then did Backer know what kind of trouble he was getting into. As they shouted for their retreat, a flintlock rifle was fired from the east entrance of the street. Backer died from a blow to the head before he fell to the ground. 3 men on the east side turned behind them and attacked the cloaked man, who was walking towards them through the darkness. But the guy didn't want to fight them, he just wanted to win. That's how he was trained. He shot the 2 men in front with 2 pistols he pulled out of his cloak and went from walking speed to running, his hand on his strangely curved sword. The man across from him had never seen a katana or met anyone who had studied kenjutsu. As the katana came out of its scabbard with a faint glow and drew a bow in the air, the owner of the gun didn't even pause. He attacked 2 men who attacked him from the west wing. The first man took 3 more steps before he even knew he was dead. The second showed a great success, and he managed to fend off the first attack with his sword. But the third attack came from above and diagonally, severing his arm holding the sword. As the man looked at his falling arm and sword, katana moved again, separating his head from his torso. At this time, the third attacker fell to the ground, putting his hand on his severed stomach. "This way, gentlemen," said the man in black, showing them the eastern exit. As their rescuer looked at them one by one, their blue eyes examined him also. As the man in the red mask looked at his friends lying on the ground in indecision, the young savior said to those lying on the ground, "There's nothing we can do for them. If the friends of these men come, not even the king can save us, and we will join them." His friend next to the man in the red mask grabbed him by the arm, said, "The young man is right, my lord. We should leave here," said. As he ran towards the street exit, the young man in black took his pistols and rifle from the floor. The man in the red mask asked, "Are you always walking around with these weapons, or is this our luck?" He still had his sword and dagger. The young man pointed his empty pistol at the house next to them. "I think you are lucky. This is my house, and I haven't undressed yet. If I had undressed, I would never have gone out," he said, smiling. "And what are you noble gentlemen doing here?" the young man asked, constantly looking back to make sure they weren't being followed. "And what about the masks?" "Me and my unfortunate friends were invited to a masquerade that Lady Milouette had organized," the man in the blue mask said, pointing across the street. The trio that stopped when they had reached the main road at the end of the Rosewood Street, they heaved a sigh of relief. The man in the blue mask, taking off his mask, "Thank you, my young friend. You saved us back there." "I'm William Bishop," said the man with a thick mustache. He had blue eyes as bright as steel under his bush-like eyebrows. Waving cheerfully, he said, "Member of the Senate, sir, Counselor blah blah blah. And this gentleman is Henry Tudor," pointing to his friend who had removed his red mask after him. "King of England." Young stumbling, "The king, you mean?" When he said, a medium-sized brown man with a beard about a finger long, short hair, smiled, "The king who can't save us from those bastards," he said, laughing. "Michael Richardson." The young man said, bowing. "I fear I have no title, my lord." June, New York, present day. Michael Richardson. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Michael Richardson," the young man said as he took off the clothes on the priest and gave him some clothes he found from the homeless. The young cleric was still shaking. "Nice to meet you." "What were those? What's going on?" he asked in a wobbly tone. Putting the priest's bloody clothes in a duffel bag along with his swords, the young man said, "It was a vampire's attempt to create his own hive. Of course, he was a low-level rebel. Otherwise, It wouldn't be so easy. Vampire? The priest asked with overgrown eyes. Yes. Michael said, shrugging his shoulder. The priest said with his wobbly lips, it's just a fairy. He said, looking at the dust deposits around him, he fell silent. A story, you mean? Michael laughed, seeing where the young priest was looking. What did you mean by calling him rebel? He asked. Michael appreciated the young priest. Seeing what he saw, most living New Yorkers would have gone mad, fainted, or run home. But the young man was controlling himself, even asking questions. Shaking his head, he said, the hierarchy of vampires depends on a strict caste system. They will not allow someone to bond such an open crowd to themselves. He said, describing it in a hasty manner. Why? Michael bent his lip and tilted his head to the side, said, there are a few logical reasons. First, no king will allow his vassals to build an army that is not attached to him. And they're not fans of reproduction. If they multiply too much, the food chain, that is us, is reduced and they die of starvation. They also put a lot of effort and money into convincing us that they don't exist. The young man said, entering the priest's arm. After getting stuck a few times and in danger of falling, Michael had no choice. The back streets they followed had kept them away from police points and barricades and brought them all the way to the back door of the church. As he entered the church, Michael felt strangely peaceful. Dawn of the Long Daggers. Alan was getting ready for the big meeting. He wore his new suit, silver, shiny cufflinks, shiny silk tie. He had been preparing for these two meetings on this day for almost a month. These meetings were very important, because all immigrants and refugees would attend the meeting, and the meeting immediately followed would declare to the people of the island that they were no longer lords of this land. At the first meeting, Nisko's locomotive, oil workers and mercenaries, would be in the front rows. These men were Alan's real strength. If he convinced these men and women to support them, no one could beat him. He looked at himself one last time in the mirror and put his speech, which he had been preparing for 2 days, through his head. He couldn't waver at the podium today. These people worshipped power. They had to accept that Alan was strong. They're not supposed to be suspicious. They were supposed to see him as a king. Alan smiled in the mirror. He was the king. Martin Parkman led Nisko's armed forces on the Berghoff Islands. The man in his 40s was broad-shouldered and quite muscular. His long beard and short hair were gray. There were twice as many lines around his green eyes as his age should have. He wore a fleece jacket that came down to his knees and denim pants. He left his house, as he did every morning, and got down to the parking lot of the building with 2 of his men. The spacious car park was as empty as ever in the early hours of the morning. Martin Parkman was pulling his cigar out of his pocket when his Humvee arrived with the strange hum of echoing sounds from the thick gray walls. Just as his bodyguard had opened the door for him to get into his car, and a dark shadow fell on the car through large water pipes on the ceiling. As the guard who opened the door looked at him in surprise, the ski mask silhouette dressed in black commando clothes and dressed in combat gear shot the guard at the back of Parkman's back. The one that was opening the door, he had his hand in his jacket, but he had no chance. The second shot caught him in the head. Parkman was more successful than the others. He drew his gun, but before he could point it, he took 6 bullets to the face, 3 to the chest, and curled back from the knees. As the driver of the Hummer suddenly hurtled forward, the delicate and athletic silhouette over the car tumbled in the air and landed on the ground. As the Hummer moved forward, he walked to the elevator door where Parkman came out. As he passed by, he fired 2 more shots at Parkman without looking at him and got into the elevator. After the doors closed, he calmly loaded his gun and took off his ski mask. Nausicaa checked his watch and smiled. The party had begun. Interrogation expert Vasily Antonov was washing his hands. He had another long night at the concentration camp Alan had set up. His concentration camp room was concrete, windowless, half the size of a hall. But all his needs were brought in. His room was soundproof as he wanted. He could not hear what was outside, nor anyone could hear his work. Over time, Antonov realized that some people could not tolerate what they heard. He even had racks where he could put his tools neatly, hangers, hooks where he could attach his chains and clamps, and hooks, reels and hoists that he could use to hang people. Alan didn't stint him anything. They suspected that several young people who wrote on the wall this evening had information about the resistance. The soldiers who brought the young men were still inside. The young ones had just died. Some could not stand the electric interrogation. Antonov dried his hands in a vexed mood and put on his shirt. There was a big meeting today. The boss wanted him there. He called his driver to pick him up from his phone on the table. Even though the phone rang for a long time, driver didn't answer. Angry at this, Vasily swore, not wanting to be late. He put on his jacket and walked out the door when the phone rang again. He stopped with a sudden shock. Tim, who used to be a Navy SEAL and worked for Nisko until the cataclysm, was waiting in this waiting room for information from the children they brought in. They were the only group to enter the camp with weapons other than the guards, and they were killed in the waiting room. His own driver stood in the middle. The one-eyed man turned to him holding a blood-covered ballpoint pen. Vasily's eyes slowly began to grow. One man. A full team. And a fucking ballpoint pen. Vasily quickly threw his hand into his jacket, the pistol holster under his armpit, but Crow jumped before he could even reach the halfway and kicked Vasily in the chest. When Vasily flew back to his room and disappeared from view, Robert Redcourt, known as the Crow, slowly loosened his tie and entered the torture chamber. The door closed behind him. Zigor Durnov woke up with his phone alarm. As he stretched out on his double bed with silk sheets, he realized he was not alone in his room. He quickly threw his hand at the nightstand, where his gun was, but his gun wasn't there. He turned angrily to face his enemy. Standing in front of the television opposite his bed, with their legs crossed, Walrus and Calcifer were looking at him. Both held two silenced Glock 18s in both hands. To hell with you. The Zigor hissed through his teeth. Metallic clicks came through the door of his darkroom many times in a row. Some said the wall had been shattered by successive shots at the spot where Durnov's body was found later that day. James was quite happy. He got up from his bed and went to the shower without waking three women he was with that night. He took a shower and put on his suit, as his father told him, from his room-sized wardrobe. And looked at himself in the mirror. He remembered what his father had said the night before, and after saying, "Here is the Emperor," he moved into his room. The smile on his face suddenly faded. Jack was in front of him with his dismembered face. He had a Colt 1911 with a silencer in his hand. Beatrice stood on one side, Tina on the other. As James raised his hands as if to surrender, Jack fired two shots with his Colt in his left hand. James fell to the ground screaming. Smoke was rising from both legs. Then, slowly, blood began to spread on the cream-colored carpet. Tina pulled a long knife out of the back of her waist and started walking towards James. "Maintenant, vous êtes à moi," said Tina, smiling, as James looked at her in fear. The 6th depot was located at the entrance to the port. It was also the largest depot in the port. There were huge, giant heating installations used in halls, and they worked with all their power. In the noise of these installations resembling an airplane engine, Nisko's workers sat in chairs separated by where they came from. People were greeting, joking. In general, most of them were in good spirits. A tech team that arrived half an hour ago had installed giant sound columns. The 3-meter-high stage, installed at the end of the hangar, featured a lectern with the emblem of Nisko, and a table just behind it. On either side of the podium were thick columns of balloons in the colors of the company's logo, blue and white. The lights from the ceiling filled the hangar with warm, yellow light that wasn't too bright. They all turned their heads to the stage when the music began to sound from the columns. With this sign, the third oil rig manager Jason Corbeck took the stage and a deluge of applause broke out. The tall, big and muscular man was an oil worker in his late 50s. As an oil worker, he worked at Nisko for more than 3 decades, became the third oil rig manager. Jason raised his hands up and waited for everyone to shut up and hit the microphone and smiled. "Okay, guys. Actually, the boss was going to send half-naked dancers and entertain you a little, but I immediately showed up and said, "No way, boss." He said. Jason raised his hands again as the appeals of the laughing people covered the hangar again. "Oh come on, guys. When I found a microphone and an audience, I had to sing you a few of my favorite songs. Do you prefer dancers, or do you prefer my unique voice?" He said, and everyone's like they've rehearsed before, "The dancers." They shouted. Applause and laughter rose again when Jason showed as a stage connoisseur that he was broken with an expression that was obviously very fake with exaggerated facial movements, but was very funny. Jason raised his hands again and said, "Friends, the real reason I'm here is to introduce you to the man who glorifies, protects and ministers in us. We're alive because of him. We have a home, a job and a future. Mr. Howard." Alan stepped out onto the platform in a deluge of huge cheers and shook Jason's hand with his smile, which he repeatedly rehearsed in front of the mirror. He just looked at the empty chairs that were left behind for a moment. Where were these idiots left? Then he raised his hands with the same smile and greeted the workers. After waiting for them to shut up, he said, "We should have chosen the dancers." He waited for them to calm down, laughing with re-erupting laughter, and he opened his mouth to speak just as there was a single sound of applause, slowly but clearly applauding him. Everyone looked around in that instant to see the owner of the hands hitting each other one by one. His eyebrows were raised in amazement when Alan realized the sound was coming from the other side of the stage. Otto von Lonsenrader entered the stage from the stairs on the other side. As Alan clenched his fists in anger and looked at Otto, Otto looked at the workers without paying any attention to him. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. No one had noticed that he didn't need a microphone at the time. But Alan did, and turning to the podium, he said, "You have no right to be here. The future is being talked about here now. We are the future. And you are a dying past." Smiling with the leniency of an understanding grandfather, "Is that so?" he asked. Then he raised his right hand in the air and put his fingers together to snap. He had done all this with slow and obvious movements so that everyone could see his hand, waited long enough and snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, all the lights went out, all the heaters stopped buzzing. All the phone's little bar charts showing that they are receiving signal vanished. "That's the power of my wobbly fingers. Because I am still the manager of the company that owns the warehouse you are in," he said. Then he turned to the table, grabbed the nearest one from the chairs there and slowly pulled it to the center of the stage. He sat comfortably in this chair, as the manager of Nisco employees. "I can see that our company's facilities and properties are being used here outside of its purpose. I don't think I'll allow it," he said, like a sweet old man. Alan first looked at his workers, then Otto, and after putting his hands in his pockets, smiled. "So what are you going to do? You're gonna fire me?" he shouted. He had to scream just like Otto because the sound system didn't work anymore, but he had never had such a stage experience in his life. His voice was cracked, bumpy. This caused some movement. Otto smiled and said, "Unfortunately, we have come to the point where we cannot accept your resignation, dear Alan. Just like Mr. Antonov and Mr. Dernov, you should not be left without being punished in accordance with the public conscience," he said. "I also just stopped the operation of all Nisco businesses with the authority of an administrator. No light bulb will burn, no water will flow, no natural gas will come in this way without my permission. If employees want to live, they will either follow company rules and laws, or they will be fired." This time, the movement was quite restless. Alan's force came from his mercenaries. But even the mercenaries weren't stupid enough to point a gun at Otto. Alan first looked at the empty chairs. He thought his men found out Otto had arrived on the island and fled the island. Because he would have done it if he were in their position. "I can destroy you, old man," Howard said growlingly. "I think you've confused me with that girl, Mr. Howard. But if you're going to make such a mistake, I warn you, I'm not Beatrice Halburn, nor are you your rapist son James. Yes, I know about your son's sins. I know he raped little girls who can't protect themselves. God knows I'd like to punish him myself, but one of his victims beat me to it. Were you really going to make that poor puppet king for these people? Are you sure they'll listen to James? And their free will? Alan suddenly erupted in anger, shouted, "To hell with them. They exist to be ruled. Hungry dogs would have died without us. My son. What did you do to him? You." And Otto, as he didn't understand what he was talking about, opened both hands to the side and said, "Me?" Said, "Nothing. The young woman that you sent your son to rape to get you up in your job. Oh, she was so cruel." His voice was hoarse, as if he had enjoyed a meal he had just tried. A red light shone on his eyes as Alan walked a few long steps over Otto. Alan just paused. In the dark, he noticed the laser coming from behind the stage. He couldn't quite see the owner or his location, but he immediately understood the message he was giving. If he attacked Otto, he'd be dead before he could reach the old man. Angrily on his way back to the podium, his last castle, he momentarily noticed the people he had forgotten. They heard what he said, saw him retreat, helpless. He saw the cold, the disgust, the hatred and the anger on their faces. He had just defeated. He walked to the door where he had come, hitting the podium with his fist in an anger equivalent to the hatred reflected in the faces. But he froze out at the exit of the hangar. Across from him stood Tina, holding James' severed head by his hair. As if James was looking at his father with his eyes and mouth open. Alan threw his hand into his jacket, but he was frozen by the cold contact of the steel barrel resting on his neck. "We left you to the end," Beatrice's voice said. "We wanted you to know that you lost, we wanted you to know that your son is dead, we wanted you to know that you are going to die." Everything went into a strange red as the Alan fell forward, shaken by the sound of a single gunshot. Street George Square, which the islanders referred to as the Great Square, were thronged by people. Everyone had heard about the disappearance of the coup leaders. It was published by bloggers who used the local internet for journalism, gossip newspapers and pirate radios that Carolyn supported. However, the evening speech was to be made. Everyone was speechless when Beatrice appeared on the big stage. Murmurs and whispers turned to a hum as the young woman's scarred and timid face appeared on giant screens behind her. 12 more had taken the stand, just behind Beatrice. They were hidden under hooded cloaks made of uniform, gray blankets. Their faces were not visible. It was unclear whether they were men or women. Which, when the screens worked, no one paid attention to these 12 people. Beatrice approached the microphone with a shy expression. As she turned on the microphone, she pinched her face with a high-pitched hum and quietly gave an apologetic look around her. Jack swallowed and kept watching her. Tina was right next to him, slowly reaching out, holding his hand and putting her fingers between his fingers. "Carolyn teached her well," she said. Jack nodded his head slowly without looking at her. Beatrice's voice was hoarse, insecure and cracked. "I haven't prepared or memorized what I had to say." "Hello," she said, looking around with a timid expression. Many nodded and many mouths silently said, "Hello," as her voice echoed in the surrounding buildings. Although Beatrice did not hear them, she smiled as if she was hearing them. "Me," she said hesitatingly. "So you know me." Beatrice Hallburn. "Well, I thank each and every one of you, one by one. I was scared coming here, going up those stairs and walking to the microphone, but you're here." She stopped saying. She looked at them again. After turning her gaze to their faces one by one, she said, "Now I look at you and see that I am not alone. Thank you. I know why you know me." Many in the crowd moved. As Beatrice reached out to them, she held out her hands and said, "No, please don't bow your heads. Those images were just part of the torture that was inflicted on me. Those things that go on for months." After she said, she stopped and bit her lower lip and stopped to collect his voice, which cracked, and then took a deep breath. "The suffering, the pain, the tears brought us closer to each other," she said with a smile. It was a bitter, sad smile. "You wrote on your walls that I was your daughter. You fought over every bad word or implication that was said to me. Only families do that. I had no family left, only you. I once had a family, Expensive clothes, a good school, a handsome prince, she said, recounting her not-so-distant past. My family was killed in the middle of the street, and my prince handed me over to his mercenaries to make me talk. They wanted the cure of the soulless from me. She stopped. The crowd really moved this time, humming intensified. Beatrice waited for them to get over this information. She didn't want to say her words in vain or repeat them. Yes, she said, addressing all the question-filled glances. There is a cure for this. People started talking more, louder this time. So the young woman raised her hands in the air and silenced them. She smiled from the inside as those who saw that her hands fell silent. It was really happening. She could control them, like Carolyn said. Now all she had to do was not be ridiculous. The rest would follow on its own. We were bringing the cure to the islands when our plane was shot down. He said. Alan and his son James want to take it away from us. To build their own empire. She paused and closed her mouth and nose as if she were going to cry, and waited a little, so I didn't tell them anything. They killed my friends, they killed scientists, wolves, civilians. They tortured me, broke my ribs, my teeth, my bones, pulled my nails, they. When she said those, most people either lowered their heads forward or turned away. It was the common behavior of people when such things were said came to live in the mind. Beatrice had captured them in their hearts. So she continued, if I had told them, they would have used your hopes, your fears against you as a weapon. I couldn't do this to you, so I shut up and held on. I held on for my family, I held on for you. And now the serums have come to the production stage. She said, prompting a huge hum as many people marveled. Beatrice showed the 12 people behind her with a flamboyant hand gesture, as if she were presenting them her great work. Beatrice introduced them one by one while these people lowered their hoodies one by one. Sherman Ross, Adam Roseman, Trevor Garcia, James Glenn. With each name, the enthusiasm and joy of the people increased. There were more than 1,600 soulless held in prison, and more importantly, people would no longer have another nightmare where soulless people chased them in the middle of the night. It was a symbol of a new hope, a new dawn. Beatrice was the living beacon of this new icon of hope. This hope would hold the Berghoff Islands together for a long time and become a motivator for a new civilization with goals. Jack nodded, smiling. Beatrice was replacing Carolyn. She was to one that would sit on the golden throne. About an hour and a half after the speech in Street George Square, they met in an old warehouse at the end of the harbor. About 3 hours after Carolyn's chosen men secured the perimeter, the U-47 arrived here. A group of about 100 people, consisting of wolves, crows, and Foundation warriors, had gathered on the ground floor. Military supplies brought in by trucks and lined up on long tables. They were choosing from these supplies according to their needs and expertise and getting ready for operation. A smaller group had gathered in an old hall upstairs. Michael Richardson sat in a wooden chair. Wearing a Norwegian-style wind coat, fingerless gloves, thick Vibram-soled boots, he looked at the crow with his arms crossed to his chest. Addressing Otto, who was sitting next to Michael, Crow said, "Now if I get it right. Since the beginning of history, there has been such things as sorcerers and magic. These are not personal or fictional fantasies. For a while, you were so involved in this magic business that you thought you were gods. Then the valve, the source of the magic, closed, and you were left alone with the slaves who you were whipping. Then naturally things got ugly." At the back of Crow stood Carolyn, Beatrice next to her, and behind Beatrice was Jack and Juka. After Otto bent his lips and tilted his head to the side, he shrugged his shoulders, said, "Yes, partly. Actually, things got ugly before those valves closed. Since then, you black men have been hunting wizards." Crow said, pointing at Michael with his finger. Michael just nodded. "And you use magic. It helps a lot when you're hunting wizards." Michael said. "Now those valves have reopened and you have your powers back," he said. Otto simply nodded in response. "And now we need to make a little adjustment so that just magic can flow through the valves." For this, we will go to Atlantis. Otto nodded again and said, "That's the idea, yes." Because Crow saw what the wizards could do, he stopped accusing those in the room as crazy. So just asked, "Do you have an action plan?" Michael crossed his legs and said, "We'll go to London first with the U-47. There is an ancient key we need get from there. Then we'll get a map from a mansion near Paris and go to Algeria with them." The Crow raised his eyebrow and said, "Algeria in the Mediterranean?" "Yeah, it is. I thought we were going to Atlantis," Crow said, putting his hands around his waist. "Yes," Michael said, nodding. "We're going to Atlantis. It's pretty close to Algeria." "I'm glad you are alive, young man," Michael Richardson said, approaching Jack at the entrance to the Great Hall. Jack was staying at Michael Richardson's house when he was smuggled to New York after Beatrice was attacked on Gold Sand Beach. And when the bomb went off in the city, Michael gave him his own supplies. "I'm that you are," said Jack, who shook Michael's hand. Michael pointed at the men preparing for the meeting with his head and asked, "Your people?" Jack looked at the group and grumbled, "Part of it." There were a total of 42 people inside who chose the chairs to sit for themselves. The sorcerer warriors of the Foundation, the warriors of the islands, and a few others had gathered in the Great Hall below while the submarine's supplies and ammunition were filled. The tin-walled building was an old cannery. All the warriors were prepared as if they were need to engage a combat. But when Michael looked at them, he could easily see the difference between them. The Foundation warriors relied on their magic, carrying less ammunition and weapons. But they were tense and nervous. It was clear from their condition and preparation that they were well trained, but they lacked experience. It made them tense like a spring. For island warriors, the situation was the opposite. They had just heard of the concept of magic, and although most of them had seen the spells performed by Otto and the Foundation warriors he brought, they still did not believe in them totally, and did not trust them very much. The islanders were divided among themselves, wolves and crows. The crows were older and more experienced. Despite their young age, the wolves had been involved in as many conflicts as the crows. However, the islanders were badly battered by Nisko's invasion and their numbers had dwindled. Otto said that there were people who could join the group from Nisko, but neither side looked at it positively. Already the trust between them was as much as a cotton thread. If they added the team that didn't trust each other, a group that had just been forced out of hostilities, no one would have survived in that submarine. When Michael entered the hall, Crow stood up and shouted, "Attention!" The command system and ranks were decided in the office above. All the warriors straightened, and even when they did, the difference between them was obvious. The movements of the Foundation warriors were sharper, the islanders more relaxed. "You can sit down," Michael said, standing in front of a production line, looking at everyone. After the 40 people who had gathered sat back in their chairs, he said, "You have all been told about the situation. Each of you volunteered for this mission. The commander of this mission is Otto von Lonsenrader. I advise you not to consider him being old as a disadvantage. He will also be a source of information and consultant to us. Our main mission is to go to Tunisia on the U-47. Reach an ancient underground city here and save the world by adjusting various objects there." Jack was sitting in the back row with the rest of his team. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, stretched out his legs and tied them together, snorted, "Wasn't that too straight?" Juko was sitting next to him, and he tied his arms just like Jack. "If he told the rest the way he told us, we'd all have to drink tranquilizers?" he grumbled. Michael Richardson, who didn't hear them or acted as if didn't hear them, kept talking. "Mr. Hermans is the captain of the ship. U-47 was lost in World War II. After it was found, Herman's bosses reorganized the submarine. Its engines, fuel tanks and other equipment have been overhauled. She'll take us all the way to London without needing to refuel. We'll refuel there and continue on our way. There will be a total of 56 crew members on board, but 45 people here will make up our main operational force. We'll have no backup, no spares, no help. We'll be there alone. So this force will have to be rearranged. What kind of arrangement? Nausicaa asked. She had sat behind Juka and Jack. She had his foot on the back of Jack's chair. She hadn't spoken to Juka since Juka told them about his situation. Michael looked at them and said, "This task force will be made up of mixed teams. John Harper will be in command of your team, and 5 more will be added." Nausicaa murmuring curses as she slipped back where she was sitting. "It may not be as bad as it looks," Walrus said. Nausicaa did not look at him. She could tell by the voice of Walrus that he was making fun of her. When the meeting broke up, Jack, Juka, Nausicaa, Walrus, Calcifer and Alexandra were waiting next to an old truck. It was getting dark, getting colder. At this time, when it started snowing, Jack paused while swearing inside. The snowflakes, which descended from the sky in the form of large leaves, were gray in color. As Jack reached out his gloved hand and looked at the snow falling on his hand, he snorted, "What is this?" "Ash," someone ahead said in response to him. The man who came out after the gray-white blur was a tall athletic man. He had technical coats with fur on the hood, which were used on poles. He hung a long camping bag and his rifle on his back. Metal knee pads were pulled on the wrists of his baggy cargo pants. He had a snow mask on his smoked-colored beret like the technical coat, and a gas mask around his neck. "John Harper," said the hard-faced man. Behind him was a group of Foundation warriors. "Jack Winter," Jack said as he shook the man's hand. "Kate Hall, Scott Donovan, Henry Gerard, the ones in the back, Joseph and Pedro," Harper said, nodding his head. Nodding his head as Harper Jack said, "We use our nicknames. You can call me Hal. This is gentleman is Walrus, next to him Juka, the lady Nausicaa, here is Calcifer, next to him Alexandra. I think you're watching animations." Henry Gerard, who approached him at same time, said with a laugh, reaching his hand to Jack. Shaking his hand Jack said, "When we don't kill anyone," Henry laughed. He was a tall and overweight teenager. He greeted the rest with a friendly smile on his oval face. The brunette and blue-eyed young man carried a large shotgun slung diagonally across the chest of his tactical vest, and a large camping bag on his back, like many others. There were 2 long sticks and a katana attached to the bag. Jack saw one of the baton-length, tempered and varnished sticks had a cloth-wrapped head that shaped as machete under the cloth. "It's a naginata howl," said Henry, who saw Jack's gaze, without breaking his sincere smile. "Japanese spear. The Ferguson Foundation requires every student to specialize in at least one martial art." Howell looked at the others, whether he wanted to or not. Behind Henry was Kate Hall. The young woman saluted Howell, who was looking at her, only slightly raising her head and said, "Kate Hall. She is pretty good at Shaolin Kung Fu, Kendo, Iaido and archery," Henry said, pointing to the tall, athletic young girl. The young woman was carrying a Chinese sword and a bow and arrows next to her bag, as evidence of what was said. Her dark brown hair was only 4 fingers long. Her blue eyes were almost dark enough to be considered ultramarine. Looking at her beautiful face Calcifer sighed. On her little nose, her old-style round sunglasses placed with a cocky attitude. Her plump, tiny lips were cracked from the cold. Behind her was Scott Donovan. He was tall, athletic. He was blue-eyed like the others, hanged an M4 carbine on his Kevlar vest chest. Usually his demeanor was relaxed. Unlike others, his hands were always in his pockets, not standing upright like them. He could almost have been overlooked. Almost. Thought Jack. Almost. The U-47 had been sailed for almost 42 days. Since then, many things have changed within the islands. The company had fully ensured its self-discipline. All the mercenaries were detained. The process of quickly prosecuting those who committed crimes in the period of chaos began. Others were distributed to oil rigs. When the idea of a parliament, in which all 3 islands were jointly represented, was first put forward, the idea quickly gained acceptance. Beatrice Halburn was elected as the first speaker of this assembly. When the young woman entered the city council, Shailene was watching her from afar and quietly, as Jack wanted. Shailene wasn't the young woman's only bodyguard, of course. Tina was always with her, and Carolyn had her 4 best men on this mission. Heading into the main meeting room, Beatrice was dressed in a black suit and white shirt. As the sounds of her long heels echoed down the aisle, many faces turned towards her, many heads slightly bowed. When the doors of the assembly hall opened, the young woman confidently entered the great hall. As she walked to the podium in the center, her confidence was strong enough to be easily noticed by anyone who did not know her. The assembly hall was built in a bell shape in which Beatrice walked. There were many reliefs on the white walls that defined democracy and freedom. The dome at the top of the bell-shaped hall was covered with glass. Through these windows, columns of light descended, even if they came from the gray sky. In the center was a lectern 3 feet above the ground. Beneath the lectern were the desks of scribes and assistants. The parliamentary seats were facing this rostrum, with floors of semicircles arranged as an amphitheater. After looking at the files in front of her, the young woman who took the podium looked at the parliament, which was almost full of seats, and said, "Our difficult days have once again proved to us how valuable democracy and freedom are. At our meeting today, we will vote for the election board, as we decided yesterday. The election board will determine how the 3 islands will be represented equally and fairly." Seeing a raised hand, Beatrice stopped and pointed to the man who raised the hand, said, "Yes?" The old man, who has been attending city council meetings for almost 50 years but has never held the floor, said, "What happens next? Presidency?" There was both curiosity and sarcasm in his voice. Beatrice said with a half-smile, "I have no such plans. If you're asking for my personal opinion, I think the 3 islands should be governed by a parliament, by the will and administration of the people, no matter what." Before anyone could react, the old man slowly stood up and began to applaud Beatrice. The applause spread infectious and turned into a deluge that Beatrice did not expect. That's how the idea of a parliament of people first came about. The official history books of the 3 islands, that would be taught to the children in history lessons hundreds of years later, would describe the concept of communal democracy and true freedom, came out that day in that council. But the old man who asked the question was Joseph Carmichael. Carmichael was one of the few people who met her when Carolyn arrived in the islands and has remained her friend ever since. Carmichael's greatest characteristic was that his deeply recognition of the perception of the masses and saying, or made it said, the right things according to this instant perception and psychology. Despite his advanced age, the man whose intelligence was as sharp as a knife always used others to do what he wanted. So among those who knew him really well, his name was Puppeteer. Dreamer. Heavy snowfall, combined with strong wind, had become challenging even for the island people, who had begun to accept the winter conditions and get used to it. Beatrice, exhausted by the freezing air, entered the large apartment in the city. All the windows in front of the duplex apartment has the view of the ocean. The apartment's inside temperature's close to 15 degrees, thanks to the miraculous success of the central heating installation. Even that was hot for Beatrice Halburn, who was used to the cold in a cell. Tina was standing in front of the big window at the end of the hall. She was standing, as usual, wearing high-heeled boots, black leather pants that fit perfectly, a black turtleneck sweater. The leather holster of her gun could be seen over her sweater. The young woman, who had her hair bob cut, had a bottle of whiskey in her hand, which she held by the throat. She had drank up to half. Her other arm was leaning against the sill, she had leaned her temple on her arm. The smoke from the cigarette between his fingers flowed lazily towards the ceiling. Beatrice took off the thick coat of fleece that dropped down to her ankles and hung it on the coat rack. Rubbing her aching neck, she walked into the hall to Tina. "Looking at the vaguely silhouettes of buildings lost in the blizzard, we send him to her death every time," Tina murmured. Beatrice wrapped her from back around Tina's waist and, putting her chin on her shoulder, "Oh, don't be so dramatic. Just on the word of an old man, we sent our boyfriend on a World War II submarine to the other side of the ocean. Along with a group of lunatics like him, they will search the lost city of Atlantis in the middle of the desert. If they can, they'll adjust the gates so the monsters don't come out of the magic doors," she muttered. Tina raised her eyebrows and took a deep breath from her cigarette, and grumbled, now that you say that, I realize I really need to worry. We should have gone with him. Beatrice told, vocalizing Tina's thoughts. Her voice was lithe and humming like a cat. Yes. Tina said, looking away, sighing deeply. Beatrice looked at her and slowly reached out to Tina. She kissed the blonde young woman behind her ear and whispered, "But he'll be fine." In a way that only the two of them could hear. Tina slowly closed her eyes. Her lips were wide open as he let Beatrice deceive her, lie to her. Beatrice reached into Tina's hand and took her cigarette and put it out on the window. As Tina turned towards her, Beatrice grabbed Tina by the waist and pulled her towards herself, said, "Everything will be fine." Tina came towards her. Beatrice slowly took her plump lips between her own lips. After a long kiss, Tina took off Beatrice's jacket and left it on the floor, while the young woman simply smiled at her. As she left Tina's holster on the floor, she was telling her that Jack would come back, that the trio would be together again. "We shouldn't have let him go," Tina said softly, as she let Beatrice take off her sweater. "Yes," Beatrice said, unbuttoning her shirt with the same sadness. Tina followed Beatrice, who was lying on the floor, and looked at her sadly as she lies on the floor, said, "We're just dreaming, aren't we? He will not return, and here we will be driven away like leaves in autumn. We'll just be driven away." Beatrice reaches out her hands to Tina and said, "I don't think we'll ever see autumn again, and yes, we're dreamers." When everyone heard about the main plan of action, they tried to find out how soon they would get to England by submarine. According to Hermans, the U-47, which had all its systems refurbished, was a monster that could reach speeds of up to 30 miles per hour. But even so, they would not have reached England before 140 days. That's why many of those who boarded the submarine brought items that they could spend such a long time with. These items were constantly changing hands inside the ship. Tablets full of movies and TV series, e-book readers, playing cards, or books were constantly in circulation. The groups were thoroughly intertwined with each other. Team officers and NCOs keep them under constant control to keep them out of any infighting. If possible, they found a job for them and made them work. It's been 103 days since U-47 left Berghoff Harbor. Captain Herman's creativity in this matter was quite admirable. He used his limited personnel on board to train teams. Now the groups were working in shifts, sailing the U-47 on a regular basis. It was the easiest way to stall the 56 people on board. But Hermans was not one to left them with so much. Each team took turns clearing the glaciers on the ship with wooden spatulas from breakfast to lunch in the morning. Of course, when the weather is good. When they were not, they were involved in the cleaning and maintenance of the ship. U-47 may not be the only submarine capable of moving in the oceans of the Earth at this time, but it was the cleanest and most orderly. Of course, there were those who did not follow this order and discipline. It is part of human nature, but also the part that makes life attractive. Yusuf was the only person that brought a guitar, and Petros was the only person brought vodka in his duffel bag into the U-47. Their call code was Blue. They were standing in the torpedo room located in the nose of U-47. Petros played the guitar in his hand with live movements, while Yusuf read War and Peace for a second time on the guide next to him. Only 2 torpedoes were left on board to receive more men, supplies and ammunition. Leaning against one of these 2 torpedoes, Henry checked the cards in his hand, took 6 of his .45 bullets right in front of his legs and left them in a small pile of ammunition in the middle and said, "I see." Kate had her back against Calcifer's chest. Calcifer had also spread his legs, leaning against the second torpedo. He hung his head over Kate's right shoulder and looked at the cards. His arms were wrapped around the young woman's waist. Kate tilts her head slightly back and mumbles, "What do you say, my love? You think Henry's bluffing us?" she asked in French. During their journey, the Ferguson Foundation trained Islander warriors in magic and languages. But not everyone can be resourceful in everything. Calcifer, whose French is just a few steps ahead of the terrible, squinted and looked at Henry and Kate's cards, and said, "I don't know, half of my soul, I think Henry Gerard is a good man. Why would he lie to us?" And Kate looked at Henry, squinting her eyes until they were lines, and said, and then threw her cards on the floor and said, pass. Jack and Scott were already out of the game. So Henry smiled and pulled the considerable amount of ammunition accumulated in the middle towards himself and said, "Gentlemen and lady. It was really a pleasure to play with you." Right then an unpleasant mechanical voice filled the room. Recognizing the alarm, the fighters quickly began to rally. Petros said, "Damn alarm, damn drills." As John Harper entered the room. "Get ready, this is not a drill," he said. After everyone was dressed for the outside, they began loading their life-saving vests and weapons. In fact, if they fell into the water, they wouldn't last 10 minutes under normal conditions. But they weren't normal people. The Foundation warriors hummed spells that prevented heat loss. The Islanders were already trained for this weather, but gladly accepted the Foundation's magic support. As they prepared, John made sure everyone was prepared. It was a radar contact. "It's probably a cruise ship, constantly signaling for help. We'll have to check." "Why?" Kate asked. "Let's go under it." "Why are we getting in trouble?" "First, we are talking about civilian people. Second, the islands may need the ship and what's in it," he said. But these words were just empty excuses for Kate. Their duties came first, and those on the cruise ship were an obstacle between them and their duties. As the young woman shook her head, Calcifer held the young woman's hand with a smile and winked at her. "Come on, maybe we'll find a hot tub or something." "A shower is enough for me," grumbled Walrus, who passed by them. "Indeed, no one has had a chance to bathe since the port." Eric Davenport was the only one who shook his head about it. The young man, who has already spoken little, has become even more withdrawn since he set off on the journey with his U-47. He often spoke to Otto, sleeping as much as he could. As if he was paying particular attention to not communicating with rest of them. As Jack breathed cold air, he felt his nostrils and windpipe leading to his lungs burn. Emerging from the bow to the deck of U-47, the blue team knelt as two rows on the narrow ship deck, as they had previously trained. Jack immediately saw that the crew behind him had prepared the anti-aircraft cannon, and a Browning Mark II had been installed in the submarine tower. It was both comforting and frightening. The fire support of the 12.7 mm automatic cannon was unique, but it really meant they were in trouble if they needed it. Jack had heard radar contact coming from a cruise ship. The ocean was still and foggy, as it had been for several days. The steel ropes extending from the nose to the tower were covered with pieces of ice. And the floor was cleaned in the morning. This fog at this temperature was not normal. The U-47 had reduced its speed to 3 miles an hour, with almost no sound from its engines. As they moved across the motionless surface of the ocean, they looked around uneasily. Jack thought the cruise ship mentioned first was like a yacht. They must have passed by them. But after a few seconds, a giant body emerged from the fog. The transatlantic looked almost like a skyscraper. "Damn!" he muttered. The white ship had a slight gray stripe down the upper deck. Next to his nose was written Dreamer in giant letters. Most of the writing was covered in ice. As the U-47 slowly passed by the ship, the Dreamer quietly continued to wait in the fog. "The damn ship is not moving," said Petros Galiani, shaking his head at Yusuf Guvench. "It's very quiet." As they moved along the side of the ship, the layer of fog began to thicken. So Hermans ordered the man next to him to light the large projector. As the thick column of light circled the ship, it stopped in the stern of the ship, near the water level. At first, Jack thought that a giant mass of ice had penetrated the ship at there, but then he realized that it was a large hatch that had been opened, and that the lid was holding ice around it. "This section is a small, inner deck for water sports," said Henry Gerard, who was next to him. The inner deck was almost the size of a house. As the U-47 approached, Jack and his team entered into a pass covered with ledges of glacial fragments. Because of the light blocked by the fog curtain, the lights under the team's weapons were on. The ground was frozen by ice raising from the sea. So everyone was walking calmly and slowly. Jack looked around, and there were jet skis on sledges inside the area made for water sports. But 2 of the 8 sledges were full. They made their way to a wide door at the end of the hall. This door was reached by a 6-step staircase. The door was a pressure door and it was open. Passing through the door, the group entered a darker wide corridor. In the long hallway, there was someone lying on the floor. As Harper walked past him, he saw the man freeze, but crawled a fairly long distance before freezing. His legs were broken, and from the uniform he was wearing, it was clear that he was a ship employee. Harper raised his hand as team leader and stopped the group. He pointed at Petros and Yusuf and sent them to the end of the corridor. The departed scouts soon messaged on the internal radio that the corridor was clear. As the blue team began to move quickly, the red team came in behind them. Crow commanded the red team. His team, like the blues, was a mixed group. The blues headed for the ship's nose, while the reds headed straight for the stern. The corridors were quite luxuriously laid out. There were blue carpets in the color with same tone of ship's name was written. The carpets were frozen with moisture and cold coming from the door, which was left open. As the team walked on the carpets, they made cracking noises as if they had stepped on a cracker. It made them even more nervous, whether they wanted to or not. As they climbed to the upper floors, the body count began to increase. The paintings on the wall were dislodged, the furniture was toppled. There was blood and combat marks on the walls. Some corridors were covered with bodies. Harper looked down the hallways, shaking vaguely his head, and grumbled. The upper floors were getting richer and more luxurious. The number of dead passengers they encountered on the stairs had decreased. They were implementing the same strategy on almost every floor. The scouts settled in such a way that they completely controlled the corridors and the small opening at the mouth of the ladder, standing here until the team went upstairs, and then retreated to the stairs as in rearguard of the team. Members of the team they protected were leading the way on the top floor. When they got to the last floor, Harper examined the floor plan and said, "We'll go to the left and go out through that door to the opening. We'll keep going from there and reach the bridge." The floor they advanced on was in the super luxury class. Some doors were left open. Jack thought suites could really compete with palaces. The huge rooms were covered in wall-to-wall glass to take advantage of the ocean view. They were equipped with luxurious furniture, carpets and fine ornaments. Now all the rooms were in deep silence. From where they were, the signs of chaos and panic were easily visible in the rooms. Overturned chairs, suitcases, things scattered around, doors with broken fingernails or traces of blood on them. That was the limit of wealth and grandeur. The threshold of dreams and illusions was there. Jack was on the other side of that threshold looking at a room worth a few $100,000 around with an M4 carbine that he held with his tinselate glove. The steam coming out of his mouth formed long and persistent clouds, hitting the gold leaf wallpaper that his designer had designed only for the dreamer and scattered. When they arrived at the door Harper mentioned, the team regrouped. As the rearguard settled and kneeled in places that could see the long corridor behind them, the scouts came in a row. At this time, their internal radios rustled, and Crow's voice was heard. "Red in engine room." The answer came from the group's commander, Michael Richardson, who said, "Give me a status report." "Everyone killed each other. The doors are locked with a hydraulic system. The captain must have used the emergency switch. There's a system that closes these compartments when ships are in danger of sinking. Gordon and Martin have disabled the system. As people were killing each other, the chief engineer disabled the engines and the system. Can you make it work?" "Of course, why? Let's resupply provisions and fuel. Let our people breathe a little. Of course, if you want to continue sailing in this Coke can, you can come back immediately." When he said, everyone in the group looked at each other. Crow's answer was not delayed. "We're turning on the damn lights, boss." New Maine. After 2 days at the Dreamer, everyone was rested and collected. With this calmness, most of them pursued dreams that made them linger on their own. Some listened to music, some watched movies, some read books. In a small place reserved for the kitchen in the narrow and restricted area of the U-47, Otto, sitting at the old table, continued to read the old notebook in his hand. Alexandra came up to him and sat in chair opposite him, holding a deck of tarot cards. She had her hair pulled back from both sides and tied with a large, eye-catching patterned cheesecloth. The skirt pants were reaching down to her ankles. She had an exclusive look in her thick boots with heels, large earrings and a leather flight coat used by former aviators, short-waisted, covered in sheep's fur. With her eyes under her heavily made-up eyelids, she examined Otto and opened her first card. "What are you reading, old man?" she asked. Her voice was misty and as exotic as ever. In a thick leather belt around his waist, she still carried his Luger in a closed holster. During her time on the island, she was trained by wolves under Carolyn's protection. So she carried a kukri behind her waist and a pump-action shotgun in her own bunk on the submarine. Gunter Preen's diary. Otto said, closing the cardboard-covered notebook. "Who is that?" Alexandra asked indifferently, opening the cards in her hand. "The first captain of this old submarine," Otto said, looking around with delight. The submarine had undergone quite a change in the hands of drug dealers. The kitchen was first and most extensively replaced part, yet despite the microwave ovens, refrigerators or water distilling units, it was still a World War II submarine. When Alexandra, who opened the fourth card, grumbled with a serious expression, "What do the cards say?" Otto asked. "We're all going to die," Alexandra said with a shrug. When Otto tried to comfort her by smiling, said, "Maybe not." Alexandra drew a new card from the deck, turning it between her fingers, staring at Otto. "You know what's going to happen, and so do I. It's not about whether we die or not. The important thing is whether this will make a difference," she said. "We will die, everyone will die one day. But will our deaths be in vain?" she murmured. After Otto looked at the woman and smiled, he took his porcelain cup from the table, sipping his coffee thoughtfully. "That is the question," he said. Alexandra drew another card and looked at the card with a pessimistic expression. Combined all of them, it meant a great jinx or disaster. A great disaster that comes with death. But for whom? Newmain was the third and smallest of the Berghoff Islands. As many as 5,000 people lived on the small island, which was usually rocky and mountainous. The population and social life of the island were mobilized with the cataclysm. The name of the island came from a small town located in a crescent-shaped bay. This island became a port for the French Navy during the American Freedom War, and later this port was used by whalers and fishermen. But for the people of Newmain, the strangest ship had been the U-47, which came to the surface of the water in the middle of the bay. The U-47 had visited in its port occasionally in 2 weeks after the cataclysm and was met by Carolyn's men. Every time it came, it brought ancient stones from the mainland and young people who protected them. Carolyn bought a boarding school building that closed years ago and gave it to these young people. Now on the door of the school was written the Ferguson Foundation. The foundation students took the stones brought by submarine to the Great Cave in the north of the island. The cave and its surroundings were tightly guarded by these youths. The new faces, who got along well with the islanders in daily life, were also very secretive about this cave. This mystery has long persisted about the young people and their mysterious cave for the people of Newmain Island. Like every mysterious event, many impossible stories were told and events were exaggerated. Then the weather and life became hard. Mysteries gradually lost their allure. The U-47 hasn't been to the bay in a long time. The people had heard about the war on the islands. But the island people won the war. Everyone was delighted when the mayor told the people of the island about the decision about the Parliament of the People. It was somehow giving people confidence for the future. Talks and meetings were underway at the mayor's office building in the center of town for council decisions. The blizzard outside has been going on for almost 4 days, harassing his islanders' life. Everything else was in the usual routine. Benedict Greenwood, who cleaned the ice on his Casio G-Shock watch, had just turned 17. He was only 2 hours away from the end of his shift. The sighing young man was tall, athletic and broad-shouldered. His red, short hair was under his thick beret. The glass of the ski mask he had lowered to his face was covered in ice crystals, frozen from the places where it met with his frame. The thick, polar parka-clad young man was one of the warrior wizards of the Ferguson Foundation. The entrance of the cave was behind a rocky garden of tectonic rocks came out of the ground like the fangs of a monster. Ascending and descending rocks hid the cave entrance from sight, but prevented its guards from seeing the surroundings. So at another sentry post at the other side of the garden, there were 2 more guards. As the young man watched the vortex of strong wind swirling between the old volcanic rocks with his M4 carbine in his hand, he was evaluating his decision not to be one of the 20 remaining volunteers at the Ferguson Foundation. The Foundation building, located on a campus in the north part of New York, was attacked just after the atomic blast and cataclysm in New York City. The attackers kidnapped a group of students, some of whom were injured in this incident, and some were killed. What the attackers really wanted was a piece of stone in the center of an old stone monument found inside the cave where Benedict Greenwood stood at the entrance. According to legends, this piece controlled the power of the entire monument. This ancient structure, known as the Tomander Gate, was basically a large circular pedestal. Around the pedestal, consisting of circles that narrowed towards the center, there were stalagmites of various sizes and thicknesses. After the attack, the Foundation was in a defensive state and turned into a castle. Everyone at the Foundation had been trained for such a day and situation, but soon after the suppression of winter, Otto von Lonsenrader came and ordered them to gather. The gate would be moved to another location. Only 20 people would left behind to protect it. 20 people who would served here for a certain period of time would be picked up later. As the Tomander Gate was built, it was broken into pieces of stone and transported in 3 times Tu-47, waiting for them in the river. The submarine carried the pieces that formed the gate and the Foundation students on 3 voyages. Since then, groups of 4 have been on guard at the entrance to the cave in 4 shifts. Benedict looked at his watch again. It's only been 4 minutes. Isabella grumbled, behind the ski mask right next to him. Isabella was the same height as Benedict, brunette, athletic and beautiful. She was only a year older than Benedict. Isn't it too boring? Benedict said. Isabella shrugged and said, I don't care when there's a hot shower waiting for me in the building, and Benedict laughed. Isabella really hated the cold. Isabella was the first to feel that something wasn't right. A familiar tingling, shivering or intuition. The young woman frowned, pulled out her gloved hands, which she put in her coat's pockets, and placed them over her gun. Benedict recognized this danger sign, said, What? And he heard the strange buzzing from the wind, the vibration from under his feet. As the young man quickly set up his M4, he realized the real truth, the sound was coming from the inside, not from the outside. As Benedict quickly turned back on his heels, Isabella set up her weapon and approached the wide wall of the cave. The young man pressed the built-in radio button around his neck and said, Guard to Pioneer. Guard to Pioneer. We need immediate backup. And the buzzing inside became too much to miss. Benedict heard his radio headset rustle. Behind the interference were the voices of his friends, but there was no way to understand what they were saying. The hum from the Tomander Gate, which was set up in the largest area of the cave, was now combined with the vibration in the soil. Benedict raised his rifle to his shoulder, opened the gun's safety and stooped. Isabella pulled out a long, orange magnesium torch that she had placed in the below-knee pocket of her baggy cargo pants, and opened its lid and by rubbing this lid on the torch, ignited it. As the bright orange torch light shone in front of the gate, 2 guards saw that the air above the gate began to shiver. It was as if they were shaking the water in a bowl at regular intervals. The vibration was rising rapidly, and the buzzing began to scratch ears. The earth on the ground was lifted by vibration. It was like they were on a drum and someone was hitting that drum non-stop. Benedict felt lightened. It wasn't the kind of a feeling that comforted you. Gravity was changing. The young man noticed that he was being pulled towards the gate. Small stones next to him, in front of him, began to move towards the gate. The air rippling over the pass intensified. It turned into particles, these particles began to shine one by one, bright parts began to grow. As the pieces quickly converged, the first silhouette came from the gate towards them. With its arrival, the feeling of pulling into the gate was over. Benedict's eyes opened in horror. The body opposite him was in human form and height. Hands, legs, arms. Everything was normal-sized. It had no eyes and no nose. Its skin was ash-colored, and ember-colored flames appeared from the cracks between the ashes. Looking around with eyes that weren't there, the creature opened its mouth screaming. His teeth, which looked like the teeth of a tiger, were sharp and long. Inside of his mouth was ember-colored, just like the cracks in his skin. The creature turned its head to the exit of the cave, and Benedict realized that the creature was looking at him, and he felt it. It was a hatred that could not be misunderstood or confused with anything else. The creature suddenly threw its right foot forward, stooped, stretched out its arms, opened its three-fingered hands with its palms facing, and screamed a battle cry. An orange, magma-bright bulge appeared over his hand. It didn't take a genius to realize that short sword-length pieces were weapons. Benedict was well trained. He could understand the situation, although he was completely horrified. The one who arrived was a vanguard and was seen by unwanted eyes when it was scouting. He was the unwanted one, and the creature should have silenced Benedict. Benedict's M4 spewed death when the creature was leapt to run at him. As the young man's bullets hit the creature, which was leapt towards him, tear it apart as if they were hitting at a clay statue. By the time half of his clip emptied, the creature had already collapsed to the ground in pieces. Another came out of the gate as the embers erupted from under the creature's skin and scattered pieces of the creature were sprinkled in the air as ash leaflets. Benedict, who began to control the horror he fell into, shot the creature in the head, the same as the other. 3 more came out of the gate as the second one fell to the ground. Benedict swore through his teeth. He shot the first of the trio in the head, while the other 2 were leapt towards him, realizing what had happened. So the young man quickly turned to the second and shot it in the chest. But he didn't have enough time for the third, but it was torn apart by gunfire from the side. Isabella was also in the war. As the third fell apart and fell to the ground, others began to come out of the gate. While Benedict was loading his gun, Isabella emptied her clip on these creatures. After the hum of her M4 that filled the cave with thunderous sounds, the young woman shouted, "Reload." She turned clockwise on her heels as she threw the empty clip, shrugging off the gun. As she made her turn, Benedict, who had loaded his gun, came out and shot the creature in the face, which had just extended its head through the gate. "You must go," he said to Isabella, as the young woman loaded her gun. "What?" she said. She thought she heard it wrong. "Go. Go to a place where the radio works and bring here whoever has a gun on the island." Isabella looked at the new creatures coming out of the gate. Like the others, the young man shot them. Isabella was going to object to Benedict, but she knew her partner was right. She just hit him on the shoulder, took 4 off her spare clips and put them into the belt around Benedict's waist. Then she disappeared running into the blizzard. As the young man continued to shoot the emerging creatures, the gate began to shiver and shimmer more. Benedict shrugged off his gun as if it were a robot, threw his almost finished clip out of the gun and replaced it with a new one. It was the last clip in his log, after which he would pass on what Isabella gave. What came out of the gate was 3 feet tall. Its body was big and muscular, like the body of an African gorilla. It was wearing an armor suitable for this body. It had a helmet on his head that looked like the Spartan's helmet. His face was not visible, but 4 red eyes glowed towards him in the gaps. The vapors coming out of the mouth were angry and at short intervals releasing clouds of steam. A thick, iron chain was wrapped in one of his hands, which he held on the ground. On his back handle of a weapon can be seen that remained behind his waist, and Benedict did not want to know what was at that end. Benedict used the power of his entire soul to avoid running away. Time, sounds, blizzard, and snowflakes hurtling through it, suddenly slowed down for him. Benedict Greenwood had just turned 17 and was the first person in the world to encounter a Marnoon demon. When the demon was leapt at Benedict with a proper war roar, the young man reached out his left hand with only an instinct. His fingers were open and tensed. The young man's eyes turned white, his words disappeared in the roar. Lightning from his left hand took the Marnoon demon and threw it back to the side of the gate. The demon, which formed a crater in the wall of the cave, stayed on the wall for a moment and then collapsed to the ground. But it took more than that to kill it. As the demon stood up, Benedict's M4 spewed death again. The demon shielded his arms from the blows it received. Sparks and pieces of metal splattered from the arm piece of its armor, and then fragments of red embers began to torn apart that were the real essence of the demon. His armor may have been durable for melee weapons, but firearms were a completely different issue. When Benedict's weapon went silent, the demon recognized his enemy's weapon. It operated on a limited basis and needed reloading. The demon used its magical property with internal control and leapt towards its enemy as it began to regenerate itself. He had released the chain in his right hand. As the young man shrugged off his weapon, he saw his enemy throw the chain in his hand. He lifted his left hand to the side of his head as if he were taking a boxing guard before the 3 inches thick chain reached him. Magic icons flashed on his hand, and a large shield of light formed by hexagons appeared next to the young man. When the demon's chain hit this shield, the lines of the shield flashed in anger, and Benedict flied off from where he was and crashed into the wall. As the young man slid to the ground, he dropped his M4 and pulled out his pistol. When the demon grabbed him by the throat, Glock unlashed hell in the demon's face. The bullets first smashed the demon's mask, then his face, and came out of the back of his head, but the demon had already broken Benedict's neck. As they both fell to the ground, new demon soldiers came out of the gate. The first one saw their Lord Commander fell to the ground and roared angrily, while a buzzing through the snow hit the spot where its nose should have been and made a large hole in its head. As the demon soldier fell to the ground, 2 other sentries stood guard for the cave came out of the snow. One was carrying an M14. As the shooter advanced with his weapon, firing single but deadly shots, the burly man next to him started shooting with a striped automatic machine gun, M249 SAW. Until support from the Foundation came, this duo would form a giant mound inside the cave from the ashes of dead demon soldiers. Now the age was changing. Gate of Hell, London. The port was very alive. Men and women with guns were constantly coming in trucks. They were being boarded and sent on ships of almost all sizes. Beatrice was watching this activity at the port. The collar of her long coat was of sable fur, and she had a Russian-style kalpak on her head. Her pale face was beautiful enough to make a person shiver, despite the scars. The battle at Newmain was going on with all its might. As if the demons coming through the gate were limitless. The Foundation fighters were eventually exhausted, their ammunition running low. Now other islands were sending support to them. Weeks after the first clashes, a new influx had begun. Until then, the gate had kept its silence. During this time, the Parliament discussed breaking the passage into pieces and talking about demolishing the cave. But no one had taken action. Beatrice almost begged all the groups in Parliament to at least create an army and place it in Newmain, but she did not get any results. But a few days ago, the gate became active again, and the giant warriors who came out of it repulsed the Foundation warriors as far as the town, although they suffered heavy losses. This was the first and most important defeat they had received, because now their army came out of the gate as they wanted, and when they came out, they could spread out into the field as they wanted. The battle was arduous and devastating. The town was quickly evacuated, and refugees from there convinced the Parliament to act with the horror stories they had told. The ships that were now moving away from the port were the island people, who at least knew how to fire, with some ammunition. 40 of the best 100 men left with the submarine, and the remaining 60 were secretly sent to Newmain, without the knowledge of the Parliament. The volunteers who were now dispatched consisted of 200 men and were going entirely to form support for this elite force. As a bodyguard of Beatrice said, they did not actually have a combat capacity. They were only supposed to keep the demons at Newmain until U-47 completed its mission. Then the island would be evacuated. Beatrice, unwittingly, turned her gaze east, in the direction Jack should have been. The last time they spoke on a satellite phone, they said they were about to arrive in London. She lifted the collar of her coat and went back to the car waiting for her. They did their best. It was now up to the U-47 and its crew to do things quickly. The Thames River was almost froze down the middle of it. The U-47 slowly rose in the river. As her entire deck rose above the water, her hatches quickly opened. First the crew of U-47 came out and prepared the submarine's above-water guns for battle. Immediately after that, the red and blue teams went up. They opened the hatches of iron battlements behind the submarine, and from there they pulled out packed Zodiac boats. They opened the locks on the boots and started the air tubes to fill them. The engines were attached to the back of the boats, and the teams were divided into two groups and landed with the Zodiacs. All of these equipment and preparations were what Nicaraguan drug dealers prepared before the cataclysm to smuggle pure heroin into the United States. But life is full of surprises, isn't it? After the last team landed, the teams headed for the stairs leading to the city. Everyone was ready for combat, but there was almost no sound. Michael Richardson looked around and signaled to Crow. Crow returned to the sub and looked at his radio and said, "Bon voyage, gentlemen." U-47 placed its above-water guns in place. The land team continued to secure the perimeter until the crew was lost inside the submarine. "It's weird," Alexandra said, put the hoodie of her polar coat on her head as the U-47 softly disappearing in the cold waters of the river. "I didn't think I'd miss that can." "We're just getting started, my dear," said Otto, who was standing next to her, smiling and covering himself with his thick cape. The group was ready to move forward. They moved into their place in the middle of the group as previously planned. Snow had risen to the waist high on the streets of London, covered everything in a soft, white and that much deceptive quilt. Even so, the destruction inside London was not to be overlooked. Overturned buses, burnt out or blown up cars, the wreckage of burned and empty homes. It was snowing non-stop. There was a strange, unnatural silence around. Behind the veil of tulle, formed by the rapid fall of large snowflakes from the sky, quietly moving shadows wandered through the buildings. All donned with white snow camouflages. Their faces were completely covered with snow glasses on their masks. The scout pointed his M4 with a silencer in his hand where he was cheeking. On either side of the road where they went, there were classic English houses with 3 floors, made of old-style tiles. He looked at the road and the houses around it. The road was covered with snow. When he couldn't see footprints in the snow, he signaled to the group of 25 people behind him that everything was fine. Seeing the sign, Michael Richardson looked at the map in his hand. He found the name on the sign in the corner from his map. They were only 2 blocks away. He signaled his group to advance. The group, which landed from the U-47, had split in two about an hour and a half ago. The second group headed north to find the necessary vehicle for their subsequent journey. They've hardly come across anything since the Thames River. Michael was extremely uncomfortable with this. He didn't want to believe London was just abandoned. In a cataclysm like this, maybe the complete evacuation of a city would be natural, but there would still be someone or something. But the deep silence had clenched its claws into the city. This reticence made Michael nervous like a deer that smelled of a hunter. Something was going wrong and Michael Richardson had no idea what was going wrong. Walking in front of Michael, Walrus suddenly turned to his right side and looked into the shadowy space between the two buildings. And Michael turned around and looked, but he couldn't see anything. Walrus should not have seen it. The young man bent his head to the side as if he thought it was strange. Then he looked at Michael and kept walking, shrugging his shoulders. That was the third time. For 3 times, his men were moving through empty streets thinking they had seen or heard something. Most of the buildings had their windows broken, their windows seemed like empty dark holes. From the streetlights, glacial stalactites extended downwards. His scout Joseph raised his fist and stopped them again. He looked around with exaggerated movements as the ski mask narrowed his sight. Then he signaled their progress again. Michael stopped holding his breath. That was the 9th. The scout was as nervous as he was. Finally, the scout showed them the white building ahead. The Museum of London was there. It was quietly waiting for them at the end of the road they were on. It was clung to the huge columns, and the large iron bars around the Hellenistic-era styled building were bent and torn in some places. Together with his group, Michael went through a huge gap between these bars. The rear guard was Jack Winter. Jack looked around with his one eye and grumbled, "Something's watching us." And Michael looked around and nodded. Jack was right, they were being watched, and whatever it wasn't human. Crow looked around and ordered his group to move forward. His group was moving forward with their weapons raised to their shoulders, ready for combat. Just in front of the rear guards were Otto and Alexandra. Otto wanted to come with them as the team split in two. At the end of the wide gaps around them, the area where the huge hangars were located was Northolt Air Force Base, owned by the Royal Air Force. Crow looked at the map in his hand and looked at the hangar that appeared at the end of the vast terrain, and after grumbling, pressed his internal radio and said, "Jackson, find us a car. I don't want to walk that far," he said. Thomas Jackson hit his friend on the shoulder next to him and left the main group. He had his eye on the Humvees at the entrance to the base command, which was just ahead of him. He ran with his partner Brandon and came to these vehicles. He opened the door to the Humvee. At the same time, the doors of the base building opened, and 4 soldiers came out from the inside, opening to the right and left. All 4 were wearing urban-patterned, snow camouflage uniforms. 2 had MP5 submachine guns in their hands, and 2 used the British Army's standard weapon, the LA-85. The LA-85s were short rifles with binoculars and clips behind the hilt. Thomas suddenly raised his hands and said, "Ow! Ow! We're on the same side, Otto's side. Oh, what a mess!" He snorted. At this point, the entire team was either kneeling or lying on the ground. Where they were, there was no place to hide or take cover. And the building opposite them also showed constant mobility. Behind the windows, in the vents or in the doors. When the combat broke out, the consequences would not be good for them. Crow calmly cursed from within. But Otto began to walk into the building, shaking his head. "It doesn't look like it from here," said one of the soldiers who walked out the door at this time, toward Thomas. He was big man, with red hair and a beard almost 5 fingers long. He had an MP5 with binoculars, a lamp and a laser marker attached. "It's a complete misunderstanding," Thomas said with a sympathetic smile, stripping his mask from his face with slow movements. The blue-eyed young man was oval-faced. There was a natural sympathy of the always smiling young man, and that is all that is keeping him alive now. The red-haired man raised one of his thick eyebrows. "Yeah?" he said, taking the piss. He was looking at an old man in a white suit who came towards them. Thomas said, nodding his head endearingly, "Of course it is. We didn't know anyone was leaving in the city. We were just going to the far-end hangar." When he said it, he swallowed it, realizing what he meant and the possible consequences. The guy laughed. "The far-end hangar? And steal our plane?" he said, surprised by the thief's bravery. "Bad weather for swimming," Thomas said with his hands up. In any case, he was completely in this nonsense. Otto came to them at this point. His hands were up in the air. "When was the city evacuated?" he asked as if talking about the bad weather. "It wasn't emptied," the red-haired man grumbled, frowning. "But we didn't met anyone," Otto said, looking back at where they came from and the group that was left behind. "For God's sake, where do you come from Mars?" the red-haired man asked. "Sort of, from Boston," Otto said, shrugging his shoulders. He didn't want the soldiers to know about the islands. And they shouldn't have been distracted? The red-haired man marveled. "How did you get here from America?" he asked. Otto said, "By sea, but we are in a hurry now and we can't go on like that anymore. So we'll take the C-130 in the last hangar." The red-haired man put his gun down and put his hand around his waist and said, "Let's say you took it. Do you have a pilot to fly it?" And Otto put his hands down and imitated the man's movement, putting one hand around his waist and said, "Let's say we have a pilot. Do you mind if we take the plane?" The red-haired man scratched his beard and looked to his side, and through the door he came out, said, "I think both sides can get what they want with a good deal." Otto put his hands on his cane. "What kind of a deal is this going to be?" he asked. "There's a total of 32 people inside," the red-haired man said. "We want to get them somewhere safe and warm." "And in return?" "Aircraft and fuel." "Is North Africa hot enough?" Otto asked, smiling. "I'm sure it's hotter from here." The red-haired man looked around and said. Otto nodded. "We will go to North Africa via Paris. Can we clear the runway until our group in town arrives?" The red-haired man's eyes grew in an instant. In fear, What? You got people in town? He asked in a snap. Otto squinted and said, Yes, what happened? As he asked, the red-haired man rubbed his faded face as if he was having a nightmare. My lord. He snorted. Get them out of there. The city is under demon control. That is why it's empty. Because those bastards didn't leave anything alive. Michael realized the satellite phone wasn't working, so he put it back in his assault vest. It was very strange, he was just sure that the phone was working. For some reason, all communication was lost in the museum garden. There was probably a military jammer left open in the museum. Jammers were settled to at important points to prevent bombings before the cataclysm after the New York bombing. One of the high and flamboyant wooden doors was slightly open. When he pushed it slowly, the door creaked open, making them all nervous. The inside of the museum was as quiet as the outside. In the interior of the square-shaped building, its roof had a glass dome formed by gable frames. These windows were broken, and the courtyard, which was supposed to be closed, received its share of the snow falling on the city. At the entrance to the courtyard, with a stylish sign, it read Warriors of Millennia. Jack didn't understand the meaning of this sign until he entered in. In the middle of the wide courtyard was a building that was climbed by stairs. There were two opposite stairs leading to the building from the courtyard, the stairs leading up to the building as if they were hugging. Around this building were figures of warriors placed on square platforms, all inside the protective glass. Each of them was displayed with their ancient armor and weapons suitable for their era. Some of these armors and weapons were original, and some were reproduced in accordance with the original. Oh baby! Kate Hall groaned, looking at a figure on her left. When Jack looked back, he saw a wax figure of a samurai. He drew his sword in half with an angry expression. Nothing on earth could have made her so exited, said Henry Gerard, who came after Jack, laughing. He was looking at a warrior holding a naginata. Michael said, looking over his shoulder, I need a few minutes. Be quiet when taking anything you want. Eric Davenport, who looked around him without any thrill, sat on the stairs tired when the group spread out inside the museum. He looked around, separated from the men he met on the submarine. They were on the same team as him. When they had the opportunity, they trained and talked in a field that would be considered poor, but none of it was enough to blend in. Whether he wanted to or not, the young man began to think about what he was doing there. He scratched his chin under his beard that he had because of limited facilities on the submarine, while he pulled out his mobile phone from under the assault vest. He waited for the phone to turn on. It was the phone he bought when he was working at an oil well in Alaska. Eric checked around and opened a photo of Jade on his phone. The harsh expression on his face was erased, a vague smile came to his lips. Eric secretly filmed Jade when she stopped talking to him. He looked at the photo, as he did every day. He didn't know why Jade was so offended, but he realized that he was very grateful. The young woman would eventually realize Eric's problem, discover his curse. Jade was going to get hurt when she found the monster inside Eric. He knew he was going to die somehow, all he wanted to do was not forget Jade's face when he was dying. Henry told Michael, "This is a museum." And he turned his head to back with the sound of glass breaking. Kate was in front of the glass she broke, taking her katana from the samurai statue. Looking at her with an expression that couldn't believe what happened, she looked back at Henry with a timid expression and said, "What?" As Jack shook his head with a smile, he heard Juka's horse whistle. It was one of 2 or 3 sounds that activated the young man's nervous system. Juka was standing at the entrance to the museum. Behind the half-open door, he raised his gun to his shoulder, looking around the corner into the front yard. "There's movement outside," Juka said, pressing the latch of the internal radio around his neck as Jack walked to his side. "Finally," Jack muttered, kneeling behind Juka. He raised his rifle to his shoulder and looked out through his weapon's medium-range binoculars. Indeed, outside, among the ruins of buildings, there were movements that appeared vaguely behind the windows. "What are these?" he snorted. "Believe me, I have no idea," Juka grumbled, shaking his head. "Don't engage if you don't need to," Michael's voice heard over the radio. For a moment, Jack saw a small glow on the ground floor of one of the 3-story houses. It was like a sweet little orange spark. But it was growing fast, because it was coming towards them. He leapt to his side and pulled Juka, who was controlling the other side, back holding from his backpack. As soon as both men fell to the ground, a fireball blew out the wooden door. "I'm afraid we do," Jack growled, as he moved behind the stone panels next to the door with Juka. As the burning air swirled around them with a shock wave, Jack shouted, "What the hell is this?" His ears were suddenly filled with increasing pressure and ringing. Juka shouted, "Fireball," just like him. "What, are wizards attacking?" Jack said in horror. He learned fireballs, lightning columns, and magic arrows. But all those who could cast these spells were with them. It had to be. Juka said that must be it. Another ball of fire entered through the shattered door fragments and crashed directly into the building in the center. When the explosion hit, the center of the hall and its entrance were covered with yellow-red flames. As Kate threw herself behind the stairs, Henry flew backwards and passed through the glass behind him. The young man who fell to the ground crashed into the wall, tumbled on the ground. Jack could not come to him. The shock wave of the second explosion had pushed him and Juka against the wall. Jack saw silhouettes running through the door as he tried to gather himself. The images were very blurry, but he was conscious enough to see the knives of flames coming out of their hands. He tried to reach for his gun, but he was too dazed to do it. Juka reached over him and pointed something and shouted something beyond Jack's perception. Jack didn't understand what he was saying, but the lightning coming out of Juka's fingers caught the silhouette, which entered the door, in long spirals, and knocked him to the ground. Jack saw the collapsed man crumble like a dried clay tablet. Immediately after that, someone else barged through the door. Jack's vision was almost back. When he saw the man with no eyes, he cursed in astonishment. The difference between normal people and trained people is the responses of those trained ones in unusual situations. Every person is afraid, it is the nature of humanity. Trained and not trained. But those who are trained cling to their training, like Jack. By practicing repeatedly, for hours, days, and even years, it became automatic for them to react, so instead of lingering they could act. That's why, contrary to what most people in London done, Jack Winter drew his pistol at lightning speed and fired 2 shots into the chest and 1 into the head before the enemy took the second step. As his enemy fell to the ground, Jack said in fear, "What the hell is this?" The sound of an M4 with a silencer was heard from a place higher than themselves as 2 more entered, and those who entered were torn apart. Eric got up from where he was sitting and started shooting, while got covered behind the stone railings of the stairs. "Demon soldiers." Michael grumbled, who came quickly from behind, shot at the other silhouettes coming through the door with his pistol in his hand. Eric turned to Michael after raising his eyebrows, looking at the embers scattering from the creatures that fell to the ground and dispersed. Michael had something in his other hand. Before Jack could see what it was, Michael put on his hangers backwards, closed the lid of his bag, which he had hung on his chest, and hung the bag his back again. As he gathered his team scattered around the courtyard, Jack asked, "What's a demon?" As Michael came down the stairs, he holstered his pistol and pointed his rifle at the door. "Soldiers," he said. He leaned over to one of the men lying on the floor and checked his pulse. There was nothing to be done about the man who hit the wall and broke his neck from the blast. So he turned to the other young man on his side. The young man, who had half his face burned, had hit his head hard somewhere. "The infantry from the lower layers of hell," he said, pulling him behind a column. Raising one eyebrow and shooting 2 demon soldiers entering the door, Jack asked, "Hell?" Juka took cover right top of him and said, "Yes, hell," and shot 2 more demon soldiers who entered. Jake looked at Juka and said, "What, are you saying that biblical nonsense really exists?" As if whining. He was looking for a logical explanation for what he saw. Those idiot Catholics who changed the Bible wouldn't have taken their asses out of their fancy church if they knew exactly what was going on. Juka said, laughing, looking at Michael Richardson, who was shooting next to them as he changed the clip. "If we hadn't taken our fucking asses out of the fucking churches, I think you poor magicians would have been cutting each other off every full moon." Michael said, laughing. Meanwhile, he turned around and directed his team, which began to gather themselves, towards the right and left flank with sharp military hand movements. Jack got up from where Juka hit him on the leg and knelt, and proceeded to the column on the other side of the entrance. Meanwhile, he was targeting outside with his rifle and shooting at targets he could see. As soon as he could see the garden, he saw many demon soldiers running towards the door. "Oh, I forgot about you, Inquisitor," Juka said in response to Michael. When Michael mimicked his tone, saying, "Never forget me, apprentice wizard." The voice of Walrus came from behind, close contact. Apparently, the demon soldiers weren't just using the front door. Behind the column where Jack settled, he could see comfortably the demon soldiers who began to climb the great stairs that reached the door. As he shot several of them one by one, he said, instead of bickering each other, "Will you tell me what happened? What is this hellish nonsense?" He hissed through his teeth. Michael checked behind him and said, "Even when the Tominder gates are a new idea, in the other system, where the wizards came from, there was a big war. Those who worshipped magic, religion and technology fought. Religion drew its powers from the gods, but the other two classes would defeat them. Instead of being defeated, a priest decided to summon the demons of hell to help. He sent one of these floating doors to the lower floors of hell and made a deal with the archdemons," he said in a loud voice close to shouting. There was considerable noise inside, even with silenced rifles, when the rest fired their guns too. "These bastards?" Jack said. "These? No, son, these bastards are just simple creations. They are used to clear traps and tire the enemy. The real deal is back there, the bastards in the shadows. You'll know when you see a demon. They are one of those things you don't want to joke about. Anyway, they called them into the game, but they couldn't control it. Thus, a fourth party joined the battle that lasted before the doors closed. Powers of hell. The war was devastating. The doors closed. All the colonies were left alone and fought for thousands of years for a normal life cycle." A scream echoed in the museum. When Jake turned in the direction of the sound, he saw Taylor Jonas of the third team lying on the floor. The door in front of him was broken, and a demon soldier was on him. Taylor used his rifle to protect himself from the ember knives on the demon soldier's fists. As Taylor threw the third punch, the demon soldier's head bent to the side with a hard blow from the side. The large body slipped sideways as the cracks from the hole in his head spread to his body and the demon soldier tore apart. Taylor looked back at who had saved him and greeted Eric, who had fired from the stairs. Eric's face was struck in horror as he greeted Taylor with his head. A giant sword had entered Taylor's chest. The black metal sword was 1 inch wide. In the middle was a red light in the color of lava. It was only when Taylor started screaming that they realized that this light was really heated metal. The handle of the 2-meter-long sword was still in the room. As Jack turned that way, Eric came out of the trench where he was hiding and turned his M14 sniper rifle to the door. The thick walls leaned into the courtyard for a moment and swelled. Then cracks appeared around the door, and the wall collapsed into the courtyard. The battle paused for a moment when their enemy, more than 3 meters tall, came out of the dust. The demon's legs were articulated backwards, like a cat's leg. It had black, thick plates on its large hooves, like its armor. Many human skulls hung over his thick plate armor. On his helmet, long and curved horns were added, facing down. From the downward channels of the helmet could be seen 6 eyes that were glowing red with fury. In his left hand it was holding a shield that protected him from shoulder to knee. He shrugged off the sword in his right hand, cutting Taylor's lifeless body in half. This move convinced everyone, who weren't in melee combat, to attack him. When Eric pointed his M14 at the demon, he vaguely noticed the movement on his upper right cross. The only thing that saved his life at that moment was his reflexes. When he raised his rifle, the ember that hit his rifle sparked. The demon soldiers, who had somehow entered the central building, went around the back to the staircase where Eric was. Leaping at Eric with his heavy torso, the demon soldier would roll him down the stairs. Rolling down the steps with the demon soldier, Eric used the momentum of his turn to get to the top. He held the ember-bladed wrists tightly. The demon soldier was quite strong and aggressive, But they reacted to the blows they received just like humans. So Eric headbutted his enemy and stepped on his left wrist with his knee and dropped his rifle and pulled the Colt 1911 out of the chest holster. When the .45 rumbled twice, the demon soldiers stopped moving. At this time, Eric saw more soldiers coming down the stairs and started shooting at them, cursing at his luck. As Jack was about to shoot the demon, he was thrown into the center of the courtyard with a heavy blow to the waist. A demon soldier circled the column and shouldered him like a rugby player. As Jack tipped to the side, he dealt a hard blow to his enemy with his elbow. Meanwhile, a deep burning sensation came from his waist. Jack exclaimed in pain and hit the demon soldier again with his left elbow. When the creature's head turned to the right side, he quickly wrapped his arm around his neck backwards. He kicked him in the groin and fired his pistol against his armpit. At this time, Kate Hall passed by him at wind speed. The young woman left her bag, took out her coat. She had a katana with a red handle that she had just took. A small brass plate on the podium of the section where he received the ancient sword said that this sword was made by Goro Nyudo Masamune in 1340 and prepared for reuse by a private collector. Taran no Kiavala. Kate whispered as she ran to the demon. It was the only spell she worked every morning and the one that she never used in a real combat. The fugitive and secret lives of sorcerers have lasted for thousands of years. This spell Kate found in one of the few remaining inscriptions of sorcerer traditions and teachings preserved in the foundation was for the sword. It allows very special swords to share their souls with their owners, giving the sword the energy of its owner. Kate's eyes began to shine, and with this brightness, her pupils disappeared. Her katana, which she held in her right hand, was similarly glowing. Kate quickly advanced to her enemy, the demon, as the white light circulating on her turned into white flames. Demon raised its shield. Because from the left side, Walrus and Nausicaa are constantly shooting at him. They were prevented the demon from sweeping the courtyard. Demon saw the female running to its side, avoiding the bullets that exploded and sparks on the shield. Between his long and sharp teeth, it said, "Wizard dog," and it leapt at the wizard, taking the bullets. In normal times and under normal circumstances, Kate Hall would lose no matter how many times she tried this fight. But they were neither in normal time nor under normal circumstances. As the demon ran, suddenly its left leg went numb and trembled. A flood of lightning caught it in the left leg. Lightning burned its leg and benumbed it. Yusuf was the caster of the lightning, he was kneeled on his right knee. His hand, which he created and directed the spell, was facing at the demon, and cold vapors were coming out of his hand. His head bowed forward, frowned in the concentration of war. When he saw the spell hit, he grinned like a child. He had an MP5K in his other hand and 6 dead demon soldiers around him. Yusuf turned around, created a spell and threw this lightning at the demon behind him, like a fencer had extended his sword. This act undoubtedly meant Joseph's self-sacrifice, which protected the vast corridor facing the back door against countless demon soldiers. Demon soldiers were thrown at the Foundation warrior. But the Turk was not alone in that corridor. Greek warrior named Petros fired his pistol, which he put in the mouth of a demon soldier in front of him, and made a huge hole in its head. He didn't change the direction of the gun or pull it back. As his enemy turned to spilled clay and embers, Petros continued to fire his weapon over Joseph, who was leaning forward. As he fired, every demon that tried to reach Yusuf was torn to pieces. A few shots later, Petros brought his second pistol to the level of the other and began shooting with both of them. As the demon ran to Kate Hall, it suddenly received a large blow to the face of his helmet. His helmet was torn apart and the hideous face of the creature, which had many nose slits with 6 eyes, was revealed. 2 left and 1 right eyes were torn apart, and ember and fire started coming out of there. It stared at Nausicaa, who shot at it, in anger. While Walrus was protecting her, the islander warrior turned and fired a grenade launcher attached to her M4. Knowing that demon was looking at her and seeing her, the young warrior winked at the demon with a half smile and began to reload her weapon. The last move came from John Harper. Harper, who was running like Kate, came from the young woman's right cross in front of the woman and quickly knelt down. Kate understood why he did it. The demon's bewildered gaze leapt from John's back with her katana, the young woman lifted into the air. The demon quickly raised its shield to protect itself. Kate's katana was white, splitting the air with a large stripe, and a white stripe appeared on the shield. The demon crossed to the left side of the square, and Kate crossed to the right. As the demon turned behind in anger, its shield and the part of its arm holding it fell to the ground below its elbow. The demon attacked Kate again, looking at its arm as a trivial but annoying detail. Kate still had her back to the demon. Kate faced the demon soldiers who came through the door in front of her. She cut the first soldier from head to groin, blocked another's ember knives and broke his jaw with her pistol butt. Before the third could reach her, it was hit in the head by a bullet from behind and fell. As the fourth leapt, Kate quickly slid to the side and cut off its head. She saw Henry Gerard. He was leapt forward to save a man captured by the demon lord. He had a naginata. Time has slowed down for Kate. Henry lunged his battle spear forward and prevented the demon lord from cutting down the man on the ground with its sword. He quickly turned his weapon over his head and, as a continuation of this move, drew a bow in the air and made a deep cut on the demon's abdomen. The demon's response to that was hard. It kicked Alan Stanford's body lying lifeless on the floor and threw it at Henry like a sack. Henry crashed into the wall behind him with Alan's body hitting him. In one move, the demon cut down the man who lay on the ground that saved by Henry a second ago. Henry was trying to pull himself together. His battle spear had fallen, stars flying in his eyes, his ears buzzing. He was wobbling on his feet, he couldn't balance, and he saw Jake as he reached for his rifle. The young man was saying things to him, shouting. Henry saw Kate at that moment. She was running towards him from the other side of the courtyard. How beautiful she was, as if nothing could touch her beauty. Henry wanted to smile, he felt good. He's never felt this good for as long as he remember. He dropped his rifle and took his hand to his heart. Suddenly something hit him. He was really hurt. His belly and back were frozen in an instant. Then he realized it wasn't freezing. He was burning. The demon hooked him with his sword and lifted him into the air. He looked at the demon. He smiled towards the remaining three eyes and held out his hand to it. Slowly and using all his will, "We call these little rings grenade pins," said Henry in a teaching tone, who opened his palm as the demon looked at his hand. Henry knew what had happened since he hit the wall. He couldn't hear Jake, but he could read his lips. But he was in no condition to escape the demon. He knew he was going to die, and he decided not to waste this death. For Kate. For Anton. For Scott. For every other brother in arm. Suddenly and with three explosions, the demon hurtled back and hit the thick column behind it. Could see nothing, could hear nothing. The demon felt the familiar smell, the familiar magic, while it curses the moment that it passed through the Tominder gate. The female human who tore off its arm came back. Demon quickly grabbed its sword, but it was too late. With one swing Kate separated the demon's head from its torso as she leapt through the air. When she landed meters away from where she jumped, the demon's giant body collapsed into the courtyard behind her. Scott Donovan was buried in what some call war concentration. He was covered in ashes and blood. He was surrounded by his enemies in a narrow corridor and was alone. He had a gun in his hand from a man who had just died. After firing the last bullet, he threw the gun like a ninja star, and scattered the soldier demon's face that attacked him. Spinning around himself, he broke the knee of the demon soldier, with his thick, Vibram-soled boot foot. As the creature naturally leaned to the right, to the side where its broken leg was, he grabbed its head and hit the wall repeatedly, breaking his head. When two more soldier demons came out of the other end of the corridor, he threw his hand behind his head, on the side of his bag, and pulled out his sawed-off shotgun, and tore them apart before the soldier demons could advance even a few meters. Waiting for the new ones to arrive, Scott looked back as no one came down the aisle, and there was no one here. The young man, who had agreed that he would soon be killed like the others, took this opportunity as a good chance to sell his hide dearly. He took his pistol, which he left on the ground, and loaded it, and set the gun up and put it in a leg holster. He searched for his rifle, which had been dangled from his shoulder, near his waist, and found it after a few attempts. He took it and looked for a full magazine with the same contemplation. After a few attempts, he He found and loaded the rifle with trembling hands. Scott Donovan was from the Foundation, but it had only been a few months since he joined them. He wasn't as trained as they were, a cold-blooded warrior or a wizard. He looked back into the hallway, and when his radio worked, he jumped on the spot. The voice of Michael Richardson, "Gather in the courtyard now," was saying. Scott looked down the hallway and shook his head and walked into the courtyard. All that's left is 3 men lying in dust and ashes. Of the 25, there were 18 left. 1 was seriously injured and 6 were slightly injured. After Michael procured ammunition and supplies from those who lost their lives, he reorganized the group. They had to leave the museum quickly, they couldn't handle another war. They left the museum with one last look at their friends, many of whom had been laid in front of the stairs. It began to get dark, snowfall and cold quickly increased. The feeling of still being watched was falling on them like bullets. The group were running despite their severely wounded, who they carried on a stretcher in the middle. The wounded had taken advantage of the sorcerer's supportive spells, but they were still kept in the middle section. Eric Davenport, who was briskly running with the group towards Northolt Air Force Base, suddenly slowed down and started looking into his pockets. He wasn't tired like the others, he wasn't breathing loudly. He could hear the voices of the demon soldiers around them, smell them. None of them got close enough to pose a danger, but they didn't get far. He didn't care about them, he couldn't find whatever he was looking for. "My phone," said Eric to Jack, who was standing next to him, looking back where the museum was. Jack shook his head. Eric kept running, looking at Jack and shaking his head. The phone with Jade's photo was lost in the ashes at the museum. The group would arrive at the airbase in about half an hour and leave London shortly after that. Night flight. The snowfall had returned to blizzard again, and the air temperature had begun to drop rapidly. Municipal vehicles were focused only on keeping the main arteries open while roads were covered in snow. The exterior of most buildings was covered with snow and ice particles thrown by the ocean. This also brought a silence in together with it. The city was so quiet. The Child Protection Agency, located to the west of the city, was a 3-story building with thick brick walls. It was a rectangular prism that lay almost to the side. Nothing more, nothing less. 4 armored Humvees were parked at the front of the building. The soldiers that got out from the Humvees were on guard with their Arctic coats on them. In her Foundation stage class, located on the ground floor of the building, Jade Von Drock could hear the ticks from the wall clock in her silence, staring at the 2 doctors and Beatrice Halburn standing in front of her in amazement. She had recently come to the islands from Canada with Otto's group. The young woman has since worked as a teacher in a dormitory the islands open for orphan children. Jade, who is used to living with her children, wore a baggy Gardner jean pants and a pink and blue sweater that day. "What do you mean, I'm immune?" said. Beatrice smiled and pointed to the doctor next to her and said, "Gentlemen come from Canada, just like you. Experts working in a private institution there. These gentlemen found a cure for the soulless. According to them, the blood samples you gave when you came to the island are unique. You're naturally resistant to this disease. That's why they want to examine you a little more." Jade smiled for a moment. She didn't know exactly what to do. As if what was said was part of a big joke. All of a sudden, Jade was the most important person in the world. "Yes, of course," she said with a smile. "What luck," said the doctor, who put the 12 blood samples they had taken from Jade in special thermal boxes, as he closed the furry hoodie of his polar jacket. They came out of the building and walked in quick steps towards the military vehicles waiting for them. The vapors coming out of the mouth of the man who would be considered young immediately dissipated in the cold wind. Beatrice, who was walking next to her, had only lifted the furry collar of her coat in response. Unheedfully, "Luck?" she asked. "I mean, Mrs. Von Drock is here," the doctor said, shivering, looking in amazement at how the young woman was not affected by the cold. "Doctor, the events on this island have nothing to do with luck," Beatrice said, barely looking at the red-haired young man. The doctor looks at his friend and Beatrice next to him and asked, "What, is Jade planned to be here?" The values and forms of perception in this city surprised him. It was kind of like mysticism. Maybe someone didn't sit down and plan this, but Jade von Drock is definitely not here by accident. Beatrice said, stretching her plump lips, thinking about the unpleasantness of her inference. But who can arrange something like this? The blue-eyed man asked, raising one eyebrow. Before getting into her car, where her bodyguards opened the door, Beatrice shrugged, I don't know, Doctor. Frankly, I don't care. All I care about now is that these damn demons don't come out of New Maine, and humanity can be protected from this mess that surrounds us. Each of our enemies is very strong: disaster, cold, hunger, demons, soulless. We can't fight them at the same time and win. We have to take them down one by one. Or there won't be anybody left to learn our history. The C-130's large pilot cabin was full of indicators, buttons and levers. Sitting in the pilot's seat in the red lights that lit for the night flight, Calcifer continued to tamper with the thick book on his lap. This was the C-130 training book. Walrus looked at him with an amused expression, asked, You'll be able to land this thing, won't you? The smile on Walrus's face froze as Calcifer shrugged and said, We almost died with what I tried to land last time. Don't worry, I was very good at landing. Calcifer said, tapping his friend's shoulder, laughing. The only problem was that the plane I landed was a single-engine Cessna. Walrus heard Calcifer mutter as he left his breath and rested his back in the co-pilot's seat, and his eyebrows were again frowned. The C-130 was a cargo aircraft with 4 propeller engines. Its giant, aluminium alloy body looked like a combination of large barrels. They didn't have comfortable seats because their purpose wasn't to carry people. In the large area in the middle, there were 2 Husky all-terrain vehicles and about 60 people supplies within the massive interior of the plane. The Huskies joined the British Army in 2006. Armored against light weapons, the vehicles could take 5 personnel in their enclosed cabins and 4 personnel to their rear. It was compatible with almost all land conditions. It wasn't a weight that a cargo plane with a giant body that grumbles in the clouds would care about. Many of the passengers in the hangar section of the plane were wrapped in blankets because of the cold. Jack looked at the satellite phone in his hand and put it back in his vest. The phones were silent for no reason, and their connection to the islands was cut off. It made Jack extremely uncomfortable, but he had nothing to do. He rested his back on his bag and looked at a photo he pulled out of his Kevlar vest. It was a picture of Beatrice took in the summer. As Tina and Beatrice lay in bed, he had got up softly and pulled it out of one of the frames in the living room. There was no grief on her face. Her smile seemed infectious, because every time he looked at this photo, he wanted to smile. Her hair was scattered by a wind blowing at the side of the pool behind their villa. Behind her, far away, was the cherry tree on the edge of the cliff. She was wearing a red dress with flowers on it. It was like she was in a different world from here, a different dimension. As his finger wandered over the photo, he muttered something that wasn't heard inside the plane, and put the photo back into his vest. Kate was sitting right across from Jack. The young woman barely spoke. Henry was the Foundation's favorite warrior. A young man who was frank, unafraid and often very cocky. Despite these qualities, he knew how to win the hearts of everyone he quarreled with. Because he always considered them family. It wasn't the way Henry died that affected Kate and the others the most, but the way they left him beside a ladder. Next to Kate, Scott looked at his hands wrapped in a blanket. His tremor had passed, and he began to read the book he had pulled out of his bag to keep his head away from what he had seen. The book had progressed several pages, and Calcifer's voice was heard on the plane's sizzling speaker and internal radios. Dear passengers, I am your pilot Calcifer. Thank you for preferring the World Rescue Express Airlines. Welcome to our London-Paris flight. Right now we're flying at an altitude of 7,000 feet, with a speed of 300 miles per hour. We'll start descending soon. Our target is Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. We will land in the dark without knowing the latest situation and the condition of the runway, also the weather conditions. Our damn master wizard has some brilliant ideas about this landing. So I'm going to circle above the runway. My humble advice to you is to put your seats in an upright position, fasten up the things that may break your head, rip off your limbs, or secure them. "Thank you again for choosing our airline," he said. When the announcement was over, Kate and Scott looked at each other and hurriedly almost raced with each other to fasten their seatbelts behind them, with Juka and Jack watching them in an amused manner. They were both tied up somewhere when Calcifer took the plane off the land. Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport was abandoned. As it was far from the city and in the open area, like most airports, most of the snow was flied away, and there was no large accumulation on the runway. Calcifer decreased the C-130 speed to the minimum flight speed, and the side doors of the aircraft were opened as he flew over the airport. The wizards reaching out through the doors took turns releasing the spells they had prepared, and small orange balls flew down from the cargo plane. 4 fireball spells erupted along the track. The entire runway lit up in an instant. The airport was really ruined. Planes that had crashed into buildings had exploded and burned there. Many of them had run off the runway, but the runway looked clean. This relieved Calcifer a great deal. He slowly flied the plane away, and when he made sure it was far enough, he turned off his red lights in the cabin, activated his night vision equipment, and said over the internal radio, "I'm going to land." This was the signal Crow, Michael Richardson and John Harper had been waiting for. All 3 men signaled to their teams. 2 teams near the back door lined up as if they were going to jump off on either side of the door and tied themselves to avoid damage in a collision. The 3rd team were in the Huskies. These vehicles had 2 Browning M2s on them. The 12.7 mm diameter shells of these weapons could stop armored vehicles, aircraft and helicopters, and could destroy any target behind the walls. The C-130 slowly approached the runway and landed softly on the runway in a way that no one expected. As the walrus rejoiced, Calcifer began cursing. Walrus nervously asked, "What?" Calcifer said through his clenched teeth, "Snow and ice have been falling on the runway for months, what do you think?" Walrus started grumbling and looking for a place to hold on. Calcifer opened the air brakes and stopped and reversed the propellers, which he had already slowed down. He had already repeated all this in his head many times. He quickly pointed to the side panel, turned the yellow and red and then pulled that lever. He said. As Walrus was doing what was told, the plane slowed sharply and the lights began to flash, indicating that the rear cargo hatch had begun to land. Calcifer looked at the ground speed indicators and shouted, "Now! Now! Now!" The 2 teams that unbuckled their belts jumped out of the plane. Those on the right side ran to the right, those on the left ran to left, both in single rows, forming a ring around the plane. At that moment, soldiers boarding the plane from the air base opened the Huskies' connections to the aircraft floor. The vehicles started and they went backwards and got out of the plane. In the first car, Michael Richardson was giving directions to Juka, who was driving the car. As the vehicles quickly disappeared into the darkness, John Harper and his team began to rush into the airport. If they could, they would get fuel for the C-130, if they couldn't, they would have to swim a part of the journey and walk the other part. Juka, driving along the path described by Michael, asked, "By the way, where are we going?" Michael had directed him right into open land. All roads to the airport were blocked in time for the cataclysm. The Huskies would mostly advance through flat terrain. The team would handle obstacles such as wire mesh. They made a very bright show when they were landing at the airport. None of them wanted to meet anyone who would come, wondering if this flaming show would continue. "It's my home," Michael said as he continued to control his surroundings. Vemars. Vemars was a small, quiet and tidy town a few miles north of the airport. Its 2-story stone houses with gardens and streets were darkened. Husky all-terrain vehicles were moving fast in darkness. Drivers were using night vision devices to attract as little attention as possible. Michael Richardson checked his watch, and it was not long before morning. Because of the thick clouds that had covered the sky since the cataclysm, the day was coming later, but still it would be finally bright. He had to reach his goal before that happened. Vehicles circling the town stopped in front of a farmhouse at the east of the town. There were many centuries-old buttonwood trees around the house. The 2-story house was surrounded by 10-foot stone walls. Dark gray smoke was rising from the chimney, and the propellers of the 2 wind generators at the back of the house were constantly spinning. Jack saw motion detector cameras in the corners of the wall and in the trees near the house. This really should have been Michael's house. The apartment floor in New York was just as sheltered as this house. A black cloth was hung on the wide metal door. Seeing this, Michael growled and said, "Wait for me in the car." Getting out of the car, Michael looked carefully around and came to the iron door and punched the door. As he waited for a minute and did it again, a bearded man, whose white hair spilled over his shoulders from the upper right of the wall, reached out and looked at him. He was wearing a black turtleneck sweater and a fleece coat. He had an old-fashioned shotgun hanging on his shoulder. Michael, with an amused expression, facing the old man, "You idiot, what are you doing here?" he said in French. "This is the welcome I dreamed of," Juka said, laughing. Michael looked at him in amazement and opened his hands to both sides and said, "Luke, why are you still here?" The old snorted, "I'm doing well, why are you here?" When Michael looked around and said, "I have things to get," the old man looked at the all-terrain vehicles. He disappeared behind the wall, shaking his head. Half a minute later, the garden door slid to the side and opened. "I was glad you were worried about me," the old man said to Michael as he pointed out to the cars to come in. "Very funny," said Michael, who entered after the vehicles, hitting the man on the shoulder. The house was a farm that at least a few centuries old. Although many places were reorganized, the stone structure remained. The sharp-angled tile roof contained a fairly thick blanket of snow. The courtyard was quite wide. The Huskies turned around an ancient well in the middle, then parked their fronts facing to the door. As the older man, who pointed his head at the team descending from the vehicles, closed the heavy metal door, he asked, "Who are these young people?" "My men," grumbled Michael, sighing. As the old man laughed and walked past him, he couldn't help but say, "May God have mercy on them." Michael did nothing but stare at the old man cold. The outer door of the house was connected directly to the hall by a short entree. A fireplace was lit on one wall of the wooden-floored hall. An old-fashioned cauldron hung in the fireplace. From the smell in the house, they could tell that there was some kind of stew in the cauldron. It was much warmer than they expected for this house. A two-handed medieval sword hung over the fireplace. Opposite the fireplace was an old, probably 1950s radio, and next to the radio was a table with a long-distance radio from the same time. All the other walls were covered with bookshelves. When Jack caught a strange, sooty smell, the old man walked in. "Diesel, used engine oil and wood," he said, showing off the fireplace. Jack said in terrible French, "Why are you using this?" The old man laughed and said, "Son, let me speak in English. So we don't both suffer," Jack laughing and shaking his head. The old man pointed at the fireplace and said, "Hang the big teapot next to the fireplace so we can have hot water for coffee. There's an industrial area nearby for cars, and I collected them from there. I have 3 tons of fuel," he said, then showed them a board he had hung on the wall and said, "If I didn't miscalculate, that's enough for me for 2 years. Juka raised one eyebrow and said, "And then?" The old man went to the corner of the table with the radio. He lowered his rifle from his shoulder and leaned against the corner of the wall with the table. "I think I'll go south," he said, looking at Michael. Michael sighed. "Some of the young people are from a group of islands close to America. The others are sorcerers," he said. The word wizard was like an order for the old man. When the old man quickly extended his hand to his rifle, he suddenly found himself face to face with Jack's pistol. At the same time, Michael said, "Jack, if he hadn't shouted, the man would have been dead by now." Jack was surprised that Michael could stop himself by a word, and Michael was surprised that Jack could be so carefree about killing someone. As if the young man he met in New York wasn't Jack Winter. Then, for a moment, he looked again at the young man, whose face was torn apart, his face with eye band, and magical prosthetics attached to his foot and leg. Sometimes challenging experiences in life would cause drastic changes in people's characters. And Jack died twice, was dismembered, and came back to life from a new life. Such changes were a reasonable price in return for what he had experienced. "Put your gun down," Michael said. Jack calmly put his gun in its holster. Old Luke asked, Does the Vatican know about this? Looking at Michael. Jack then realized that the old man was a black man connected to the Vatican, just like Michael. There was a millennial hostility between magicians and black men, and the islanders were the border wall between them. The boss sent me, Michael said, shrugging his shoulder. Luke squinted. Did you come here for the key? He said. Are you really going to open the gates? The gates already opened, Luke. Michael sighs. Luke didn't understand anything, frowning. Then what are you going to do with that damn key? The problem is that all the doors are opened, grumbled Jack, turning to the fireplace. What happened in London was still there with all its vitality when he closed his eyes. When Luke grasped the exact meaning of what was being said, he looked at Michael in amazement and said, Dear God. Juco was smashing the plaster on the stone wall that Luke showed him, with a chisel and hammer in his hand. Luke chose this wall by the fireplace to hide it when the key was entrusted to him. The year he did that was 1976. So the plaster was resisting Juco with all its might. Kate was leaning against the wall to the right of the front door. And Walrus stayed with Scott Donovan near the cars. Jack leaned against the bookshelves, arms crossed, looking at Michael and Luke standing behind him. He noticed how similar the facial contours were. He saw the photos hanging on the wall in the hallway leading to the kitchen. As he sighed and walked towards those photos, the satellite phone in his chest began to shake and buzz. Everyone's head just turned to Jack. Jack curiously turned up the big, thick antenna of his satellite phone and answered the phone. Hal speaking. He said in a cold, calm voice. The sound that followed digital interference was familiar. God, you're alive. Tina said. It can be understood by her voice that she was almost about to laugh. As Jack looked around, Tina said, Where are you and what is your situation? Jack looked at Michael and said, We've reached point C. We are preparing to leave here. They had already discussed this issue and agreed to take care not to specify places and times in case of spying and prevention of communicating. Tina said, Super, our mutual friend will be very happy to find out. But you have to speed up. Jack raised one eyebrow and asked, Why, what changed? Michael started walking towards him. Tina said, The door here has opened. We have unexpected and unwelcome guests. Unfortunately, we couldn't keep them on the doorstep. We leave the little sister to them. When Jack clenches his fist, through his teeth, he replied, I get it. She is not here right now. I'll have you called back when she get back here. Good luck, How, ending the connection. Resisting the anger and anxiety that surged inside Jack, he turned off the antenna of the phone, addressing those who looked at him in the hall. The door that the Foundation brought was opened. They've invaded Newmate Island. Our people are evacuating the island. We need to hurry. Juca turned grumbling and hit the chisel with all his might. An old, dusty wine box appeared behind the wall stone, which fell to the ground and left deep marks on the wood floor. As everyone looked on with curiosity, Michael slid open the lid of the box. Inside the box full of hay appeared a golden nugget in the form of a triangular prism, with many indentations and protrusions on it. Raising his thick eyebrows, Petros asked, Is that gold? Yusuf, who leaned his elbow against the Greek's shoulder, laughed, Yes, grave thief, that is solid gold. Why don't you take a few slices and go cash them in? He said, grinning. Petros sighed and shook his head. Yusuf was right to joke. Gold was not worth anything in the world now. If they failed, the rest of the world would not exist either. Michael weighed the nugget in his hand and put it in his bag. It's time to go, he said. As the group prepared and left, Jack turned and reached out to Luke. We have room on the plane. Where we go is warm from here, he said. It was a kind of apology. Luke shook the young man's hand and said, Merci, mon jeune ami. Thank you, my young friend, showing his surroundings with his wrinkled hand. Mais, mon chateau SDC. But this is my castle, smiling, and the stew will be cooked in an hour, he said in English. Jack shook his head and turned away. Michael came to Luke and gave him a gentle but strong hug. Jack couldn't hear what they said when they said goodbye, but he wasn't sure he wanted to hear it. The old man waved to them briefly as the cars worked and left the main door that Luke had opened. When Jack raised his hand to the old man through the window in the back and turned in front of him, he asked, "Was that your father?" Michael said with a smile, "Do we look alike?" When he said, Jack nodded, "Yeah, a lot." He said, "No, Jack Winter." Michael said, looking at the shrinking house behind him in the mirror. "Luke Richardson is not my father. He is my son." When he said, everyone's eyes in the car suddenly grew. 20th of May 1519 England, London. The church was covered with the sense of spicy incense in its dim environment. Advancing in his high stocking boots, Michael knelt before the grand cross at the front of the church and prayed briefly. The church was almost empty during the morning hours. Standing up, Michael went straight to the confessional. Although he didn't seem to be very interested in his surroundings, he had memorized the location of 2 old women and a servant who were already in the church. He pointed the barrels of his 2 flintlock guns at the door of the small cabin where he was sitting. The small window next to the cabin opened. "Forgive me, Father, I have sinned," Michael said cautiously. "We are all human beings, and that's what the church is for." "What kind of sins, my child?" asked the man with the white beard, his white hair gathered back. "As usual, I committed murders for the church, plotted a few conspiracies, a few scams, and so on," Michael said in a reckless manner. "I understand," said Father Luke Avilian, with haste and a little disgust. He had known Michael since he was a child. Michael never changed when he was growing up. The only reason Luke Avilian was raised and trained in the Vatican was to provide everything Michael needed when he needed. He was also responsible for transmitting all the information he received from him to the Vatican. His voice was no more than a whisper. "So have you ever encountered hominis nocturna?" he asked, curiously. Michael raised one eyebrow and said, "Vampires? No, not yet." "Why have you called me?" he asked. The priest sighed. "There are 2 issues, my dear friend. First, the Vatican is concerned about your expenses and actions." And Michael interrupted the priest's speech, saying, "There's nothing the Vatican needs to worry about." The priest curiously asked, "So why did you buy this barren land?" Michael's actions were carefully monitored. "I didn't buy it," Michael said, shaking his head. "It was purchased by the Duke of York." This, in turn, appeared to be a favor to Lady Miloette, cousin of the Duke of York, among the London noble society. "The Duke of York owed me a favor. He donated the lands for him to Jasper de Morignan. Yes, it is a barren and rocky area, unfit for agriculture, but it has large caves close to 2 bays that are hidden behind rocks." With the money spent, Lady Miloette arranged a masquerade. "At this ball we introduced Anna Coulford to James Brandon, Duke of Suffolk," she said, as he described his recent actions. The priest, stunned, asked, "Is it Anna Coulford that Cardinal Joseph sent?" Michael calmly said, "Yes, she is. If King Henry hadn't contradicted the Vatican like this, our affairs might have been less complicated. Henry and his 3 men fell into a trap I had prepared on the way to join the party. I saved them, all the attackers were killed. I'm one of the king's most trusted men, and I brought all 3 bridesmaids into the palace, which you asked me to put in the palace. Now you'll hear what the king says. Yes, it's a bit costly, but the effect is indisputable. You said there were 2 issues?" As he asked, the priest pulled out a small roll from the hidden pocket inside his arm. It had reached him in the morning, tied to the leg of this pigeon. Michael picked up the encrypted message and opened it. He memorized the codes. So he immediately untied it and grumbled and lit the little paper with a candle in the confessional cell. "I think my mission here is over, my friend," he said, turning to the priest. The priest asked curiously, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I'm being ordered to sail," Michael said in disbelief. He really hated the sea. The priest tried to smile, saying, "Look on the bright side, dear sir. Thanks to your immortality, you go from adventure to adventure. God will take you to the rank he loves most, to which you are undoubtedly worthy, to the seat next to him," he said with pure faith in his eyes. Michael looked at the priest laughing, and said, "If I ever have a son, I'll call him Luke." June, New York. Priest uncomfortably moved and asked, "And what brings you here just in time?" It was just after the evening mass. At the back of the church was the place where the priest stayed, which could be considered a kind of house. They were sitting at a square table in the small kitchen. The priest took off his jacket and left the white collar on the table, stating that he was a priest. Michael hung his coat on the third chair. Inside his black jacket was a black vest and shirt. The badge of the Vatican Guard was attached to the collar of his jacket. A little radio was working on the kitchen counter next to the table. A jazz song could be heard through a sizzling speaker. An old electric light bulb located just above the table illuminated the table and the two people around it. There were 3 bottles of wine on the table that had already been emptied. The young man, whose hands were no longer shaking, had no chalice. He stared at Michael, taking a large sip of the wine he had poured into his glass of water. "The Vatican has been interested in such events for a long time, Father Venicoxia. There have been quite a few disappearances in New York this year. Such things attract the attention of the Vatican. We'll check if it's a case of hominis nocturna," said Michael, who noticed the priest giving him curious looks. "Vampires. What you see under the bridge," he said, smiling as he paused and listened to the song. "Oh, that's Charlie Parker. I listened him here for the first time, in Manhattan. He was playing at a place called Miranda on the corner of 10th West and Hudson." The priest's eyes grew. "That's impossible," he said. "The place you're talking about closed at the end of the 50s. My grandfather had a grocery store across the street of that club," he said, pausing and squinting. "The Vatican didn't send you for nothing, did it? How old are you, Michael?" Michael smiled and shrugged. "Believe me, Father. If you find out, you won't sleep tonight." "I don't think I can sleep for a few days," the priest said. He stooped, rubbed his aching neck with his hand. Michael pulled a ring out of his vest pocket and handed it to the priest. It looked like an old silver night ring. It had a complex pattern on it. "I took this from the body of a vampire who tried to bite you. Does it look familiar?" he asked. "I'm sorry, I'm not good with shapes," the priest said, looking at the ring and bending his lips. Michael nodded to indicate that he understood the ring had been used so much that the carved shape on it almost disappeared. The music broadcast was split for the news announcement. As the radio announcer spoke, the 2 young men fell silent. "The governor of New York has stated that the army will be assigned to help the cops on this day." Michael grumbled, his face falled. Great soldiers were missing. And put the ring back in his pocket. Although the priest did not recognize the shape, Michael knew the icon and its owner very well. 1st of June 1519 England, London. London was experiencing a cold and rainy summer. However, this did not bother John Richard Martin walking tiredly on the hill leading to his house. The broad-shouldered man in his 40s, the first captain of a ship, straightened his cape and took his chest on his left shoulder to his right shoulder. His arched nose was once broken and he had a deep scar on his wide-boned jaw. With the hearths burning with rain, the familiar smell of soot coming out of the chimneys of the fireplaces collapsed into the streets. There was a depressing weight in the air that began to darken. Following the secluded path, Martin reached his house at the end of the road and saw that there was a horse tied to the pole in front of the door. The house, with 2 floors and a garden, was the largest building on the street. As he entered his home, his wife Diana ran and hugged around his neck. "Time has not passed since I heard about your coming, my love," the young woman said with excitement and joy. The frowned man asked, "Since you heard?" curiously. "Yes, this gentleman came in the evening," Diana said, using the measured smile and tone of voice she uses when they have guests, showing the young man sitting in the big chair in their small lounge. "He had an offer for you." Martin left the chest on his back, put his left hand on his sword, and proceeded to the intruder in the hall. He put his hand on the lighter around his waist. "Who are you?" he asked. "Michael Richardson," said the young man, who slowly stood up, with a gentle curtsy. Like Martin, he didn't take his eyes off the eyes of the man opposite him. Martin said in an aggressive, even defiant, harsh tone, "And the reason you came here?" he asked. When Michael looked at Martin's wife for a brief moment, who was not looking at them, Martin understood what Michael meant and said, "Diana, could you give us some privacy?" As the woman left the hall, Michael pulled a pouch out of her jacket in a slow motion. He put the bag on the table next to him and pushed it on the table. The sliding pouch stood in front of Martin. Martin took the bag and poured it on the table. Looking at the gold coins spread across the table and Michael, Martin asked, "What do you want?" Michael put his arm over the fireplace and said, "You need to retire, sir. I think you need to take care of your family now. Of course, you will write a letter saying that I can take your place when you leave." Martin squinted. "Why am I doing this?" he asked. "A royal matter. The king can change a ship's first mate if he wants to. But things change if he doesn't want that to be known," Michael said, raising his hand, making Martin shut up, smiling politely. A few hundred miles south of Paris, present time. When the C-130 took off again, everyone was silent again. The snowfall, which began just before the plane took off, became more and more severe, reducing Calcifer's field of view as it could. So the young man grumbled and raised the nose of the plane slightly. Looking at the altimeter, Walrus asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Calcifer calmly said, "I'm rising. Snow isn't the only thing falling. I cleaned the engine filters before I took off, and covered by 2 fingers of ash with the consistency of mud. If we are going to cross the Mediterranean, we need to do it by staying as far away from the snow and clouds as possible," he said. Walrus squinted and said, "So can we rise up on the clouds?" Calcifer said, "Mid-level clouds are usually at 23 to 24,000 feet. This baby goes up to 33,000 feet. Extending his head into the cockpit, Michael asked, "Are we rising up?" When Calcifer replied, "Yes, why?" he asked. "Ash is not good for the engine," Calcifer said as he checked his route. Michael sighed, "Makes sense." "And the fuel?" he asked. "We've completely filled the tanks. After we finish our work there, we can go home without additional fuel," Calcifer said. "That would be great," Michael said with a pleased smile, and returned as he arrived. "It would be nice to go home," grumbled Walrus, looking back over his shoulder. Jack was about to finish his book. Sitting next to him, Kate asked, "Were you going to shoot that guy?" Jack closed the book and looked at Kate. Her expression was very serious. "Yes," Jack said in a simple straight tone. "He was a 70-year-old, old man," said the young woman, who raised her eyebrows. Jack shrugged. "And he was armed." "I'm a wolf, Kate Hall. I don't question orders. My orders are to complete my mission. But if you're asking if I should have questioned." He stopped saying. Kate, just like Jack wanted, said, "If you had questioned?" Jack put his book in his bag. He said, "If we don't stop the demons, they will destroy everyone on this world. If I have to shoot an old man who is 70 years old to avoid it, I will shoot him," he said. Kate looked at Jack for a while and thought. She spent a long time with Calcifer. He was a wolf, too. She had a long time with Hal too. So Kate knew how direct the wolves were thinking. When they had a mission, their only focus was to succeed. They were just focusing on it and doing whatever it took to do it. Hal was like that, and he would have killed that old man, Calcifer, Michael, and himself, without hesitation, if his mission required it. He'd kill himself without hesitation if he had to. Because he was ordered to. Jack had to win. He was ordered to win because he had no alternative. She clenched her teeth and put her hand on the handle of her sword, wrapped in silk ropes. He had no choice. None of them had a choice. They all had to kill that old man inside them if they had to. Henry Gerard understood that. And Kate could only understand now. A warm, dark orange light hit her face at that moment. The young woman grumbled and raised her arm to the level of her eyes, during which someone said, "Son," and a few people ran to the windows on the opposite side. When the airplane speaker and built-in radios reworked, Calcifer's cheerful voice said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you will see a bright, warm ball of light on our left side, we call it the sun. I thought you might want to look at it for a few hours of our trip." Kate walked to the window in front of her smiling and leaned over and looked out the window. As the steam of her breath partially covered the glass, she looked at the sun above the soft colors of the clouds, which rise in giant column at some places. The sky was blue again, its smooth beauty had never changed. The sun is bright and warm again, the clouds are white and soft, as if they had nothing to do with the world below. As they glided over a paradise that made them forget the hell below, Kate wondered what kind of hell their lives had dragged them into. She looked over his shoulder at Jack. The young man never got up, put his bag on the long seat. He used his bag as a pillow and took off his sleeping bag and covered himself. Heaven or hell? He certainly didn't care. June, New York. The New York Times new building was simply flamboyant. The newspaper's name, inscribed in gold-colored metal relief at the entrance on the gray shiny marbles, was spray-painted at a demonstration last week. Michael, who was waiting at the entrance to the building, looked at the military vehicles passing in front of him for a long time. Acting on the orders of the governor, the National Guard had taken control of the streets to quell protests that had now turned into a riot. A voice behind asked, "Were you here the first time?" Michael, wearing black, round sunglasses, looked back. He encountered a middle-aged man holding 2 coffee cups taken from the cafeteria. "Which first?" he asked the man. "The first riot in New York," the smiling man said, handing Michael one of the paper cups. His name was Coleman. Adam Coleman was a man in his early 50s, about 180 pounds, and looking quite athletic for his age. He always cut his hair short, sailor style. The green-eyed man, wearing rimless glasses, was the intelligence chief of the New York Times. There were a lot of rumors about Coleman. Some called him a former FBI agent, others a CIA agent. There was no consistent information on this. Every time they asked Coleman about it, the middle-aged man would just smile. The only thing for sure is that Coleman would have found out what a person could have learned. Copying Coleman's smile, Michael said, "When the Navy bombed the city? It was 1863, wasn't it?" "Yeah, 63, Coleman said, sipping from his coffee. He found it strangely amusing that people walked in hasty and nervous steps looking at soldiers. I was in Germany at the time, but Germany, at the time, was as colorful as this place," Michael said. Germany was really in a mess that wasn't written in the history books at the time. Thinking about what he had done and what he couldn't do, Michael shook his head and took another sip of his coffee. He was in his purgatory, neither in heaven nor in hell. He had suffered many wounds in many battles. He came to the edge of death with some of them. He was sure he could die. He wasn't just aging, he was moving faster than other people and he was recovering quicker. He realized for a moment that he hoped he could die. Because if it would all be his choice. Every man dreams of being free. Most of them die before they even come close to making it happen. And some renounce these desires for freedom with their own hands. Some marry, the needs of the family they have established enslave them. Some people believe, it doesn't really matter what they believe. They all have the same shackles. All those who declared themselves as God's representative forbade things, promising a better world. The young man who worked for the church believes in freedom and worked for the largest religious fraud organization. Laughing at the irony of it, he said, "That's what I call selling your soul." He murmured. He would disappear into his dreams and track the footsteps of his dreams. What he lived through wouldn't be the us projection of the other people. It was the difference between heroism and puppetry that scared him. The only reason he followed the church was because there was no ambiguity in what he was doing. He didn't chase wizards and witches like other obsessive lunatics. The Inquisition ravaged Europe years ago. Many poor women informed to the court for avoiding their neighbors or being jealous of them. The number of women burned after being tried and tortured and possibly raped by a group of self-castrated lunatics was over 1/1500s. Michael had never been involved in this kind of filth. The things he was dealing with were demons and bloodsuckers. He could have done it alone, but the church's intelligence network, influence and money made it easier. Despite this, the young man could see no difference between the demons he killed and the corrupt bastards in the Inquisition. Michael had met many sorcerers and witches. Those people he encountered were really powerful, unlike the poor peasants that the Inquisition had turned to ashes. He felt lucky that he didn't have to fight them. Coleman didn't like Michael's reticence. This wasn't a good sign. He didn't understand what Michael was mumbling, but it was obvious he hadn't been talking to him. So, referring to Germany, he said, "Well, I don't know that much." "Why are you here, Michael?" as he walked with one hand in his pocket. Alessandro Eduardo Guadiero. Michael handed the ring he pulled out of his vest to Coleman. "Are you trying to improve your ancient Italian?" he asked, laughing. Alessandro meant protector of humanity, Eduardo meant protector of prosperity, and Guadiero meant the ruler of the army. That was the name of the owner of the ring. Or the owner of the icon on the ring. "I want you to find him," Michael said. Coleman, holding the ring in his palm, "What is the date of this information?" he asked. "If we don't include plus or minus a few decades, 500 years. Michael replied, bending his lips. Coleman said, looking coldly at him, "You're kidding, right?" Said. June 1520, Mediterranean, a few days east of the Strait of Gibraltar. Black Beauty. Just before midnight, a Spanish galleon named Black Beauty, with 2 masts, 3 decks, 46 cannons of 12 pounds, was moving rapidly through the dark waters of the Mediterranean, forming white foams. All the sails of the British flagship were opened. As the ropes and sails creaked, the ship's speed was almost up to 5 nautical miles. It was a speed that would be appreciated for a 30-year-old galleon in 1532. The captain of Black Beauty was James Arthur Holbrook. In his late 40s, the brunette, blue-eyed, calm demeanor, thick brow and clean-shaven man was a former British Navy officer. The old sea wolf was 6 feet tall and weighed about 180 pounds. He wore her brown hair down his shoulders with a black ribbon. The captain wore his usual white shirt, black long skirt jacket and black tights. The captain, unlike the others, did not wear a shirt of armor. A new model flintlock pistol and a long sword were found in the waist belt. The captain rescanned the dark horizon with his blue eyes and locked on the ship, which appeared in front of their ship. With his usual calm British attitude, he said, "Turn out the lights, Mr. Richardson. I want complete silence in Black Beauty," he said. Ahead of them is a galleon with 2 masts and all sails, just like themselves. The captain has been keeping his eyes on it for hours. "Yes, Captain." Michael Richardson, the first officer, said, who had barely boarded the ship even with a letter of recommendation, and descended the stairs of the spacious balcony that would be considered the bridge. Eric Johnson MC Gregor was in his mid-30s, half Norwegian, half Scottish. Almost a 7 feet tall, big and muscular man with golden yellow hair, white skin, blue eyes. He was wearing a thick, old, heavily worn from use and repeatedly patched armor shirt. He had a classic, thick Scottish sword around his waist. Eric was also carrying a pistol behind his waist. The man standing next to the captain said after the young first officer, "Should we lock him in the warehouse?" "Why?" the captain asked calmly. "So he doesn't die," he said, shrugging his shoulders. The captain said, "Isn't that his problem?" calmly. The broad-shouldered young man looked quite athletic. The young man, with brown eyes like his hair, had a deep wound on the left side of his face that stretched from his nose to his left cheekbone. His leather vest with a long skirt ended up a half-inch above the knee. He was dressed in a black tights and black leather boots. He had a black leather belt over her black waist belt. The young man had his long hair tightly tied with a leather rope. He had thick leather wristbands on his wrists, black leather gloves on his hands. The young man was still not accepted among the crew. The fact that the young man was French seemed to make this difficult for him. But the young Frenchman didn't seem to mind much. At the top of the stairs, Richardson encountered crew chief Brain Murphy. They both greeted each other vaguely. He was an Irish red-haired man with broad shoulders. The bad-tempered man, who had his beard and mustache extended around his chin, stood at the end of the stairs that reached the top deck. He was about 6 feet tall and weighed around 190 pounds. He was holding a short and double-barreled rifle in his hand. The rifle had a wide-mouthed axe under the barrel. 2 short-handled rope axes were also in the Irish's waist belt. As the boatswain went up the stairs to tell the captain that all the crew and cannons were ready, Richardson went down to the second deck. From the second deck in the center, the entire crew gathered and turned to starboard, which was the right side of the first deck. They all painted their faces or covered them with soot. They had guns, small axes, or machetes that designed for fighting on ships, with a curved thick blades and brass hand covering guards. Most of the crew were English and Catholic. Many kneeled before Mulgy, who had assumed the priesthood of the ship, waiting for him to bless them. As Richardson passed, he made sure all the lights were turned off. "They've been chasing this Italian ship in the salty waters of the Mediterranean all morning." Black Beauty was not a merchant ship, she was a pirate ship. By the informal order of the king, they would attack and pillage any ship that was not allied with the British. These ships, which the British called the Seahawks, dealt heavy blows to the trade links of every country that was an enemy of the British. The marauding hawks then returned to British ports and freely sold their goods. As long as they taxed well and didn't attack the wrong ships, Seahawks could roam the seas free. The ship's lights were turned off for 2 reasons: they would either escape or attack. Approaching the deck stairs, the crew prepared to attack. Under normal circumstances, the Italian ship would turn to the port side to damage her pursuer, fire all her cannons and continue to flee. But the Italians did not try, although they were only 75 meters away, they only advanced decisively north. When they came side by side with the ship, all the cannons would fire once, and the rudder would break to starboard, that is to the right, and hit the Italian ship. The ships would be attached to each other with hooks and ropes, and the crew would move on to the other ship and fight until they captured it. In order to do this, it was necessary to make a quick assault. That's why the men who were hiding on the decks were gathered. "Mr. Watson, please bring your men closer to the stairs," said Michael Richardson. Always kind, the young first officer carried 2 machetes with no guards, long handles and blades up to 25 inches, 2 pistols and 2 pointed daggers with 2 fingers at the widest edge of 10 inches long behind his waist. Seeing this situation, George Watson laughed to himself. Young officers were always too excited and pretentious in wartime. Because the officers were chosen from their noble families, they were never mixed with the crews, and were often unpopular. Many were wounded or killed in their first battle, usually all scared at the level of pissing in their pants. At the same time, the please part was funny for George Watson. "You heard the hone," he said, to the crew after Michael turned around. Michael heard that, too. As he made his way to the stairs leading to the foredeck, he paused, but continued on his way without turning around. "Coward, fancy, bastard," Watson whispered. He gathered his gray curly hair behind his head and tied it to his head with a scarf that would pass through his face. A tall man with a pointed face, almond eyes, whose long nose was once broken, was constantly hunched over. "Prepare for a real adventure that you can tell," the captain said, grinning with his yellow teeth as the captain, helmsman and the boatswain descended from the rudder deck above the captain's mansion. Boatswain Brain Murphy raised his hand to signal the attack. Eventually, they approached the Italian ship. 23 cannons in Black Beauty's 2 decks burst in succession with the signal. In response, the Genoese ship's cannons were also fired. Before the smell of gunpowder raised from the decks was erased by the strong wind, the British-flagged ship broke the rudder hard to starboard and hit the Genoese-flagged Italian ship with a big noise. Rushed out with screams from the shaken ship, the sailors first threw rope hooks at the Italian ship. Immediately after that, The sailors using the ropes on the sail mast jumped directly onto the ship next door. Among these pioneers was Watson, who shouted enthusiastically. In the first encounter on the ship, everyone used their gunpowder weapons in their hands. It took a lot of time to load the guns. So everyone was back to the brutality of steel. Watson was blackout with a grenade thrown into the upper deck. He tried to pull himself together with the buzzing in his ears. He noticed that he fell on the lower deck as he tried to balance himself. In front of him was the lifeless body of Lars, one of his own crew. Johnson was just across, and he made a series of attacks on the big man who was his opponent with the sailor's sword in his hand, but the man laughed and blocked them. Meanwhile, 3 more Genoese emerged from the darkness inside the deck. Johnson hadn't seen them yet. The big guy was taking all his attention. Sailor Johnson was 40 years old. He's been at sea for 30 years. His gray hair grew to the neck, and the blue-eyed, long-faced British sailor realized that he had made the biggest mistake of his life when he attacked the Italian in front of him. The brunette man in a long tunic and tights stood on the deck as if he didn't belong there, in his half-boots and hat, which lay to the side, with a red feather next to it, more like an inflated beret from the inside. But the man's fighting skills were proven by the bodies around him. Johnson tried a series of attacking moves as a last resort. He swung first on his right shoulder and then in the left reverse, behind him from the bottom right. But this consumed the middle-aged man of the sea. The Italian was so easily blocking the Johnson's every attack that the experienced sailor's moves seemed sloppy. In response, the huge Italian laughed only cruelly. It was more frustrating for Johnson than the response of his attacks. In his final move, the Genoese pulled Johnson's sword out of his hand with a circular swing and struck the unarmed sailor's jaw with the hilt of the sword in his hand. While Johnson was knocked unconscious, Watson saw the Italian staring at him with a huge appetite and swallowed. 2 daggers came out from the nose of the lower deck, drawing silver circuits through gunpowder smoke, and reached the big man and his friend next to him. The small Genoese sailor looked at the dagger buried in his chest and fell to the ground. But the big man blocked the dagger with his sword, as in the horror stories told it on drinking table. However, this move saved the lives of Johnson and Watson. The big Italian and his 2 surviving friends had turned their attention to the nose side. The 2 men who had just arrived pointed their loaded pistols in their hands. As Michael Richardson leapt out of a cloud of smoke, both men pressed the trigger of their guns and the flintlock guns fired. Michael just tumbled against this attacks. The young man stood up and springed right after the bullets passed over him. His machetes appeared in his hands coming out of nothing. Realizing that they had missed their target, 2 Italian sailors shouted and counterattacked. One of them left his flintlock pistol, then drew his dagger and his curved sword. The other sailor, flipping his pistol in the air in one move, was prepared to use the pistol he was holding by the barrel like a hammer. And in his other hand was a broad axe that he pulled from his waist. Michael Richardson changed direction hard as he encountered with the duo and jumping on the vertical buttresses holding the upper deck, pushed himself. The man, who tumbled sideways with his legs pulled to his stomach, survived the parallel to the ground swings of the Italians. As the 2 Italians slipped, Michael, who gathered himself easily, blocked the swing of the big Italian that attacked him. Right after, 2 men turned and were attacking him. Michael first blocked the swing of the big Italian on his left, and then with his other sword blocked the sword of the other one. When the axe-wielding man attacked, Michael kicked the saber-wielding Italian in a way Watson had never seen before. Michael, who used the tibia of his right leg, injured the Italian's leg and knocked him to the ground. The first attack of the axeman was swinging his axe from left to the right. The young man, who quickly blocked the axe upwards, then blocked the pistol used as a hammer with a similar move. Meanwhile, the big Italian made a sharp cross swing. One of Michael's machetes made a fake attack on the Italian with the axe, forcing him to protect himself, while the other blocked the cross swing to the side. Michael pretended to kick the big guy like he did his previous friend with the sword. Noticing this, as the Italian lifted his leg up, Michael's boot exploded on the big man's chin, turning him clockwise, pushing him away. Michael came across the Italian with the axe, drawing circular movements with his machetes. The man with the axe was not as successful in defense as he was in attack. As he blocked the first 2 swings from above, The machetes were buried through the gaps in the man's ribs and they came out as quickly as they entered. Michael noticed that the sailor, who had a leg injury on the other side, was trying to get up. After cutting the man's head off with a hard and clear swing, he caught the big Italian's attack from the top at the last second. The Italian's long sword, which he swung with all his might, and Michael's machetes hit each other, and sparks came out. The Italian suddenly responded with a sharp blow that would open Michael's eyebrow by hitting with the hilt of his sword. As Michael hurtled back, he drew a bow with his machete so that his opponent wouldn't come after him. It was the Italian's turn to attack. Shouting in anger, the man first attacked with a series of salvos. Michael soon adapted himself to the pace of these attacks and blocked the man's swings with his machetes. Immediately after that, he began to meet the man's moves, knowing eventually that the stub movement was coming, so he began to keep his left machete ready. After a few swings, when the stub attack came, Michael kept his enemy's sword under control, taking it to the right, while sliding to the left side of his opponent. The left machete suddenly came at a right angle and pruned the man's hands. As the man's eyes grew in terror, the right machete blew off the head of his enemy in one clean swing. Watson's eyes grew in horror. He's never seen anyone fight like that before. Before we knew it, 2 more Italians joined in the combat. But Michael Richardson was a very wrong choice to attack. The first Italian made a stub move with a long sword in his hand, turning around himself and moving towards the man. This reminded him more of a dancer than a swordsman. The Italian, who made the attack, fell to the ground holding his throat, while Michael quickly leaned over and lay down. Looking at his friend in horror, the man tried to protect himself, but Watson was not so sure if he was able to act in time. The second man jumped back in fear. The man's tunic suddenly began to darken at the level of the abdomen. As the man screamed in fear, his bowels began to pour out of his tunic. Before the man got down on his knees, Watson caught a vaguely moving Michael Richardson and the man's head was separated from his torso. When Michael made sure there was no one else coming at him, he turned back over his shoulder. "Mr. Johnson, Mr. Watson. I ask you to return to the deck and join our ranks," he said, and ran into darkness. Johnson and Watson looked at each other in fear and ran towards the deck. Michael Richardson made his way to the stern of the ship as Watson and Johnson walked away. The captain's guard and helmsman M.C. Gregor had reached the top deck of the ship at the stern side when he engaged 2 Italian sailors. Both sailors had not left their posts, although they were about to lose the ship. That told M.C. Gregor one thing. Treasure. A great treasure. Pushing the sword of the first man attacked at him to the side, he grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him towards himself. The Italian first mate, whose balance was broken, was thrown to the side with the headbutt, as his friend was leapt forward with a steep stub move. M.C. Gregor jumped to the side at the last moment and swung his sword with all his might, cutting the man's head in half over his cheekbones. His other friend stood up, and Gates, who was coming from behind, buried the rope hook in his hand in Italy's head. "Thank you, Mr. Gates," said M.C. Gregor, looking at the trembling Italian. Instead of opening the door, M.C. Gregor said, "Mr. Gates, take Mr. Jordan with you and gather those who have surrendered to the deck." With slitted eyes. When the door opened, 3 people in the captain's mansion pointed their swords at the door. 2 sailors from Black Beauty's crew plunged into the room with their short swords in their hands. They had daunted looks on their faces. Crews on pirate ships were often not master warriors, contrary to stories. Most of them were desperate enough to leave their homes. They were living in poor conditions, frail and ignorant people. And when you put a gun in these people's hands, they did what you did. They came here when helmsman M.C. Gregor told them to gather the surrendered on deck. Jordan and Gates never entered the captain's cabin until then. The 2 sailors were too experienced to miss this opportunity. Here's the sailors' wages and the captain's fancy stuff. They could have nicked something from the booty without anyone noticing. But 3 men with swords and a woman behind them had disrupted this plan. "Throw away your damn swords," Gates said, with his thick torso and dirty mustache. Gates grumbled when the well-dressed, clean and well-groomed man opposite him drew his short sword instead of throwing his weapon. He planned to run if the men intimidated him a little more. A sound coming from behind caused him to jump. "What's the matter, Mr. Gates?" Before Gates turned around, he knew it was the first officer. "We found these, sir," Jordan said. As he thought, "You were missing damn Frenchmen." Passing through two sailors, Michael was covered in the blood of his enemies. Neither sailor expected the gentle first mate to look like this. This image caused all three people to be startled. Michael gave a kind nod to the men, and the woman behind them said, "Do you speak our language?" In English. When he did not get an answer, he repeated the same question in French and Italian. "We know your language a little bit," said the youngest of the three men, with a pronounced Italian dialect. The young man was better dressed than the others. The men on either side were muscular and shorter than him. Michael realized that both his men were mercenaries. His curly hair was falling off his shoulders. He had drew his long sword, just like the others. Michael nodded slightly with his head, said, "We've captured your ship, sir. Drop your swords and surrender." Looking at the sailors piling up behind the young man Michael, he said, "My men and I did not fight with you. We're just passengers. We don't want trouble." In short sentences. Michael nodded, "So do we. We've seen enough blood for this day," reaching out his hand, "Weapons please," he said. After throwing their weapons, the young nobleman looked at the sailors and said in Italian, "Thank you. You have saved our lives." "I was just doing what I was ordered to do," Michael said, looking at his men, in a manner befitting a nobleman. "Your name, sir?" "I'm Michael Richardson, Black Beauty's first mate." "Alessandro Eduardo Guadiero," the man said, leaning forward with a grateful expression, putting his right hand on his left breast. Immortals. It was ash and ice left in the glass from the thick clouds. As pieces of ice and snow slipped through the glass, leaving deep gray traces, the C-130 again descended under the clouds. Calcifer began to see the northern coast of Algeria on the plane's horizon. The plane was shaking amid the vortex of unstable air. Calcifer, tired, tilted his head and moved his shoulders. He lifted the valves of a set of buttons left on his right side and made several attempts to press the buttons quickly. Walrus looked at him curiously and asked, "What the hell are you doing now?" Calcifer licked his lips and said, "That red light over there, the dim one." "Yes. When it flashes, sizzles, someone would have fired a guided rocket at us. The only way to get rid of them is to turn on these buttons. Then we'll be throwing torches." As Walrus squinted and began to sit upright on the couch, he said, "You always find a way to make me restless, you fucking son of a bitch." Calcifer looked at his friend and laughed sickly but also delightfully. Meanwhile, Michael reached out and said, "Calcifer, we will leave the British and their families at Legata." When Calcifer raised his eyebrows and looked at Michael full of questions, Michael pointed his hand at the left side of the pilot and said, "Fly east." The young man slowly tilted the plane to the left, shaking his head. As the plane tilted to the left, John Harper was talking on his satellite phone. Speaking in French, the young man asked, "Who's in control?" "ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood. You can find all in here," he said. "Can you find me 2 trucks?" "Of course, my brother," the voice said, laughing with a slackness typical of the Mediterranean, especially North Africa, "but these things have become expensive, very expensive. I don't want to, but truck owners want a lot of money. The kind of money that can be valid here." John looked at Otto sitting opposite him and said, "Don't worry about it, brother. Find 2 trucks running, full tank and high. Payment is ready. I'll bring it where you say, brother." Otto calmly asked, "Can we trust him?" John shook his head and said, "To Ahmad Abu Sanrak? I don't even trust his dead body. But it is realistic. He will not pursue unnecessary dreams when he sees that we are heavily armed." Otto smiled at this and hit his hand on John Harper's shoulder and walked towards the nose of the plane. Most of the British civilians were women and children. Some were those who lived in houses around the airbase, others were the families of base personnel. One of the babies reached out to him as Otto passed by, and the old man smiled and held her in his arms. The old man, who kept walking while making funny noises to make her laugh, who is no more than 15 months old. When he came next to Michelle, who was examining the map that he laid on the husky's bonnet, "You have to have a baby again," he said as he lifted the baby at eye level and smiled at him. Otto was the one who made sure they didn't freeze in C-130. His spell before taking off from London balanced the internal pressure and temperature of the plane. Before Michael lifted his gaze off the map, he asked, "Aren't you bored?" "From what?" Otto said as he looked at the baby's rosy cheeks, bright, full of life, little blue eyes, and laughed. "From watching them die," Michael said. Sighing, Otto sniffed the baby and waved her in his lap. He said, "My dear friend. As your father knows, every living being will taste death. Even you and I will one day come to the end of our existence, looking at the baby, but their time is enough, even if it is short for us. They're born, they grow, they mature, they fall in love, they think, and they even create things. How magical, how beautiful. I think it's amazing to fit such giant enthusiasm, desires, loves, and artifacts into that limited time that we think has passed in the blink of an eye. It's like giving them that chance," Otto said, looking at Michael. Michael reached out and took the baby. "Are you trying to seduce me, old wizard?" Otto joined his arms around his chest and, leaning on the husky, said, "Would I ever do that?" Michael replied with a smile, without even thinking. Then looking at Kate. "Young warrior, would you do me a favor and take this little lady to her mother? I can tell by her expression that she's doing some things. She's about to get very cranky," he said. As Kate Hall took the laughing baby and walked away towards the tail of the plane, Otto asked, "Are you going to tell them who you really are?" Michael shrugged. "Did you tell?" He replied. "I guess there's no need for more confusion," Otto said, bending his lip and shaking his head, as he walked towards the tail of the plane following Kate. Michael briefly looked after Otto, and he took his maps and went to the cockpit. Neither had noticed that Jack Winter, who was lying on the seat on the other side of the car, was watching them through his eyelids, which appeared to be closed. Immortals. Jack grumbled and closed his eyes after moving where he was lying for relaxing his back. There were all kinds of surprises on the damn plane. Carolyn opened her eyes, which she closed for a short time, tired. The old, 4-foot stone wall that defined the boundaries of the town of Newmain was now the boundary of the life and death line. Legions of demon soldiers who come through the gate at regular intervals attacked the town. They were sacrificing their lives to cross this wall. Over the wall, from the rocky area where there were demons, fireballs of lightning, magic arrows flew into the city, smashing and destroying the place where they fell. In return, they received light cannons, rockets, medium-caliber weapons, and a few spells. Most of the town was destroyed. The school had become a field hospital in the City Hall Command Center. The police station was destroyed in a raid 2 nights ago. Among the ruins, Foundation warriors, wolves or crows were moving from one trench to another, keeping demon soldiers and demon lords away from the main line of defense that the militia had formed behind them. Soon the water between the islands will freeze completely, Carolyn said, looking out the window at the back of City Hall, at this wall. They are trying to cross the wall because they know it, she said. She looked pretty tired. She hadn't slept for 2 days, and after organizing all the war resources on the island, she came here on the last ferry. She's been talking to experienced soldiers all morning. Most of the men were tired, but they held on. Their only hope was that the 40 people they sent would close those damn doors. While their ammunition was limited, new demons were constantly coming through the gates. It was extremely clear who would lose if the war continued like this. The top floor was reserved for scouts. In the attic, 6 shooters fired single, precise shots through the remains of the shattered roof. The hall downstairs had been converted into a command center. On one side were ammunition chests, on the other side were backed-up weapons. Maps of the town were placed on the big table in the middle. Their scrawny forces were constantly being monitored, scrambling to avoid a breach in the long line that faced the wall. Enough ships were waiting for them in the port to retreat the forces from there. Neither Carolyn nor Beatrice brought them here just to die blind. But frankly, when things went wrong, very few could have reached those ships. Beatrice came to the old woman and said, "We still have a chance. If Parliament sends armored vehicles and helicopters." And Carolyn raised her hand. "They need to be convinced that they can come, honey." The old woman said. The image of the town reminded her of things she never wanted to remember. As memories of what happened in Stalingrad run through her veins, she said, "Go and convince them. I'm going to stay here." Beatrice was going to say, "But..." Carolyn looked at her with a smile. "I'm so tired, honey, I don't have the strength to walk these old goats one by one. You also know what will happen if I fall," she said in an almost hoarse voice. Beatrice smiled and nodded with understanding. She was going to leave the building to get on the ship, then a great pressure threw her into the wall to her left. All of a sudden, shock and pain covered her, and everything went black. She was dizzy, she couldn't see anything. She saw the light bulb on the ceiling with a scrawny glow from the dust that covered everything. The old light bulb was flickering, flashing. She heard people shouting, screaming, and shots being fired. The yellowish muzzle flames of the guns created sudden and harsh flashes inside the cloud of dust. Beatrice noticed a demon soldier passing through the shadows. It entered the main door with its dark body and ember knives, grabbed the head of the female radio operator, who was shooting to the back, as if he were holding a melon from the top, and stabbed the ember in the woman's back. A soldier standing by the table saw him. He pulled out his pistol and shot the soldier demon. Another soldier demon jumped on the man with the pistol in his hand while the demon soldier and its victim fell to the ground. Beatrice put her hand in her coat. She had to draw her pistol. She should have pulled out her gun. Tina ran towards the half-destroyed city hall. A giant rock fell somewhere on the side of the building and ricocheted, smashing a power pole. Then it ran over an old parked car. Immediately after, a fireball fell on the other corner of the building. The shock that came with the heat wave threw Tina at a man behind her left. The van parked in front of the building flipped in the air and fell sideways into the front of the building as the man and Tina was toppled to the ground. Tina barely got up. Her head hurt, her face was numb. She vaguely remembered that something hit her, but it didn't matter. Soldier demons crossed the wall. A rocket passed just ahead of her, crashed into the street leading to the wall, and soldier demons coming from the street dispersed around. A few of them were shot by militiamen who came funning from behind while she was trying to get up. In return, 2 beams of lightning crossed the street through the clouds of dust. When Tina saw a few coming out of the ruins, she pulled out the MP5K tied to her leg and fired 3 shots at each of them. When she was sure that they had fallen to the ground, she ran towards the city hall, where clouds of dust and smoke came out of it. When she entered the building, the confusion in the dust and smoke had really gripped her heart with fear. Soldier demons entered here, too. She shot one and buried it in the dust of the mess. Then she saw her. Beatrice was covered in ash-colored dust. She didn't seem to know what to do. The young woman was trying to reach for her gun. She ran and grabbed Beatrice by the arm and pulled her to her. "Are you okay?" she shouted. "We gotta get out of here." The young woman saw that it was Tina who pulled her up. Tina's eyebrow was bleeding. She had an MP5K in her hand, shot something behind Beatrice, and shouted at the young woman. It was only then that Beatrice realized she could not hear her. After Tina made sure that the soldier demon she had shot was dead, she began to move forward. They had to get rid of this chaos right away. She ran towards the main door, allowing Tina to pull herself. But Beatrice still couldn't get herself together, and while Tina was pulling her, the young woman got stuck in something and fell. Beatrice saw that what she had stuck was just Ryan Gorin. She met him in the morning. He was only 17. He was helping to organize maps at headquarters, helped with supplies to be lowered from ships, or wounded to be put on ships. He wasn't fighting because of his glasses, which are thicker than a bottom of the bottle. The tall but frail young man was always smiling. But now his face was covered in dust and dull. Tina swore and looked at Beatrice. Someone pulled her hard by the shoulder and turned her around. Tina suddenly saw a mouth with long teeth opened in anger. It was a soldier demon, And it was very close. It's very close. She felt the blow landing on her chest and the burning of the ember pierced her chest. She fell back into a strange darkness and despair. As Beatrice reached out to the boy, she noticed someone had toppled over her. When SH0E pushed the weight that had fallen on her to the side, she saw that it was Tina who had toppled over. As Tina's body, smoking from her chest, trembled uncontrollably, Beatrice screamed in fear. The soldier demon who killed Tina heard these screams and turned to her. Beatrice had her hands pressed to her ears, her legs pulled to herself. Her back was against the ammunition boxes. She looked at the embers approaching her in horror. But the knives were thrown to the side before they could reach her. As the soldier demon falls apart, Quillen, who entered, lifted Beatrice out of a single move and put her on his back. The wolves that entered with him quickly began to spread into the building. Meanwhile, Beatrice was on her way to the school, which was used as a first aid station on Quillen's back. Before she lost it, the last thing she thought about was Carolyn, who was upstairs. Gold Nugget. The captain was in the captain's quarter of his new ship. The room with the high ceiling was almost twice the size of the captain's room at Black Beauty. Looking at the spacious room with boredom, the captain said, "Passengers?" He asked. "They're on our ship, in the kitchen, Captain. I left Paul and Gilmer on guard, as you ordered." The captain nodded and began to check the notebook in front of him. The ship's manifest was like a journal. You could find out which port it stopped at, on what date, what it took from there, where it left it. "Mr. Richardson," the captain said, looking at the last date and the cargo list. "Yes, Captain," said the young man, who was busy cleaning the blood from his face with a damp cloth in his hand, with the respectable, nobleman attitude expected of an officer. "Could you do me a favor and check the ship's cargo?" "Of course, sir. What am I supposed to find there?" 180 slaves. "I understand," Michael said, and emerged from the cabin. Looking behind the young man, MC Gregor turned curiously to the captain and said, "Slaves?" The Spanish and Turks usually handled slave business, at least in the Mediterranean. No captain who didn't want trouble would do it in their territory. "That's what it says here," the captain grumbled, looking at the notebook in front of him. Michael was on the stairs down to the lower parts of the ship. He hated slavers. A few sailors greeted him with greater reverence than in the morning. Michael, who responded to the greetings, heard the sailors talking in whispers behind him as he headed for the next staircase. Some called him warrior. Some called him horror. Although Michael didn't hear the exact subject, it was clear that they were talking about the battle that happened today. Sailors were more influenced by power than intelligence and money. When Michael came to the deck where the slaves were, he took the oil lamp next to the stairs and moved forward, holding it in front of him. The air on the floor was very heavy. The smell of human sweat, droppings, a mixture of blood, tar and moisture made Michael clench his teeth. The limited space that the yellow powerless light of the oil lamp could illuminate consisted of cells closed by iron rods reinforced with thick pulleys. Michael looked into the blackness and proceeded, swearing. The cells were empty, black, thick iron chains attached to the pulleys swinging along with their open shackles at the ends. After Michael knelt and looked down on the floor, he angrily walked up the stairs. At the captain's room, everyone gathered around the captain's table. They were questioning one of the Italian sailors when Michael opened the door. He was a big man, scratching his beard, which he hadn't cut in days, saying, "We only knew we were back north." Michael, in angry steps, stormed the room, grabbed the sailor by the hair and put his head against the table. "Slaves," the young man said angrily, holding a pistol in his hand against the sailor's temple as those at the table watched him bewildered. "Where are they?" Michael's Italian was perfect. The captain, who first thought about stopping Michael, now raised one eyebrow and looked curiously at the sailor. "We threw them away," said the man in his 40s, who was sure he would die, crying. Mr. Gregor, who had learned Italian in the ports he went to, wondered, "Where did you throw them?" he asked. 180 healthy African slaves were worth almost a fortune. They threw them into the sea. Michael said through his teeth, pulling his hand off the man's head and slowly placing the gun's lighter back. There were only shackles attached to the arm. The foot chains and cannonballs at the end of the chains were not there. Why do we care if a group of African infidel dogs died? Brain Murphy asked. The bosun was usually one of those who was only interested in the gold he would receive at the end of the job. If we are caught by the Turks, we will be heretical slaves, Mr. Murphy. So there must be an unsigned agreement between Christians, Muslims, Jews or other pagans on the value of life. If that doesn't happen, they might decide to watch you try to swim in the Mediterranean with a cannonball on your leg instead of selling you when you're taken prisoner. When Michael hit the sailor's head on the table again, who still didn't answer him, he said, "Yes, we left them in the sea. It was the captain's decision." The man said hurriedly. His pupils had shrunk, and there were drops of sweat. "Why?" Michael shouted angrily. "Our load had to be reduced. We should have gone faster." The sailor said hurriedly. He was scared. He was very scared. He had fell into a strange, giant fear that he had never felt because of the man on top of him. He couldn't resist him. "Faster where?" the captain asked. The situation became really interesting for him. Because the sailor thought the captain could save him, cringing, "I don't know. I swear, sir," he said in a snap. But the captain shook his head slowly. "I know," he said, in a calm manner. "Mr. Murphy, take this man to the ship." "Gladly, Captain." Murphy grumbled, holding the Italian by the collar. Michael noticed that there was a map on the table after the sailor took off. At one end of the map was a small case, and at the other end was a piece of solid gold in the form of a long triangular prism, on which there were many indentations and protrusions. "What is this?" the young man said. "While you were down, the captain found the old captain's secret door. There we found this chest, and in the chest we found the gold with the map," M.C. Gregor said. The captain, looking at the map and the piece of gold, said, "So they were hurriedly heading north instead of the Spanish ports where they were supposed to deliver the slaves." The captain made a map of the mine. "As I understand it, he was going to take it to Rome," he said. The lines of the triangular piece of gold were very sharp. The captain wondered why the gold had been put into such strange shapes. As if it had a purpose. And Michael was looking at what was on the table. "Rome?" he asked. "Lost in thoughts, Captain, of course. If he makes a deal with Rome, he could even take any kingdom, anywhere. All he has to do is give Rome enough money." He grumbled. "So we're going to North Africa?" The captain smiled and said, "Yes, we will wander a little among the Moors, have incredible adventures, and return to our homes as very rich men." But Michael did not think that things would develop the way he had imagined. He recognized the shape at the end of the triangular golden bar. It was a symbol of a city called Atlantis that was once said to have existed. Abandoned plans, new hopes. North Africa's unique mountainous terrain prevented them from seeing the Mediterranean. It was really hot compared to France, England or the Berghoff Islands. The only movement on the vast, rocky, arid and deserted lands was belonged to Ahmad Abu Sanrak, who paced back and forth with his hands in his pocket. Abu Sarnak was a medium-sized, scorched-skinned, weak man who constantly hunched over. He had a fluffy beard that prevented his protuberant cheekbones from appearing scary. For the first time in his life, he had to wear a sweater inside his jacket, wrap a scarf around his neck. On his head he tied the cotton cloth, which the Arabs called kafaya, according to the style of the Tuareg, but he was not a Tuareg. He was waiting at the head of 2 GMC trucks with gum that he chewed loosely in his mouth. A little further away were the old houses that John Harper described to him, and on the other side there was a stream bed and a stone bridge dating from the time of the Ottoman Empire which no longer used. Behind the brunette man was the 2 trucks and 2 cars he promised. Both trucks were from World War II. There were 3 armed men on 1942 trucks. The men, who were using AK-47s in their hands for a very long time, held the rifles with ease of boredom rather indiscipline. When Abu Sarnak saw two all-terrain vehicles coming from where the houses were, he swore from inside. As John Harper predicted, the Moorish cunning arms dealer was thinking of killing him and taking his head after receiving his payment from the John. Because after John fled the country, ISIS put a pretty high reward on his head. The vehicles stopped about 50 meters away from the trucks and a few meters apart from each other. Behind the 12, 7mm cannons were shooters, protected by armored, metal panels. John, who got out of one of the cars, was dressed ready for a combat. He resembled Delta Force operators with an earth-colored scarf around his neck, an assault vest, IM-4 with binoculars and bomb throwers on his chest strap, all-terrain boots and cargo pants. When Abu Sarnak saw him like this, he thought Harper was more than alike. Why not? He was a very resourceful mercenary who spent years walking around here under a different name, freed from the hands of ISIS. Or so he said. In this case, it was only natural for Harper to be Delta Force. So was the others, of course. Abu Sarnak looked around, gulping, whether he wanted to or not. Deltas were a great trouble. They acted in such a way as to ensure themselves. They planned their movements down to the smallest detail. John and his men didn't come here alone. Abu Sarnak could not see them, but somewhere around them there must have been one or two shooters. The Moorish's face faded. Of course it was. Harper gave me the meeting place and time 12 hours ago. And they haven't been here more than an hour. How foolish he was. The Moorish moved his hand behind his back and started waving without Harper noticing. This sign was for his shooter under the bridge. He was aborting the operation. That's probably how he saved his life and his men's lives. When John Harper got close enough, he opened his arms to both sides and said, "Ahmad, my dear brother." With a funny enthusiasm, whose falsehood is obvious. Actually, occasionally, he found it very amusing to act like this. According to him, it was a clumsy imitation of Ahmad. It contained simple and low-level sarcasm, but John was also sometimes simple and low-level. Unaware of this, Moorish opened his arms with the same falsehood and, showing off his yellow teeth, grinned. "Harper. My dear brother," he said. "You look good, brother," Harper said with an exaggerated smile, as he quickly closed his arms when he got close enough to the thin man and pulled a considerable layer of dust from the man's shoulders with the sound of a powerful slap. When Moorish could breathe, he swallowed and said, "You too, comrade." Smiling. His shoulders were numb, a tingling up to his elbows had begun. "Your trucks are ready," he said, refreshing his smile, showing GMCs with his hand. His move reminded John of carpet sellers in Istanbul, at an ancient place called the Grand Bazaar. Raising a single eyebrow, John grinned. "Brother, can they move?" he asked, cheerfully. He was looking at the poor bodyguards standing on the truck behind the mirrored sunglasses he was wearing. The men were punks that the Navy infantry called scrawny. Some had black cloth bands on their rifles. It was telling that they were connected to ISIS militants in the city center, or that they once hung out with them. In an extravagant theatrical gesture, Moorish struck his hand on his chest and pretended to be offended, said, "Don't break my heart. I brought them all the way from Libya," he said. John continued to smile. "Depots?" he asked as he walked to the trucks. As Harper turned his back to him, then the Moorish saw the radio in the big guy's right shoulder pocket and the cable that went from this radio to his headset. He swallowed again. Was he really paranoid, or was the American really pausing when he spoke? If so, it meant either the people in the car or the shooter who settled somewhere else was talking to him. He sighed and looked in fear at the rocky hills around him, wiping away the sweat that had accumulated on his lip with his hand and saying, "They are full, of course. Like you said, there are 2 barrels of diesel and ammunition, John." He stopped saying. "But..." The young man went up to the back of the truck. He opened the wooden ammunition cases and began to check the ammunition and materials inside. "It looks like Abu Sarnak brought everything on the list." "Dear brother, these are very expensive," Ahmad said, opening his hands helplessly. While John made sure the barrels were full, he winked at Moorish, said, "Believe me, the boss has a lot of money and wants more." "Like?" Moorish said as he squinted and looked at him. A safe house in the city, a luxury armored car, bodyguards, a few beautiful and depraved girls. John said, making up a few things out of his mind. The important thing was that the Moorish to believe that the trade would continue and he would make profit. Otherwise, the situation could be dangerous. Sarnik was a real greedy bastard. If he believed he couldn't make money, he'd sell him to ISIS as soon as he left. My favorite type of client. Abu Sarnik said, rubbing his hands together. John looked at him and winked and threw a small, velvet pouch that he had pulled out of his pocket at the weak man. Grabbing the pouch in the air, the bearded man opened the pouch and let the diamonds inside spill into his palm. Grinning, John jumped out of the car and said, "Payment for all I've told you. It should be ready by the end of the week," he said. Moorish grinned and nodded several times, said, "Yes, of course. Of course." He had an indescribable happiness on his face. Beatrice was in front of the ruins of the destroyed city hall. She just got back from the funeral this morning. Carolyn was killed by a demon lord. At least that's what was told at her funeral. Actually, a fireball spell blasted under the floor where she was located, and the old woman's floor collapsed along with the wall. The last remaining heavy weapons and helicopters had arrived at New Maine from the central island before her lifeless body was found. It was only then that Beatrice learned that Carolyn had already made the necessary arrangements for them, and that she had not told Beatrice about it. The old woman was just looking for an excuse to send Beatrice back to the safety. Beatrice, who buried Tina along with Carolyn, was dressed in white snow camouflage like the other warriors on the island, tied a black band on her left arm. The woman who threw her fur collar hood back was wearing a beret on her head, and a ski mask on forehead of the beret. She had an assault vest painted white with white spray paint over his long coat, his M4 dangling from the chest strap next to his leg. She had climbed onto the top of an overturned van to talk to the fighters in the town square. "We're here?" she shouted to everyone who looked at her. "We are here to meet an enemy we never expected. They are more ruthless, more savage and more numerous than any of the enemies we've ever encountered," she said, and everyone moved uncomfortably. "But they are not stronger. And they're not immortal. They're no better than us," she said. All of a sudden, everyone raised their guns and shouted. There was joy in their voices and courage they had not been able to show for a long time. Beatrice raised her left hand and showed an island warrior from the crowd, "You fought against everything." Then showed someone else and said, "Against the soulless." To another, "Against those who want to usurp our city." She opened his hands and shouted, "We have won them all." The cheer broke again. This time the voices were louder, more relaxed and bolder. Now the time had come. She should have threatened and scared them. She should have told them the truth. We are not just fighting for ourselves. If they pass us, they'll enter New Kusi, then Berghoff. If they pass us, they will reach our children, our wives, our parents. To my children. As she yelled, everyone's face became serious. That was the bitter truth. They had to win because they had no choice. They were alone in the middle of the ocean. They had no help, no cavalry, no spare ammunition, no allies, no situation to deal with politics. They were either going to win or they were going to disappear. The young woman slowly but strongly raised her left fist in the air and said, "We won those battles." Said, "I don't care what hell they come from. We'll give them hell here." She roared. Everyone in the square raised their fist in the air and shouted, "Yes. We'll win this too. With a rifle, a gun, a knife or a rock. Those bastards won't get through this wall. We are the wall. We are the wall. We are the wall." Beatrice jumped down from the van's top to the ground and began walking to the north through the ruins where Tina and Carolyn died, to the wall where the war was going. The people in the square moved as they gave way to her. They were repeating her last words. "We are the wall. We are the wall. We are the wall." Kernerdik Takani. They left 13 people on the plane. These included those injured in London, 5 guards and the pilot Calcifer. A truck was also kept there in case of an emergency. The remaining 21 were leaving a cloud of dust in one of the deserts of North Africa, where 2 huskies and a truck were moving fast, could be easily seen from afar. Michael Richardson was sitting in the front seat of the car Juka was driving, and Otto and Alexandra were sitting in the back seat. Walrus was in the shooter seat of the 12.7mm machine gun on the vehicle. The young man pulled a scarf over his face and put on a dust mask. The second husky used by Scott Donovan was right behind them. In the front seat was John Harper, in the back seat was Jack and Kate. Their heavy weapon operator was Eric. Eric pressed the latch on the internal radio around his neck, asked, "What's waiting for us there?" "Good question," Michael said, tapping on his own radio and looking back at Otto. "I'm not so sure," Otto said, looking around. "After all, the last time I came to this city, there was a sea here. Anything can happen, be prepared," Michael grumbled, raising one eyebrow and sighing after looking at Otto. When the vehicles arrived in the mountainous terrain, they slowed down. Everything in sight were reddish soil and rocks. When both sides of the narrow passage they used as a road were closed by steep rocky walls, the sounds of the vehicles began to echo and hum. As the road became narrower, Michael stopped the vehicles when he saw a blue rock that was different from the others. "We'll walk from here," he said, as Juka looked curiously at him. The dust of the road flowed down on them when those who were driving on top of the vehicles, especially those who were in the truck, jumped out of the vehicles. Michael left a guard for each vehicle. The blue rock was an average oil barrel height and 3, maybe 4 yards wide. Behind it was a pile of earth and rocks. Michael pointed at those behind the blue rock with his head, said, "Will we move forward from now on?" Crow looked around and asked, "How long?" Michael squinted and thought, "About 2,000 steps." He said. "Tony," Crow said to the yellow, short-haired, tall young man at the left back of him. "Send the scout." Tony shook his head and pulled out the package, which was about the size of a fanny pack, from the bottom of his backpack. From this waterproof package he pulled out a drone the size of a small plate. There was a screen under the aircraft that looked like a smartphone. The young man wearing this on his arm activated the drone. As the drone, buzzing like an angry bumblebee, took off, the image began to appear on the screen on the young man's arm. The young man sent the drone to the cliff, where they would climb. The drone, which passed over the cliff, disappeared from view. The young man just ordered it to move forward. After that, the drone would always stay at a certain height and show them the way from the front. As it appeared on the small screen, the drone was moving through the channel, just as the group had prepared, only the channel was a little narrower. Looking around, Crow said, "Just get your ammunition and supplies. We're not going to camp," he said. He waited for everyone to get ready, and when he made sure they were prepared, he said, "Load." All those who had received military training set up their weapons. When the metal sounds stopped, Crow was supposed to say, "Secure it." But they were not in peacetime. So Crow said, "Shoot to kill." After waiting for their scout to advance, they quietly climbed the hill. The narrow slit was no more than 7 feet wide. Sometimes it was shrinking, sometimes it was expanding. Everyone was as quiet as possible, as careful as possible. From where they walked, the sky seemed only occasionally. Eventually Tony stopped the group by raising his fist. He had raised his left arm as if he were looking at his watch. As he called the drone back, Michael saw the Solus on the screen. Their path was soon reached a large opening, and there were about 200 Solus in this opening. "What are Solus people doing here?" Walrus grumbled. "There," Eric said, grumbling. There was someone sitting on the rock, Eric showed. He was watching the group with his arms between his legs, bald, burly and ready to attack with his ragged coat. He was like a sheepdog, or a wolf. "What is that?" Scott asked. "I've seen this bastard before," grumbled Michael, squinting. "They call it Soul Tempter." Scott hadn't heard of it, asked, "What do they do?" "They control the Solus," Eric said, scratching his beard when asked. Michael just nodded, frowned, didn't like the situation. 200 soulless were already a big problem alone, and a soul tempter was added to them. Then we'll take it down first. John Harper said. There are more than 200 there. Scott raised his eyebrows and said objectively. John smiled recklessly, we are human, we are killing each other since the beginning of history. Are you telling me you can't kill 200 brainless punks with rifles in your hand? He said with a wink. Okay, I shut my mouth. Scott grumbled, shaking his head helplessly. In fact, despite all their combat experience and skills, none of them wanted to meet 200 soulless. Eric caught Otto's eyes, the old man was looking at him, smiling. A sad, calm but sincere smile. That told Eric it was time. Now his time had come. If you give me a little time, I can get them out of your way, Eric said. When everyone was looking at him with curiosity, Eric tilted his head and said, I have a good plan. The group went back, where they left the vehicles. They took the vehicles from where they were, went further and settled so that they were not visible from where the blue rock was located. John Harper asked Michael, what if he tripped and fell? Said. He didn't like this plan. Michael grumbled, do you want me to lie or do you want the truth? The second indicator of his clock was changing rapidly. Michael Richardson's eyes were locked in the counter. We're in a lot of shit for lies, grumbled Harper. If he falls, I'll send someone new, Michael said, shaking his head vaguely. John looked at Michael and shook his head. He couldn't blame him because he would have done the same. Eric folded his clothes and put them aside. All he had on was his pants. His large and muscular body was covered with large and small wounds, his hair was coming down to his shoulder. He pulled a box of glasses out of his bag, which he had been carrying with him since Alaska. He opened the box slowly, inside there were a glass tube with its mouth closed with a cork, and an owl feather. He opened the glass tube, slowly pouring his fingers through the sour cream-colored mud inside, murmured, Can you hear me? From the darkness inside him, the voices of the chain snapped hard. You wanted blood, he said, as he rubbed the mud on his fingers to form thick strips on his face. In the dark space inside, there was a growl from the larynx. He growled with anger and hatred. Squeaks from the teeth, rustles from the nails. After painting his face completely, he slowly lifted his owl feather up, into the sky, and spoke in an unfamiliar language in this land. He didn't know or care if the spirits he spoke to heard him or not. He no longer asked the gods for mercy or peace. For this day, right now, all he wanted was to deserve death. He tied the leather rope on the owl's feather to the hair bundle behind his left ear. As he stood up, he took his M14. He slowly began to move through the narrow corridor formed by red rocks. I'll give you the blood you want, he said as he crossed the rocks. The large area was still in the rocks but was almost the width of a football field. On the left side was a statue of two people kneeling, and on the right side was a large temple. Both were carved into the rocks in a monolithic way. In the big field in the middle, the soulless waited quietly. By the time the soul tempter, that kept them in line, saw Eric, it was too late for everything. Here the game starts, he muttered, after the young man left half of his deep breath and bent his shoulder to the rifle and slowly closed his left eye. When the thunderous sound of the M14 echoed throughout the region, all the soulless suddenly jumped out of their places, or quickly stooped and went into a fighting stance that settled into their instincts. Their soul tempter had fallen, their minds had been freed again. Not realizing where they were, the stranger at the mouth of the gate started shooting at them. The brutal bullets of the M14 toppled many of them. When the bullets ran out, Eric angrily yelled and returned to the gate to escape the crowd that ran towards him. The soulless ran with all their might and entered the narrow passage as if the sands an hourglass and tears its narrow throat. Eric was right in front of them. He didn't want those who came after him to lose. And there was no way to run faster in the corridor, which was already irregularly narrowing and expanding. The soulless behind him had no problem like him. They were using all their power to run, crushing anyone without noticing if one got stuck and fell. Eric could hear the breathing, angry growls of animalistic sounds coming right behind him. For a moment, he felt a deep whining on his back, hissing through his teeth. He paused briefly, as short as a wink, and elbowed the soulless, who had scratched his back. He continued to run before the soulless fell backwards. He pushed himself against the wall with his hands on the hard turn. The first soulless to come after him was crushed on the wall by the others because he couldn't do it. The next turn was a rock that had a round shape due to dense water flowed over it once. Eric came running up this wall and climbed, turning the corner. As he reached the end of the corridor, he began to climb the pile of earth and rocks that faced him. He was doing it. Almost all of them were behind him. He had the entire gang on his tail, except for those he killed with his M14 or who fell while running and were run over by their pack members. He grinned, better than he expected. At least it would have been a better death to drinking a bottle of whiskey and put a bullet in his head. Otto had kept his promise to him. How glorious it would be. Suddenly, one of the stones he stepped on slipped under his foot and fell to the ground. The soulless behind him immediately took advantage of this opportunity to reach their prey, which had been running them all along. But their prey wasn't just a runner. The large kukri behind his waist drew a steel-colored bow in the air and severed the head of the first soulless to approach him from jaw level. He cut another's throat and another's hands. Eric angrily threw kukri at the fourth. In response, the darkness inside him hissed, "Beautiful." Kukri, which weighed about 4 pounds, was buried in the rib cage of the soulless, who had not eaten anything for a long time and had been weakened by the sheer rage of his owner, and threw him back. Eric quickly turned back and began to climb the hill with his fingers in the ground. The soulless hands touched his legs, his boots, scratched him, but no one could hold him. Reaching the hill, the young man quickly leapt and began to run, tumbled as he landed on the hard ground. For a young man who had been making parkour sport since high school, such movements were child's play. And the horde that followed was more like a flood than a crowd. Some were injured, 1 or 2 broke their necks, but all those who could move followed Eric. Michael first looked at his watch, then at the soulless ones who were walking away, signaling his group's progress. The group behind him slowly climbed the mound behind the blue rock. Eric ran as hard as he could to the end of the route. Now that the area where he ran was flat, both he and his pursuers accelerated. Eric opened the distance between them and stopped after getting far enough, turned around. "Do you hear me?" he said, squinting. "Yes." The beast hissed. "Do you want them?" "Yes." The voice said with an appetite. "Take them, then," Eric said as he removed the old silver evil eye from his neck, his blue pupils quickly becoming ellipses in an instant. The canine teeth grew longer, his muscles swollen and grew. As he leaned forward and stooped, his hands turned into claws. Eric Davenport had surrendered to his monster who had wanted him for a long time. Eric went to Alaska to free his monster every full moon. It was his curse. The natives he met in Alaska accepted him for who he was, but they didn't approach him. They called him Kronerdik Takani. Black Wolf. Doors to Darkness. They found the items Eric had left, who was advancing through the narrow pass. Looking at things, Walrus said, "What is this?" "Ran naked?" he asked. Like others, he wore helmets designed for special forces, similar to those used by skateboarders. He had electronic headphones used at shooting ranges in his ear. These headphones block loud sounds, such as gunfire, while they either directly receive or amplify sounds from a low frequency. He couldn't keep the soulless away from us with all that equipment. Howell muttered, shaking his head. "I'm not so sure they're getting away." Crow said, looking back at Michael, adding, "I don't want to get caught up in them here." Michael nodded and signaled the scouts. When Petros and Yusuf came to the clearing looked at the area and its surroundings. Eric made sure they were going to chase himself. Yusuf said as he whistled in a hoarse voice, and Petros hit a man who crawled towards him with his silenced M4. Yusuf looked at the water flowing through the statues and approached him. He filled the water in his palm, smelled it, and then sipped it. Believing the water was clean, he took out his backpack and started filling it up. As Petros, who was watching him, shook his head, sighed and turned his head to the temple on the other side. The large temple next door reminded him of the entrance to the museum in London. Watching the entrance, which bears all the traditional traces of the Hellenistic era, the group entered the square. The stairs leading to the door of the temple had at least 30 steps. They were checking their surroundings as they came up the steps. The silence made everyone very comfortable. Michael allowed his team to disperse and settle in the environment so as not to fall into a trap. The entrance consisted of 2 door wings. Like other parts of the entrance, the doors were made of stone. It had deep and complex patterns on it. Most of them were closed by the wind-borne dust of the desert, and most of them were eroded. As Otto passed them and slowly touched the door, Alexandra looked at the old man. Otto seemed strangely speechless and withdrawn. Looking at the door, John Harper asked, "How are we going to open the door?" Kate raises one eyebrow and said, "Melon?" With a serious face. That was the door code used in The Lord of the Rings. The young woman was carrying an automatic rifle like the others on her back but was holding a Spaz 12, one of the largest pump-action rifles of its kind. Scott, who had just read the book, understood the joke and reached out his fist to Kate and said, "That was good one." Kate touched the outstretched fist with her fist. Otto slowly touched the door with his cane. The doors began to open, sliding outwards. As the doors opened grumbling, Hal saw that not much dust had been spilled from them, which made him worry. He looked down slowly, to the floor. He saw arc-shaped tracks that opened to both sides. "The door has been opened soon before us," he said as he slowly raised his rifle on his shoulder. Juka nodded silently and attached the night vision device, which he took from the back of his waist, to his helmet. Hal also pressed the latch of his internal radio in his throat 4 times at the same time. Island warriors Crow, Walrus, Nausicaa who recognized this signal attached night vision equipment to their helmets. This led others to do the same, while John Harper appreciated Hal. The great hall they entered was partially illuminated by the gray light coming from behind them. Jack, shivering, stared at the cold room, where the smell of mold and moisture prevailed. Where the light could illuminate, there were thick columns extending up to the ceiling, which was 80 feet high. In each column, human figures were hammered, nested each other. Between the columns were large gray slabs. The group went inside, the lamps under their guns opened one by one, and they began to check around them. As he moved a little further, Jack realized that the gray plates between the columns were actually glass. Inside the glass plates were inscriptions of an ancient language. Otto said, "The first colonists embroidered their history on these glasses to honor the place where they came from." Saw him looking. He had a strange timbre in his voice. Jack thought that this timbre was a little sadness, a little longing, and a lot of grief. Suddenly from the side somewhere, "Hello, Michael," said a voice. It was a silky, soft, cheerful, slippery voice but full of self-confidence. The sound echoed through the giant hall, while a man in a gray suit stepped out after a column, where he was hidden by a smoke-colored sheet coat. His glossy black hair was combed back, his thick brows were sharp, and his light blue-tinted skinned long face looked very prominent. The posture of his slender, athletic-bodied man was naive and relaxed. For a moment, Hal thought his pupils were glowing red, but he couldn't be sure. Michael squinted and looked at the guy and said, "You." Michael seemed like that he was not believing what he was seeing. The man in suit curtsied like people did in old times and said, "Alessandro Eduardo Guadiero, yes, of course, who else could find this place?" Opening his hands to both sides and slowly turning around. Hal slowly checked around. Whoever the son of a bitch in the suit was, he didn't come alone. As Michael turned to him and slowly moved towards the man, "Were you behind all this?" he asked. "Well, let's say partially," he said with a sour face, waving together his head and his right hand, which was full of rings. Although his attitude implies that he wasn't happy with it, these theatrical movements actually represented an irony. Jack didn't know what he was doing, but he was proud of what he was doing, and he saw it as a victory. At least I was the one who brought the great king out of his grave, and he lured the sorcerers he could lure and provided the formulas that form the Solus. At that time, Kate calmly walked between Michael and the man in the suit. She looked at the guy in the suit from head to toe and asked to Michael, Are you friends with this? The derogatory allusion in the word "this" did not escape anyone's attention. Michael with a sour face said, "Partly." Kate said with a dull voice, "Oh, good." Then she turned around and fired her shotgun, and the man suddenly disappeared into the dusty glass behind him. I thought it was going to be a long and unnecessary conversation, the young woman said, raising her gun to her shoulder, shrugging at Michael, who looked at her in amazement. "Obviously we don't have time for that," she said. "And I don't like to shoot someone's friend, their hearts are broken," she said, as echoes of the gunfire swirled around the hall. Nausicaa passed Kate and put her hand on the young woman's shoulder in appreciation. But she paused when she saw the man coming out of the glass. As the 12 large holes in the man's body rapidly shrank and closed, Michael sighed. As all the other men pointed their guns at him, Nausicaa snorted, "Look at this." Looking sad at his shredded clothes, the man smiled as if he was trying especially hard to show his teeth. His teeth were bright, and his fangs were too long. He could smell each of the people around him separately, he could see the blood flowing in the veins of each one of them separately. They were all excited, except for the young woman who shot him, except Michael, John, Otto, and that young man in the back, were all about to die of fear. He didn't like it very much. Usually people could die of fear even when they found out who he was. As the man shrugged off the glass shards on him, he said in a disappointment voice, "Michael. Michael. Michael. Dot." Alexandra had barely held herself not to scream when she saw it. Alexandra Sharanoplova's reason for leaving her country was vampires. She recognized them where she saw them. She was shaking with fear, she couldn't take her hand off her gun. At that instant, she felt cold hard hand over her hand. She barely separated her eyes from the man in the suit and saw Jack's hand on her hand. Even though he was gloved, the rigidity of the mechanical hand could be felt. But Alexandra could feel the energy in that hand. Jack was training with Otto for his hand when he thought no one saw them at night. In the next room of the kitchen, Alexandra was staying, and she could hear them easily. But he was interested in having Jack by his side right now. No matter what, Jack was there. The young woman raised her head and smiled at Jack. Jack answered with a smile, pulled his hand out of Alexandra's hand and put it back on the hilt of his gun. Hal saw the large holes in the man's torso closing quickly, slowly putting his finger on the trigger of his gun, closing the gap of the trigger. As if he wasn't angry or even cared about the situation, he said, "It's a shame that you never told the kids about me, about us. I wish you'd done that, then they wouldn't have been in trouble." As 4 more silhouettes in suits and coats appeared around the hall, one of them was a woman and they were all dressed in black. As Michael turned around and looked at them, he said, "You guys, get out. I'll deal with them." Kate asked, "I just shot the guy with a 12-gauge rifle, and he's cured. How exactly are you going to deal with them? You got a hydrogen bomb in your pocket?" In an agitated manner. Raising his eyebrows, the man said with a smile that revealed his perfect, white teeth, "Didn't you tell them, Michael? Don't they know who you are? You've always been so secretive. Maybe because you're stupid. If it wasn't, your father wouldn't have banished you from your home. I said go." Michael grumbled to his team as he tilted his head slightly forward and frowned. As the group headed for the next door, 2 of those who appeared later moved to cut them off, but they paused when Michael turned his index finger to them and looked at them as if to warn them. The corridor at the end of the hall they passed was almost 20 feet high, 30 feet wide, as was the door. The last time Nausicaa looked at him before disappearing into the deep darkness of the corridor, he saw Michael Richardson's pupils starting to glow. His 5 opponents surrounded Michael Richardson when the last one of the group also disappeared into the dark corridor. Michael was looking at the floor. As if he wasn't interested in them or his team walking away. "I've done so many mistakes to this day. Dot." He murmured. His voice was full of regret as if underlining his words, "I regret some of them. I never asked anything from you." And those around him looked at each other and laughed with sarcastic voices. Alessandro said in an insulting voice to his victim, "What are you asking of me?" Dot. "Excuse me, Alessandro," said Michael. "But I'm not talking to you. Only then did Alessandro understood what was happening. As he growled with his teeth clenched, his long fangs, one of the most distinctive features of his species, shone relentlessly with the light from the outside. As his eyes squinted in anger, Michael raised his hand in the air. "Now I want only one thing from you," he said, thundering. "Father. The only one. My creator. Give me my sword." Alessandro leapt towards Michael as fast as a bullet. At the same time, all four of his men, who had unleashed their vampiric powers, attacked Michael. In some cases, time slows down, some minutes seem like years to you. Many of these events are caused by the confusion of your perceptions in your unusual, highly influenced situations, such as pressure, stress, confusion or boredom. However, time is only time, it does not shorten, it does not extend. So it usually doesn't get shorter or longer. When Michael raised his hand, time slowed down. Or so I thought. As quick as a wink, a heartbeat, a raindrop falls, an idea appears in his mind. Alessandro leapt towards Michael. He jumped in one motion, and in the same time, the tips of his fingers grew and hardened. Bright, sharp claws extended to Michael Richardson. The claws flashed with a harsh, cold light. Alessandro Eduardo Guadiaro was a vampire from ancient times. For a long time it had been the strongest in its region. He lived for hundreds of years, watching people fade away for generations. This time has brought him many things. Now he was faster, stronger, more impressive. Everyone knows that the power of a vampire of ancient age cannot be underestimated. All those who know this know that no one has survived Alessandro Eduardo Guadiaro, nicknamed the Prince to this day. Yes, Alessandro was an ancient vampire, and yes, he was known as one of the strongest of his kind. However, Alessandro Eduardo Guadiaro has not got wiser in all these years. In fact, his power greatly increased his arrogance and smugness. If not, the vampire, who cooled the air and left thin lines of steam that he condensed as he split the air, would bring his entire clan with him and first shoot Michael with a cannon from miles away to make sure he was dead. The blackness of Michael's eyeballs shone like a blue agate, while a light shone over his hand in the air. A religious man could say it was a divine light. But I'm not a religious person, and I'm telling the story. As the light grew, Michael's hand weighed a weight he hadn't weighed in a long time. The light elongated and shaped in his hand. It took a substance, a volume of. First, a handle that both hands could easily grasp, and then a long blade formed. His sword was the size of a tall man. Realizing this, Alessandro's wild expression became increasingly confused, and he felt a hand as hard as his own claw grabbed him by the throat. Michael quickly flung him around himself in a relaxed expression, as if he had grabbed a large teddy bear by the throat. Caught by his throat, the vampire's spanning legs threw four of his comrades into the walls around him. He had no expression on his face. He was in this world long enough to remain expressionless. He was fighting the darkness long enough to remain expressionless. He was experienced enough to remain expressionless. He was strong enough to remain expressionless. Alessandro's claws smashed the assault vest over Michael, opening deep slits in his chest. Michael's answer to this was to hit the vampire on the ground at a speed higher than the speed of sound. As a large crater opened up on the ground, the shock wave circularly dissipated into the surrounding area. They were all shaken when the sound wave they couldn't hear and the wind that followed hit them. The rearguard were left undecided as to whether to fire towards the hall at the end of darkness. They came to the end of the corridor, and there was another door here. It wasn't buried in the dust like the first door. Its patterns were deep and sharp. The group gathered outside the door waiting for the old man to open the door. Otto took a brief look at the back and reached for the new door, but at the same moment Howell raised his hand and said, "Stop." Looking curiously at Howell, "What?" John Harper said, "The smell of ash," said Crow, who noticed what Jack Winter noticed as he asked. Harper didn't understand anything, but he realized that the situation was important from the attitude of the two men. "What?" And Kate said, "There was this smell in London, too." In the dark, his eyes lost their function, while their other senses became more active. Harper became tense in an instant. "Demons?" he asked. "There is a magic gate on the other side of the door, and we have come to close it. It makes sense to be demons, he said, stating the situation as plausible. Harper hisses through his teeth and asked, "What's waiting for us, Otto?" The old man hasn't spoken properly since they got here. Otto paused and looked fondly at the magnificent patterns of the great door, said, "Behind the door is a city half the size of Manhattan. This is the north entrance. The city was symmetrical and circular. So it has 3 more doors. In the center will be a large, white domed building with the door we are looking for. You will go straight there." Raising one eyebrow, "And you?" Alexandra asked. "If the idiot behind us told the truth, I'll have to meet with an old friend," Otto said with a smile when asked. John squinted. "What do you mean by old friend?" he said. Otto looked at him and said, "We can call him the former owner of this place." Stroking the hilt of his gun, Hal said, "Is he dangerous?" he asked. Otto shook his head without looking at him, said, "Quite." The young man nodded even if Otto couldn't see him and said, "Do you want help?" Otto turned his head slightly back when he asked. It wasn't enough for him to see Jack Winter, but it was enough to address an enemy beyond your skill. You focus on your mission. He just said. "Remember," the old man added later, as if it had suddenly occurred to him. "If you can, hold the gate in your hands. If you can't, close it and dismantle it. Blowing it up should be your last resort." "Why?" Jack asked. Looking directly at Jack Winter this time, Otto said, "Magical items and objects are not get along well with explosives. Especially the gates create big problems." "How big problems?" Nausicaa asked. "If there is a reaction, which is certain. They can even see the Big Bang from the island," Otto said with a sincere smile. The young woman looked coldly at him and swallowed aloud. John turned his head and looked at Crow. Crow sighed and signaled to the group to be ready. When everyone turned towards the door and took the shape of a triangle, he looked at Otto and shook his head. When Otto touched his hand, the door began to open inside, just like the other one. "Whatever will be, do not worry. Some people spend their lives on the banks of a river called time, doing almost nothing. Sometimes it's their choice, sometimes it's the results of others' choices. And some jump into the river without thinking. Either they swim in reverse cause they believe they should, or they cross by fighting it, or they leave themselves in the current. On this day you will be remembered for what you did," Otto said calmly. Alexandra Sharanopova couldn't help but marvel at where the current had taken her. The houses of Atlantis, the first colony, were in peace with nature. They were protected by a dome. This dome was closed with earth over time. Large spheres of light were used to illuminate the streets. At the corners of the streets, standing 20 feet above the ground, the spheres radiated a soft, yellowish light around them. Almost every building had 2 or 3 stories of large gardens. Although the trees in the gardens did not see the sunlight, they outspread and grew, turning the city into a forest. A forest dominated by an eternal evening. The forest and the city, whose peculiar tranquility had recently been degraded, were now on fire. Crowboat, with a sour expression, shouted, "Down!" A green ball passed over their heads and blew a garden wall that was left behind. The path they walked was 40 feet wide. On road there were waist-height herbs, and occasionally trees. Rising from behind an overturned tree on the other side of the road, Hal and Juka shot at the giant robot with their M4s, who shot at Crow and his team. The big robot's 2 thick legs were like cat legs. It had a cabin in the middle that looked like the front half of a car. It was made entirely of reinforced ceramic, because at the time robots were made, only energy weapons were used. Those who designed Guardian robots did not think that their enemies could detonate flares made with chemical mixtures and throw metal fragments into the robot at a speed of 600 meters per second. The 20 feet tall robot, whose front cover suddenly began to crumble, staggered and fell on its back into the garden, demolishing the wall on the corner of the garden where it came from. As Hal and Juka reloaded their guns, an orange-colored ball buzzed through the smoke that covered the street. Juka, who had recognized the fireball magic, pulled Hal, who couldn't figure out, to move him the other side of the stump. As the duo fell to the ground, an explosion lit up the street behind them, shaking the grass in waves. From their radio, John Harper said, "Move." They couldn't stop any more, they were too close to the center, or they were hoping that there was too little left. A scream came from the back of the street, and when Howell looked that way, he saw the soldier demons running around the corner behind him. One of them grabbed Brandon by the throat, and it kept hitting him in the chest with an ember knife over its fist. Brandon was avenged by Rick. The young man quickly shot the soldier demon who killed Brandon and every demon that entered the street after it. He was quite angry and had finished all the ammunition in the clip of his gun. He saw Walrus in front of him, looking behind him and pointing his gun at him. Cursing, he dropped the empty gun, took a step back and drew his pistol as he quickly turned around. He vaguely saw the soldier demon running towards him. The soldier demon was shot in the head by bullets passing by him, and its dried pieces hit Rick. Rick quickly shot the soldier demons behind it. Thomas and James quickly came to his aid. Soldier demons coming from behind attacked without hesitation, getting closer and closer. But Rick knew he'd kill them all. He was going to kill them all and somehow complete this mission. The only problem for him was getting back home. All of a sudden, the warning sounds and whistles coming from behind disrupted his concentration. A great force threw him against the garden wall at his side. Rick, who had almost passed out with the hard blow he received, wanted to point his gun to shoot them when he saw the soldier demon swooping on him. Only then did he see his hand cut off. He was still conscious. He was raised as a wolf. Grinning with his half-shattered face, he pulled the pins on his assault vest with his left hand, 3 fingers severed. Howell rolled forward with the force of the explosion. Another robot coming out from behind the wall had hit them with its cannon. Howell, with his ringing ears and spinning head, raised his rifle parallel to the ground at the last moment and prevented the soldier demon in front of him from kicking himself in the face. He quickly bended his head to the side and got rid of an ember blade that was about to get stuck in his head. But he heard his shoulder cauterize. He quickly raised his rifle and got rid of the knife. He smashed the soldier's crotch with the butt of the rifle. He hit the leaning soldier in the throat with a clip of his gun, causing him to roll back. He raised his gun on his shoulder, shooting soldier on the ground and the ones following it. Explosions followed right after. He heard Walrus' voice on his radio. 3 men down. 3 men down. As Howell swears through his teeth, a rocket that came after him and past him brought down the robot in front of him. Howell rolled back from his place on his knees in the shock wave. Through a muffled hum, he heard Crow's voice, "Move forward." The broad tower was at the west gate of the city. The tower in the middle of the flamboyant 3-story building could be seen from the entire city. In the silence, gunfire from the middle of the city echoed in the vast and circular hall. Here, in front of large windows overlooking the center of the city, a man stood alone. The tall black-haired man had his long black and bushy hair combed backwards. His beard was only on his chin, it had come down to the bottom of his chest and was knitted with silver buckles. The man, who held a wand in his hand, was wearing a purple robe. The robe was made of pure silk. The wand between his fingers, full of rings, was bronze. He once created this magnificent work of art covered in patterns. At the top of the wand was a blue diamond the size of a fist. Otto, in his white clothes, became visible when an explosion in the center of the city illuminated for a moment the dark void left behind the man. "Hello, Osiris," said the man who was still looking at the city in a deep and dominating voice. Otto sighed and gently shook the cane on which he was leaning. The cane grew long and thick. Eventually, it turned into a scepter, just like the scepter the man held, a scepter with a silver head made of white wood. As he walked to the glass, Otto's back became upright, and the inside of his dress slowly began to fill up. As the wrinkles on Otto's face disappear, he said, "I don't use that name anymore." So that bloodsucker was telling the truth, stupid enough to really wake you up. Ra smiled and shook his hand and said, "Come on. He is a good boy. And we're his ancestors, a kind of. Did we not create their kind?" He said, looking at Osiris. He wanted to watch the sarcasm in what he said come out of ancient times and cause pain in his friend in a white suit. Because the person who did this study was the only woman Osiris had ever really fallen in love with. When he couldn't see the kind of expression he wanted on Osiris' face, Ra added, You know, that friend of yours. She turned a man named Cain. What was she doing? Ah yes, I remember now. Invincible soldiers. It's strange instead she created freaks who can only walk at night. A little dreamy, but good. After all, he got me out of my prison. You are imprisoned because you deserve it, Osiris said, controlling the anger in his tone. He knew Ra wanted to provoke him. Eventually, this encounter would turn into a war. Osiris wanted it to be as late as possible. He didn't think about losing, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of losing. And when that happened, Ra would collapse like a nightmare on the group that was advancing, fighting with all their might towards the Tamender Gate. Ra had seen them, he knew they were coming, and he certainly didn't care. I did what I did because I deserved it, he said with the self-confidence he had. Osiris looked at him as if he were criticizing him and shook his head slightly, said, You've always been like this. Arrogant and selfish. We were taught magic because we were strong and intelligent. Ra said with a flash of rage, making a fist of his empty hand, which he raised into the air. Osiris turned to him and squinted, replied, We were entrusted with magic to serve our communities, and you chose to become a false god with that trust. And you have led other colonial scholars out of the way. Ra found it funny, tilted his head to the side and smiled, Get out of the way? I just woke them up. Odin and Zeus were already ready for it, just waiting for someone to snap their fingers at them. He said, remembering what happened as if it were yesterday. Meanwhile, he turned his back on Osiris, walking towards the center of the hall. He raised his hands in the air to express his glorious days. We were stronger and smarter than them. We have worked to be perfect through hundreds of their lifetimes. Why would we be servants to these lazy bastards? We should have been the rulers, not the ruled, he said as his voice echoed across the empty walls. Osiris looked back, the flashes that determined the location of the combat and the lines of traceable bullets that broke through the air approached the center. He turned his gaze back to Ra. He knew the strategy in his theatrical performance. He created his spells and moved to the optimum distance for effective defense and attack. He had a sad smile on his face, that thought and arrogance have poisoned you, old friend. When you betrayed your teachings and the powers entrusted to you, all we had left was to imprison you, he said, holding his staff in his other hand. He had prepared a surprise for Ra that he could not foresee. Ra angrily turned to Osiris, said, Exactly 4,000 years. In anger? As his thunderous voice echoed in the hall, he said, 4,000 damn years. Was it worth the shit out there? He asked, showing the center. Actually, 4,255 years. Osiris said with a reckless attitude, shrugging and looking at him with a half-smile. His attitude was as if he had thrown a snowball at his friend's head from behind. And then, looking at the other person's posture, he said, Goodbye, my friend. Ra was fully in combat position. Are you going somewhere? Ra said, holding his staff firmly. The diamond at the end of his wand began to shine ominously. When Osiris said in grief, Does it matter, we both know that this war will not end without one of dead. He remembered the destruction that the wizard had done with that wand and shuddered. Ra friend. He murmured. I hadn't heard that in a long time. He said, pointing his wand at Osiris almost at the speed of a gunslinger and formed his spell. The blue, bright light of a lightning bolt of pure energy illuminated the entire hall. Hal stood up with his ringing ears. He was next to a collapsed garden wall. Just beyond the wall lay the lifeless bodies of Petros and Yusuf, and the demon warlord they killed. His body began to sway out of his control and he fell to his knees. He had a piece of wood protruding from his left shoulder. He took it out, pulled a clip out of his last log and put it on his rifle. It was very hot, even suffocating. The fires around them had grown, almost covering the city. Because their tops were closed, the place they were in turned into an oven. As Hal wore a gas mask that he removed from the back of his waist, bundles of lightning and magic energies passed parallel to the ground through the dark gray smoke that covered the city's streets. Several fireballs passed them and exploded behind them. As they approached the gate, The war wizards joined the battle who had come with soldier demons. As Howl put on his mask, ash grains resembling large snowflakes began to fall down from the air. Alexandra and Kate leaned over from the back cross. Kate, who touched her shoulder, wore a mask just like him. And Alexandra wrapped her scarf around her face. "What are we doing?" Kate checked the gun in her hand and left it on the floor. The shotgun had no flare left. That's why she was taking her M4 off his back. When they began to see the Tominder Gate, the soldiers' demons came together with warlords and robots. Everyone used the heaviest weapons they had, and suddenly everything went to hell. Juka and Walrus came with them as Howl loaded and set up his weapon. Juka's brow was bleeding. Walrus was clearly limping. "What are we doing, boss?" Walrus asked. Howl looked around and said, "We don't have time to meet the others. We'll move fast. This place is going to be in stone oven in an hour, and then I don't want to be here." While Walrus raised his eyebrows and wiped his forehead with arm, Juka extended his fist to Howl. "Load it up, set it up and shoot it to kill," Howl said, hitting his fist. Sometimes people experience their own hell, and sometimes they are imprisoned in hell created for them. It was almost impossible to tell who was in which right now. As the entire group did their final check, Jack took out the wrinkled photo he had taken out of his Kevlar vest, looked at it, and put it back before anyone noticed. A sad smile passed over her face as Kate kissed and pocketed the fortune money Calcifer had given her. Juka took out his iPod and his headset, came to the letter M and chose Mozart. When Howl signaled, he pressed play. The harmonious, delicate sounds of the string instruments came from the headset, reminding ballerinas. The choir sang in harmony with calm that contrasted with their situations. Lacrimosa dies illa. Quae resurgit ex favilla. Today, full of grief. A sinful man to be judged. Magic arrows flying with purple, intricate patterns passed by their heads as he helped Walrus get up. He saw Howl shouting angrily. Even Alexandra held her gun. He got under Walrus' arm. Soldier demons coming out of the corner were targeted by Kate's rifle. Passing through the place where the soldiers turned to ashes, Howl shot the enemies he saw from the corner that he turned with a rifle in his hand, while the group began to cross the street. As they arrived in the middle of the street, a green ball of energy from somewhere high, through clouds of smoke, passed them by a few inches and hit the ground behind them. Everyone was thrown into a separate spot by the intensity of the explosion. Coming out of the smoke, the robot began to fly into pieces as it headed for its targets. Walrus started shooting. As he fired non-stop with the heavy machine gun M249 saw in his hand, the robot wobbled backwards and was able to fire once more before falling backwards. The energy ball it threw blew up the second floor of a house in their rear corner, and the floor partially collapsed. As the dust of the house collapsed into the street, the group rallied. They were all very tired and injured. Howl limped without noticing, Kate grabs her ribs, Juka carried his gun with his other hand. Fireballs and columns of lightning coming out of the smoke sometimes passed between them, sometimes above them. Without responding these shots, they tried to get as close as possible to the war mages. Howl barely noticed that the wall next to him had disappeared. They were no longer walking in the grass. He would tell the others to be careful that Walrus, while Alexandra helped him, suddenly pushed the young woman with all his might. As Alexandra hurtled and hit Juka, a chain of flames through the smoke of the ruins behind them wrapped around Walrus' waist. Pi Jesu Domini. Donia Eis Requiem. Amen. Our understanding Jesus. Grant them eternal comfort. Amen. Kate Hall ran after him at lightning speed when she saw Walrus disappearing in front of her. The chain that captured Walrus had pulled him behind the ruined garden wall. Rolling on the ground, Walrus' abductor chain quickly disappeared into the smoke. After Walrus rolled on the ground, he quickly pulled out his pistol. His rifle fell somewhere between Alexandra and the garden wall. He began shooting, cursing the demon lord, who ran towards him from the side of the building. The burly creature, whose black armor was pierced by Glock's shots, cried out angrily. As a lava-like, dark and bright red liquid flowed from his armor, the demon lord kept running towards the walrus. With all his anger at the holes drilled in his armor, the demon swung the chain of hell in his left hand. Walrus knew that the end was coming. He continued to shoot, wishing a wolf-worthy death. The flaming chain that tore through the air suddenly hit the blue energy shield in front of Walrus, sparking sparks. Walrus looked at Kate, who was standing right next to him, and with a half-smile she shrugged off her finished clip. Kate greeted Walrus with her head as she created the spell that turned her sword into a bright light, and then ran towards the demon lord. Hal saw the lights coming after the garden wall. He heard the sounds. Walrus was a childhood friend. Kate was one of them now, but they both sacrificed themselves for the mission. Or for each other. It didn't really matter right now. They came this far. Forward, Hal said, turning his head the other way. As he progressed, he heard murmurs, and then lightnings, fireballs and purple magical arrows passed over them. They were so close to the wizards. Hal raised his gun on his shoulder and signaled to Juka and Alexandra to be quiet before climbing the first step in front of him. Finally, they came to the center. The area which they came out was a large, circular platform. It had arc-shaped stairs in 4 main directions. However, stone balustrades were placed around the short spaces between them. Unlike the gate on the island, the stalagmites of this Tomender gate here were made of platinum, glistening like silver. It was only a short time before the gate was reactivated. So they'll bring in a new battalion. They were going to invade the nearest city with their 2 battalions. War mages were tall creatures. They wore armors consisting of thick pieces of leather, with the breast armors formed of reversed V-shaped pieces. These armors had leather belts and pockets resembling the cartridge belts of old rifle ammunition. They had 4 arms and could use them all with almost the same skill. Their 6 eyes on their long faces were placed under each other in 2s. Their nostrils were in wide respiratory slits around their necks. They had curled daggers at their waist, curved swords or long bows on my backs. Sorcerers were the most elite of their race. The Demon Lord chose them specifically, because their ability to cast spells was 4 or 5 times higher than the average of all other races with the intelligence to cast spells. The magicians knew that the enemy was out there, especially now that they had learned the sound of their weapons. So they focused on the side where Walrus and Kate collided with the Demon Lord. The sight of Hal emerging from the smoke had stunned most of them. Hal fired at the first wizard he encountered. The wizard gave him all 4 hands. Hal's bullets pierced or shattered these hands, aired masses of dust from his leather armor and forcing him to fall to the ground. The one right behind the fallen wizard had completely lost his concentration. It was shot in the head as it reached at his sword and fell to the ground, but their luck was over. Another, who appeared next to Hal by a spell, tried to stab him with a dagger that it pulled out from the back of its waist. Bent down, Hal hit the wizard in the stomach with the butt of his gun. When the sorcerer leaned forward, the young man kicked his enemy in the back of the knee and knocked him down on his knee. Just as he was about to hit the back of its head with his rifle's butt, the wizard reached out one of his hands to enemy and touched him. Hal was suddenly wrapped in the blue and cold arms of the electric current, moaning and dropping down. The sorcerer spun around like a ballet on its knees, shot by Juka, as it was about to stab the curled dagger in its hand at its still trembling enemy on the ground. Hal used his gun like a cane to got up and saw Fireball spell falling a little further down the ground. All of a sudden, the hot shock wave hit them like a car and threw them back. Hal, who fell to the ground smashing a statue that was no longer clear what it symbolizes, tried to get up, cursing. A longbow arrow was stuck in his left shoulder with the sound of a scream. Arrow looked incredibly long to Hal, which was placed between his shoulder and chest over his Kevlar armor. On the platform they were on, the smoke was so dense that he couldn't see Juka. He noticed someone running towards him. At first he thought he was Alexandra because of her long clothes, but immediately after he saw 4 arms coming out of its body, he turned his M4 and fired. As the war wizard fell to ground, 2 lightning bolts came out of the darkness and passed through Hal's right and over. The young man placed his left hand with all his might where the arrow merged with his body. As he stretched his muscles and held the arrow firmly, he hit it hard with his right hand and broke the arrow. As he turned to the side and got up on his knees, he coughed and spat out blood that was wrapped in his mouth. He was barely breathing, his broken ribs must have shattered his lungs. When he saw the smoke holes on his leg, He realized that the shrapnels of the fireball had also hit him. He found this funny. He was constantly injured, somehow always falling apart. He got up, shaking his head. He raised his gun on his shoulder and began walking back to the center. He saw a dark figure again from where the center was. This time, he recognized the wizard without mixing it with anyone else, and probably the mage saw him too. Hal fired 4 single shots in a row. When his shots hit the blue energy shield in front of the wizard, he cursed through his teeth and took his weapon on the automatic. All 4 arms of the wizard turned to him, and as the lightning columns came towards him, he spent all his magazine on the damn war wizard. At first the wizard's shield held up, but then, as a glass broke, it broke. The war wizard was shaken by the bullets that hit him and dropped dead. Hal knew his left arm was burned. Part of his left leg was also scorched. Somewhere behind him, he heard Juka vaguely said, "I'm on your right back." Juka had survived the 2 war mages who attacked him. From this fight, he received 3 arrow wounds, 1 in the leg, 1 in the shoulder, and 1 under the abdomen. He broke the arrows and kept moving forward. As Hal collapsed screaming, Juka saw him being shot with a longbow arrow. Shot 1 inch above his left waist, under his ribs, the young man fell to the ground with a long middle finger wide arrow, while Juka turned to the sorcerer who threw the arrow. The sorcerer put his second arrow on its bow and created a spell with his other 2 hands, but Juka would not allow it. The sorcerer who was shot rolled backwards. Just as Juka was about to return to Hal, he heard a crack that tore through the air and was ripped from where he was by a column of lightning sent to him by a sorcerer. Where he thrown, he hit one of the door's platinum stalagmites noisily, sliding and falling to the ground. As he trembled uncontrollably, a second sorcerer threw purple magic arrows at him with 4 hands. Even 1 hit by magic arrows was enough to kill a normal person. Juka's trembling just stopped. When the wizard joyfully returned to the man on the ground, he saw the woman in the long skirt, curly hair, standing in front of it. Before it could raise its hands, the antique Luger started shooting. The sorcerer stepped back because of the 9mm bullets that hit him in the chest and eventually fell. Alexandra jumped at the sound of gunfire coming from behind. He saw Hal and the wizard he shot. Hal told her, "Hurry up," he growled as pulling himself to another stalagmite. He came to a sitting position next to the stalagmite, where he was leaning back, and pointed his gun at the stairs. Only then did Alexandra understand why Otto brought her on this expedition. It was her job to set the doors. No one on this mission could know which icon to go where, how to connect, and which door to close with the right combination. Alexandra focused as closing her eyes. Hal shot 2 soldier demons in the head coming up the stairs. Every time he fired, the arrow that had pierced him hurt. His sight became more and more blurred. His face was covered in sweat, staring impatiently at Alexandra, licking his lips. The young woman was changing the giant discs on the ground in a big struggle. The tormentor gates consisted of giant stone circles. These circles were prepared to accurately adjust the coordinates in space-time. Alexandra was turning stone discs with closed eyes and bringing them into proper position. Hal, shaking his head, returned to the ladder again. When he saw other soldier demons coming up the stairs, he cursed from within and shot them. After firing the last bullet, he shrugged off the clip from his gun, and Alexandra came to him as he was putting on his new clip. "Done," she said excitedly. "But won't they come back and change it?" Shaking his head, Hal pulled the claymore mine out of the large bag at the back of his waist. "No, I won't let them," he said. His voice tired, he breathed briefly. "Everything is fine," he said, looking briefly at the young woman who looked at him anxiously. "You have to go now." After Alexandra looked around timidly, she bent down and kissed Jack Winter on the forehead, and after smiling at him one last time, she turned to the stairs, but when she saw the war wizards and soldier demons coming up the stairs, she muttered, "I think we'll both stay here." Right behind the group approaching them were 2 demon warlords. One was weighing its giant flaming sword from time to time. The other had his 4-bladed axe resting on his shoulder. They were both very confident and intimidating. The young woman realized she didn't want to die at their hands. As he gazed mournfully at the Luger in her hand, a whistling sound quickly approached, raised, and a bomb-throwing bullet exploded in the back of the sword-wielding warlord. As the giant demon hurtled forward, Alexandra threw herself to the ground when there were many more explosions in a row. The young woman realized that these were explosives, or grenades, thrown from the grenade launchers under the rifles. The demon with the axe was unlucky enough to stand and turn around. He was hit by a fireball after 2 explosions in the chest. The soldier demons and war mages who returned to their backs were torn apart before they could find a formation to protect themselves. As Crow climbed the stairs, he shot the soldier demon that attacked him, knocking the other over his shoulder. The soldier he threw back over his shoulder fell right in front of Stephen. The young man stepped on his enemy's chest and shot the soldier demon in the face. But the young man was struck in the back by a lightning bolt and collapsed to the ground. Tony and John Harper, who had passed him while Crow shot the sorcerer who had bolted Stephen, began to run to take control of the other side of the gate. Behind them came the stairs Nausicaa and Scott Donovan. Nausicaa turned back, continued to shoot. Something exploded in the middle of the gate while Tony was screaming on the radio. Alexandra almost lost consciousness in pain when she hit the stone railings surrounding the platform. That's when she saw the great demon lying on the ground. The armored demon, with large wings which can lift it at its back, was trembling on the ground. Its helmet had cracked in the middle of its face and smoke coming out from that crack. Alexandra realized it was dead when its skin began to dry and crack, and embers and ashes began to pour out of the cracks. It was then that she noticed the light coming from the top of the dome. The silver-colored light flashed for a moment, and it quickly increased and fell on the demon's chest. As the demon suddenly turned into embers and scattered around the perimeter, Michael Richardson was left in the middle of the platform. Michael looked around with a sword of light in his hand and then at Howell. Walking towards the young man, Michael's face was distressed. Howell saw the light approaching him. At first, he thought it was a door or a tunnel. Then he realized the truth, that what appeared to be the upper arch of the tunnel were wings dangling downwards. Wings of light wrapped around Michael like a cloak. Michael turned his magnificent sword of light into particles of light with a small hand gesture. Tiny particles, resembling cicadas, were entangled in unpredictable little loops and settled on a tattoo on Michael's hand. After that, they would come back from this tattoo every time he needed it. Michael knelt in front of Howell as the young man tried to open the bottom pocket of his Kevlar vest. He was so weak, he couldn't do it. Michael opened that pocket and handed the photo to the young man, that was wrinkled, covered in Jack's blood and slightly burned. Jack's chest came down and up at short intervals, his breath was wheezing. The young man raised the photo to his pale face, with his trembling hand, as if it was the heaviest thing in the world. Beatrice was smiling again in the photo. Jack smiled, whether he wanted to or not. And then he looked at Michael and said, "You." Tiredly. "Me?" Michael said, nodding his head slightly. "Have you come to take me? It's not normally my job, but yes, I've come to take you." Then, "I've completed my mission." "Yes, Jack Winter," Michael said with a compassionate voice and a beautiful smile. "You've completed your mission." The young man, who was born as Jack Winter and earned the name Howell, smiled with a small moan. Then his eyes slowly became dull. Alexandra approached them as Michael held him as if he had no weight. Even if he saw how Michael had just arrived, she couldn't see it the way Jack had seen it. Still, she knew who he was. "I thought you were just a story," she said softly. Michael looked over his shoulder and said, "Every story needs an igniting spark." "Where are you taking him?" Alexandra asked, shifting her eyes to Jack. "Where he belongs," Michael said, and walked out of sight toward the center of the gate, where the smoke was concentrated. Crow had placed the explosives he had removed from his bag between the stones of the gate. Setting the explosives watch, he said, "All right, pack up, we have very little time to get out of here." Alexandra knew that there were still robots and demons in the city as she ran and followed them. The war of magic was still going on at the West Gate, with its deadly lights occasionally lighting up the entire city. But it no longer mattered who won. The doors were closed. Demons could no longer return, armies of their kind could not come through the gate. And those who stayed here were waiting for only one thing, Revenge of the Humans. Alexandra and her friends had already reached the main gate when they heard explosions coming from behind them. The ground began to shake, large pieces of stone began to fall from the ceiling and walls, and they ran out of the door. A cloud of dust coming from behind them came out of the doors as if trying to catch them. But it just dissipated in the open air and disappeared. What was left of the group had exhausted. Everyone surprised to see Eric Davenport, who had cleaned up the blood in the small spring at the bottom of the statues and redressed. They couldn't run that fast. Eric said, in response to the bewildered look before telling them about the events. I don't care if they're not coming back. Crow grumbled, looking back at the ruins visible through the doors. After Eric looked at them, he asked, the others? Crow shook his head. And the door? Eric asked, swallowing. This time, Crow vaguely nodded and hit Eric's shoulder with his hand and walked past him, into the narrow pass, on the way back. The rest of the group were following Crow. Eric stayed there for a while and looked at the door. He had found a way for his life after that, a way for his monster and for himself. He was going to serve on the path he knew was right, to protect those he believed were good. But the price was right in front of him. Under that rubble, they were quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eric looked at the rubble one last time and shook his head. This wasn't important. It wasn't how you died, it was why you died. He put his foot under his rifle on the ground, quickly and in one move threw his M14 into the air and caught it. He loaded his gun and hung it on his shoulder and began to follow the group. Neither he nor the others saw the small movement in the rubble. Epilogue. The young man sighed, looking at the city, whose lights began to lit up within the overwhelming darkness. There was a pessimism in him that he never expected. How was he going to explain all this? All of them, without missing any details, as it was, with the good and the bad, all that happened had to be told in the circumstances of those days. Those who lived in those times, with their decisions, would now be remembered as such. So that's how it ended. He muttered, without looking at the tall man next to him. After the old man pulled with his teeth the cork out of the canteen he took with his one hand, and drank a large sip of the vodka, he said, ended? Then he put his canteen in his pocket and went back to the path where he came from, and said, oh, no, son. It didn't end like this, it started like this. The young journalist was watching as the old man slowly descended the path. He had to see the old man again. He found out the story of the crystal rose. How it all started and the reasons. The young man pulled the recorder out of his coat pocket and stopped it. Without skipping a line. He whispered when its little red light went out. To rest his tired legs and frozen back, he turned to the opposite direction of the old man's road and walked to the road that led him to this hill. There's nothing left behind but deep footprints in the snow. We have come to the end of our book series. I hope you liked this work. If you did, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel. What was left of the group had exhausted. Everyone surprised to see Eric Davenport, who had cleaned up the blood in the small spring at the bottom of the statues and redressed. They couldn't run that fast. Eric said, in response to the bewildered look before telling them about the events. I don't care if they're not coming back. Crow grumbled, looking back at the ruins visible through the doors. After Eric looked at them, he asked, the others? Crow shook his head. And the door? Eric asked, swallowing. This time, Crow vaguely nodded and hit Eric's shoulder with his hand and walked past him, into the narrow pass, on the way back. The rest of the group were following Crow. Eric stayed there for a while and looked at the door. He had found a way for his life after that, a way for his monster and for himself. He was going to serve on the path he knew was right, to protect those he believed were good. But the price was right in front of him. Under that rubble, they were quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eric looked at the rubble one last time and shook his head. This wasn't important. It wasn't how you died, it was why you died. He put his foot under his rifle on the ground, quickly and in one move threw his M14 into the air and caught it. He loaded his gun and hung it on his shoulder and began to follow the group. Neither he nor the others saw the small movement in the rubble. Epilogue. The young man sighed, looking at the city, whose lights began to lit up within the overwhelming darkness. There was a pessimism in him that he never expected. How was he going to explain all this? All of them, without missing any details, as it was, with the good and the bad, all that happened had to be told in the circumstances of those days. Those who lived in those times, with their decisions, would now be remembered as such. So that's how it ended. He muttered, without looking at the tall man next to him. After the old man pulled with his teeth the cork out of the canteen he took with his one hand, and drank a large sip of the vodka, he said, "Ended?" Then he put his canteen in his pocket and went back to the path where he came from, and said, "Oh, no, son. It didn't end like this, it started like this." The young journalist was watching as the old man slowly descended the path. He had to see the old man again. He found out the story of the crystal rose. How it all started and the reasons. The young man pulled the recorder out of his coat pocket and stopped it. Without skipping a line. He whispered when its little red light went out. To rest his tired legs and frozen back, he turned to the opposite direction of the old man's road and walked to the road that led him to this hill. There's nothing left behind but deep footprints in the snow. We have come to the end of our book series. I hope you liked this work. If you did, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.